In a world where animals had transformed into mutated monsters, humanity had evolved in response, gaining the ability to control these creatures. The aspiration of many was to become a powerful monster trainer. Among them was Gong, a young man who shared that same dream, coupled with a unique and broken ability known as the Monster Pet Evolution System. This system granted him knowledge of every monster's weaknesses, giving him an unprecedented edge. Now it was time for him to take charge and tame monsters of his own. 3 years ago, the living beings of Earth underwent a sudden and unprecedented change. Out of nowhere, animals and plants evolved into new, extraordinary forms. Some developed elemental attributes, others gained heightened physical abilities, and some even grew to gigantic sizes. Humans, however, remained unchanged and struggled to keep pace with these new threats. To prevent global extinction and maintain balance, nature gave humans a special gift, the ability to awaken powers that allowed them to control the very monsters threatening their existence. Those who possessed this power could command even the most dangerous creatures, provided they met certain requirements. People with this ability came to be known as Imperial Ambassadors. In Class 3 of Chang'an 3rd Senior High School, the head teacher, Morang Chui, addressed her students about this very phenomenon. She explained how the awakening of this power had ushered humanity into a new era. She also warned her students that all the information she shared would appear on an upcoming test. Morang Chui then mentioned a monster trainer exam scheduled for the following day, inviting any interested students to attend with their parents. With that, she dismissed the class for the day. Among the students was Gong Pang, an 18-year-old with a singular goal to become an Imperial Ambassador. Walking home through a narrow alley, he pondered a strange issue that had been troubling him lately. Not long ago, he had begun seeing a mysterious interface, resembling a guide window from a video game. It appeared during his daily life, introducing itself as the Monster Evolution System, and urging Gong to make good use of it. Doubt filled his mind. Was this real, or merely a hallucination brought on by stress? His thoughts were interrupted as he entered his apartment building and climbed the stairs. There on the landing, he came face to face with a giant spider. Its sheer size and detail left no room for doubt. This was real. Gong recalled that the creature was a pet raised by an old lady named Grandin, who lived in the building. According to Miss Morang, they were usually gentle. Yet, without warning, the spider attacked. Gong dodged and fled up the stairs, narrowly avoiding a web that shot past him. Panic surged through him, but he remembered the system window mentioning the spider's weakness, fire. Thinking quickly, he pulled a lighter from his pocket and flung it at the creature. The flame slowed it for a brief moment, but it was not enough to stop a giant spider. As the pursuit continued, Gong realized the spider was somehow angry with him, though he couldn't understand why. Still, he remained confident that if he could reach his apartment, he would be safe. He called out desperately to Big Purple, whoever or whatever that might be. At that precise moment, as the spider leapt toward him, a massive purple tentacle burst from his apartment door, slamming it open. Standing tall, the creature revealed itself, not a tentacle, but a gigantic centipede-like monster. Its presence terrified the spider, giving Gong the confidence he needed. Looking down at his attacker, he calmly asked if it still wanted to play, as the massive centipede loomed behind him, ready to defend him. The spider, terrified of the massive purple creature standing behind Gong, quickly scurried away. One couldn't blame it. Big Purple was intimidating, but as soon as the spider disappeared, the once formidable centipede underwent a transformation. Its massive, terrifying form shrank into a chibi version of itself. Gong blinked, stunned. He had to admit it, this tiny, adorable version of Big Purple was completely endearing. The threat had been neutralized, and Gong finally had a moment to interact with his companion. Big Purple, or Doi as Gong called him, communicated telepathically, a gift born from the recent evolution of both animals and humankind. Once a monster bonded with a person, they could speak to each other without words. And what did Doi say? The same thing every pet seemed to say: he was hungry. Though moments ago Doi had been terrifying, in this chibi form, he was utterly harmless. This was his non-combat form. Every monster had two forms: a combat form, designed for fighting, and a non-combat form, which reduced their size and energy consumption. This allowed them to conserve energy for battles, or even heal minor injuries over time. Delighted, Gong showered Doi with affection, patting his head and promising him a delicious meal. Doi, obedient and eager, moved to his designated cabinet as Gong stepped into the kitchen. Here, Gong's culinary skills would shine. He poured every ounce of talent into preparing an elaborate, mouth-watering meal. The food looked so tempting that even the centipede in his chibi form stared at it with hearts in his eyes. Doi struggled to eat slowly enough to avoid choking, but his enthusiasm was endearing. After the meal, Gong glanced at his status window, the Monster Pet Evolution System. A particular detail froze him in place. According to the system, Doi could be promoted from a normal quality monster to an elite quality one. In this new world, monsters were ranked by potential ordinary, elite, and perfect. If Doi could evolve to elite quality, perhaps he could one day reach perfect quality, breaking through the legendary barrier and potentially becoming a leader among monsters. Eager to seize this opportunity, Gong examined the promotion requirements. 3 core items were necessary to initiate the process. 2 Yin Sheng Zheng grass and thunderwood were relatively easy to acquire with some money. The third, a thunder crystal core, was a far greater challenge. These cores were created from the remains of fallen monsters and were exceedingly rare. Even ordinary cores were extremely expensive, and a thunder core could easily cost 10 credits or more. To put this into perspective, each credit in the unified global currency system was worth 10,000 affiliate coins. When Gang's parents had passed away in an accident, he had received 20 credits as compensation. He had lived frugally ever since, spending only 9, leaving him with 11 credits to his name. While this meant he could afford the Thunder Crystal Core, doing so would leave him nearly penniless. A sudden realization struck him. If the monster pet evolution system was truly accurate, and it had been so far, he could use it to become a top-tier monster trainer. With access to such detailed knowledge, he could master monster promotion, a mystery that had baffled trainers for years, and earn unimaginable wealth. Remembering head teacher Morang's warning about the upcoming monster trainer exam, Gong acted quickly. He logged into the school website and registered as an examinee with just minutes to spare. The next morning, Gong, accompanied by Doi, knocked on the door of his neighbor's apartment. After a moment, Tang, a woman friendly with Gong due to their living arrangement, answered, smiling. She asked what he needed so early in the morning. Gong explained that he was taking the monster trainer exam and requested that she look after Doi for a few days in his absence. Tang, cheerful and cooperative, readily agreed. Gong thanked her sincerely, promising a dinner treat upon his return. He then rushed out of the building, confident that he could focus on the exam with peace of mind. However, as soon as Gong left, Tang's demeanor changed. Her friendly smile vanished, replaced with a condescending glare. She stared down at Doi, venom in her voice, questioning how Gong could end up with such a pathetic little bug of a monster. Angered by her words, Doi leapt forward to attack, but Tang, prepared and calm, reverted to her earlier gentle manner, soothing him with a few reassuring pets. Later, Tang picked up her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the line connected, she reported to an elderly man named Sav. She informed him that Gang Pang had become the master of a monster, an ordinary quality, purple-backed, yellow-clawed centipede. Even saying it out loud was a mouthful. Without missing a beat, the old man on the line reacted even more dramatically than Tang had earlier. He complained about the low potential of such a creature, and instructed her to speak to Gang about the matter. In response, Tang revealed a crucial truth. Gang was just like his grandfather, the old man himself. Despite appearing indifferent to many things, Gang was stubborn when it came to something he treasured. The centipede, a gift from his late parents, was certainly one of those treasures. Shifting the topic, Tang questioned whether the old man's work was still unfinished. In her opinion, all those who were disobedient should simply be eliminated and replaced with loyal workers. There was no shortage of such replacements, she reasoned. Brushing off her own thoughts as mere speculation, she reassured the old man that Gang would be safe as long as she was around. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office befitting a CEO, the intimidating old man hung up the phone. He turned to his assistant, ordering her to relay certain instructions to the laboratories. After she left, he gazed at a photograph of himself and his grandson when Gang was still a child. Smiling at the memory, he made a silent promise within a year. Everything that kept him away would be resolved, and he would finally return to his beloved grandson. After that, no one would ever be able to harm him. Back in Chang'an City, at the monster division, Gang found himself among thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of hopeful monster trainers. Almost everyone around him seemed eager to take the exam. Suddenly, he heard his name being called. Turning, he was surprised to see his friend Li Zigong, accompanied by Zigong's sister Li Honggu and their mother, Zhang Hong. They were here for the exams as well. Curious, they asked Gang if he was here only to observe. His answer shocked them. He planned to take the exam himself. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Miss Hong encouraged him, saying that ambition was admirable and that he could become Chang'an's youngest monster trainer. Before they could continue, a spoiled young man approached. Speaking condescendingly, he questioned whether they were even fit to participate. Zigong bristled with anger, but Gong merely mocked him, causing the arrogant youth to turn and storm away. Zigong Hong explained that the man was Wang Shu, heir to the Wang Group, who had already failed this exam 4 times. His behavior was nothing more than jealousy and wounded pride. The entrance doors then opened, revealing a suited man with an eye patch. Fang Shu, the chief examiner of Chang'an's Monster Trainers Division. Inside the grand hall, the examinees took their seats as Fang Shu began the test. Speaking into a microphone, he explained that the exam had 2 stages, a written test and a physical test, the latter requiring martial arts combat skills. The written test would appear on a large screen behind him. 3 videos would play, each showing a monster for a brief time. The examinee's task was to identify each creature by its appearance alone, and record everything they knew about it. With that, the examination began. The first video displayed a large aquatic monster swimming in the ocean. Before anyone could fully analyze it, the clip ended. Fang Shu announced that the students had 30 minutes to complete their answers. Chaos erupted as most examiners struggled with the difficulty of the task. Annoyed, Fang Shu warned that any further noise would result in immediate expulsion. Among the crowd, Wang Shu maintained a smug smile. Despite the test being exceptionally difficult, he had obtained the questions in advance, a clear display of corruption. However, his confidence faltered when he noticed Gong Pang, the very boy who had mocked him earlier, smiling and exuding confidence. For Gong, this test was straightforward. With the monster pet evolution system and his own subconscious knowledge working together, he could see everything about each monster, its name, preferences, diet, and even weaknesses. Calmly, he recorded his observations, starting with the storm dolphin, then the mighty gorilla, and finally the S-mantis. As the time limit approached, Gong's pen moved swiftly across the page, completing the written portion with ease. Fang Shu called for the collection of their papers. Gang Pang, fully confident, knew he had aced the written test. After all, he had the entire encyclopedia of monsters at his disposal through the system. An hour later, all exams had been graded and the results tallied. From his position on the stage, Fang Shu began announcing the names of the examinees who had passed the first stage. Name after name was called, including Zhang Hong and Wang Shu. Slowly, Gang's confidence wavered. He hadn't heard his own name yet. Finally, the list seemed complete. Wang Shu immediately mocked him, assuming that Gang had failed, but Fang Shu spoke again, asking, "Who is Gang Pang?" The entire room fell silent. Smiling, Fang Shu congratulated Gang on achieving a perfect score. The hall erupted into a mixture of envy, awe, and surprise. Gong turned his attention to Wang Shu, locking eyes with him. With a calm tone, he reintroduced himself and apologized for surpassing him, leaving the spoiled heir speechless. With the first stage complete, the thousands of examinees had now been narrowed down to a select few. Fang Shu led them to the location of the second stage, a massive circular arena, large enough to fit several houses within its walls. At the center, the examinees gathered as Fang Shu explained the task. Around the edges of the arena were monsters provided by the association. The task would last an entire week. They were to evolve the monsters assigned to them, increasing their rank within the time limit. The association would supply all necessary materials, but failure to improve the monster's quality would incur a severe penalty. The examinee would have to pay the full market price of the resources used. Overuse of materials would also count as failure. With a clap of his hands, Fang Shu summoned another official from the Chang'an Monster Division. The man carried a red-brown box containing rune cards, which the examinees would draw at random to determine their assigned monsters. In theory, this ensured fairness, but in practice, schemes and sabotage were common. When it was Gang's turn, a plan to undermine him became apparent. Wang Shu smirked from behind, while Len carried out a subtle sabotage, using a tiny invisible chameleon under his control. Len pushed a specific rune card into Gang's hand as he drew from the box. A faint smug grin curved Len's lips. Gong, however, remained undeterred. He and Zhang Hong would be sharing their room assignments. Following the announcement, they proceeded to their designated rooms as Fang Shu officially declared the physical exam underway. Outside room number 10, Gang met X1, a sincere man in charge of the room. X1 assured him that anything he needed during the exam would be provided. Swiping his room card, Gang entered and was immediately struck silent. Inside the cage was a beast engulfed in a shadowy aura of fear and anger, a red river ape. Viewing the creature's status window, Gang was shocked. The ape's condition was pitiful. Turning to XYN, he asked what had happened. XYN explained uneasily that the ape had been experimented on and abused so severely that waste and conflicting energy had accumulated in its body. According to the association's instructions, this was the only monster available for the exam. But in truth, plenty of other monsters existed. The ape had been deliberately selected as part of a scheme to sabotage Gang orchestrated to satisfy complaints from the Wang family. Despite the grim situation, XY assured Gang that arrangements could be made for the ape to take the physical exam next year, carrying over his written results. But Gang, undeterred by the challenge, was determined to succeed with this monster, no matter how difficult the task. Approaching the cage, he took in the state of the Red River ape, feeling a mixture of disgust and resolve. People, he realized, could be crueler than any monster. The Red River ape began howling in a mix of rage and fear, traumatized once again by its past abuse. To its surprise, Gang Pang simply reached through the cage bars and gently petted its head, smiling reassuringly. Calmly, he promised the ape that he would help it evolve. Eager to begin, Gong opened the ape's status window to review its promotion requirements. What he saw shocked him. Before him were not one but two promotion paths. One would result in a standard evolution, but the other was far darker, a path he had never even imagined possible for this creature. The normal evolution path required far too many resources to stay within the exam's limits. Considering the constraints, Gang's only viable option was to attempt the ultimate evolution and take a significant risk. According to the system, the dark lesions on the ape could be advanced to absorb yin energy, giving it a chance to evolve into an entirely new species, even from its lowest quality state. Studying the process in detail, Gang saw the steps required. The ape must consume a black candle herb in half portions with each of 3 meals per day for 3 days. Afterward, it needed to eat an elite-level undead monster crystal core. Finally, 8 units of luminous powder had to be mixed into sulfuric acid water in pairs, along with either 1 skeleton mushroom or 2 grass knots. When Gong handed the list to XYN, the man could only stare in disbelief. Every item was highly toxic. Was Gong attempting to train the ape, or kill it? Gong simply smiled and told him to have faith. After all, a strong disease required a strong cure, didn't it? 3 days later, several examinees had already failed and been removed from the facility. Some had made catastrophic mistakes, while others had simply been outclassed. Meanwhile, Gang and the Red River ape were thriving. The black candle herb had healed the ape's external wounds almost completely and elevated its spirit and condition to their peak. Even the undead monster core had begun to take effect. All that remained was the sulfuric acid bath. Gang held the key to the ape's cage, given to him by XYN. Unlike most association monsters, this ape's mental state was highly unpredictable, so Gang would have to release it at his own risk. After making the ape promise to behave, he unlocked the cage. The ape barreled out, rushing straight at him, but instead of attacking, it leapt onto Gang and hugged him. Patting the beast's head, Gang instructed it to follow as he led it to the bathroom. Inside, he revealed the vat of toxic sludge he had prepared for the bath, a substance so caustic it could vaporize anything that touched it. The ape, cautious yet curious, tested it by dropping a hair into the bath. The hair disintegrated instantly. Shocked, the ape begged Gang not to put it in. Gang, impressed by its intelligence, gently placed a hand on its head and reassured it that this was for its own good. Determined to make Gang proud, the ape stepped into the bath with resolve. Immediately, a miniature storm of smoke and darkness engulfed the room. The facility's fire alarm was triggered by the abnormally high smoke levels. Security teams rushed toward room 10, fire extinguishers in hand, while some examinees, including Wang Shu, eagerly followed, anticipating disaster for Gang. When the security team kicked open the door, they found no fire, only an immense cloud of black smoke. Emerging from the haze, Gang turned to see them and addressed XYN at the front. He apologized for the disruption, explaining that he had become completely absorbed in his task and hadn't even realized the alarm had gone off. Despite the chaos, he remained unharmed, a testament to his focus and the unusual bond he shared with the ape. Joan informed the others over his radio that room 10 was clear and asked them to dismiss the false alarm. The examinees who had followed the security team finally caught up and peered in from the doorway, observing Gang Pang. They whispered among themselves, concluding that the boy was simply too young and inexperienced. He had probably caused the alarm by accident. Wang Shu was delighted by this assumption, confident that Gang's experiment had failed, but to their shock, a massive, ghastly skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the vat of toxic materials, gripping the corner of the tub. It pulled forth the head and body of a brand new monster. The creature that emerged was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. A giant skeletal ape surrounded by a purple flame, its eye sockets and skull emitting darker, more intense flames. Susanna Monkey, Gang read aloud from the system notifications. The evolution was complete. The Red River ape had transformed into an elite-quality battle-bone dead ape. From that moment, Gang's suspicions were confirmed. As long as he had the proper materials, he could promote almost any monster at his discretion. He quickly began examining the ape's new form. Its larger body, metallic-like bones, and rock-solid aura made it an incredible specimen. Observers at the doorway shared his amazement. Lane was practically drooling, declaring that this was a previously unseen type of monster. Its status as a rare undead only made it more valuable. Fang Shu, however, regarded Gang Pang with a proud smile. While the monster's form was remarkable, it was even more impressive that the young trainer had achieved it. Realizing that the examiner was present, Gang quickly explained that he had completed the task assigned for the physical exam. Fang Shu's smile widened at the boy's enthusiasm and declared that Gang was proving himself worthy of being the first-ranked examinee. Suddenly the ape tugged at Gong's shirt, looking up at him with its new towering frame. Gong patted its finger and spoke to it reassuringly. Meanwhile, Legion schemed as usual, plotting to take the promoted monster for himself. Monsters evolved in the exam were usually given to association employees as rewards, but this one was far too rare and powerful to pass up. Before he could hatch a plan, Fang Shu intervened. Observing the bond between Gang and the ape, he recognized that the monster had grown dependent on Gang over the past few days, forming a connection that could not be ignored. Taking all factors into account, Fang Shu extended his hand toward Gang and declared that the ape would be given to him. Ziyan and Li Jin were flabbergasted. Such a decision had never occurred before. Gang, on the other hand, was left speechless. Managing only a quiet, "me." Fang Shu explained that the evolved ape was a completely new and unrecorded species. Its stats were unknown, but the evolution was successful. It was not a loss for Gang to receive it. Gang took a closer look at the ape's status window. Already at level 11, the ape, now elite quality, could be promoted to epic class once it reached level 20. Its appearance alone made it seem like an epic class creature. The trainer smiled, marveling at the success of Susanna Monkey. Joan approached from behind and encouraged Gang to accept the ape. It clearly wanted to stay with him. However, not everyone agreed. Lejin objected, citing association rules that such monsters should be reserved for employees. He also mentioned that the Red River ape had already undergone 6 prior experiments, implying its promotion might be suspect. Wang Shu quickly chimed in, arguing that the monster should have been eliminated long ago, making it impossible for someone as young as Gang to have caused its evolution. Legion tried to formulate a proper argument, but Wang Shu interrupted furiously, insisting that Gang Pang must have cheated. Fang Shu addressed the room, calmly asking how anyone could possibly achieve such a feat in the controlled setting of the exam, considering the task set before them. Realizing Wang Shu's blunder, Li Jin attempted to salvage their argument by claiming that the difficulty of promoting the Red River ape far exceeded the level expected for the exam. He suggested that Gang Pang had merely gotten lucky due to prior experience. Fang Shu, unimpressed, saw right through the flimsy excuse. He turned to Lei Jin, asking if he was seriously proposing to penalize Gang for simply demonstrating skills superior to the test. Flustered, Lei Jin scrambled for more excuses, but Fang Shu wasn't interested. Instead, he turned to Gang and encouraged the boy to go ahead and showcase his abilities as a monster trainer, effectively shutting down the opposition. Confident with Fang Shu's support and his own knowledge, Gang proceeded to mock both Lei Jin and Wang Shu. He explained exactly why the Red River ape had been brought to such a pitiful condition. Experiments had forced yin energy onto it, which happened to be its natural weakness. Neither Lei Jin nor Wang Shu had known this, so they could no longer claim superiority. Gang then detailed the innovative method he had used to promote the ape. Impressed, Fang Shu approached Gang and granted him an intermediate monster trainer certification, rather than a beginner one. However, Gang would need to travel to the Yang'an headquarters to receive it, as it was beyond Fang Shu's authority. Fang Shu then addressed Wang Shu and Lei Jin directly, revealing that he had known about their cheating and backhanded methods all along. With X-Wine ready to testify against them, they had no escape. Wang Shu was banned from taking the exam for 3 years, and Lei Jin was fired, never to work in the field again. Cheers erupted from the other examinees, who were glad to see justice served. Following the commotion, Fang Shu invited Gang to his office for a cup of tea. He apologized for the chaotic day and gave the boy a small favor in line with the president's instructions. At the Yang'an headquarters, Gang received his intermediate monster trainer certificate, with the Red River ape, now officially named Dumby, at his side. Dumby was the undead ape that had evolved under his care, giving Gang both a companion and a name to call it by. Reviewing the certification booklet on the bus ride home, Gang noticed an added bonus: having a certificate would grant him 3 full points on his college entrance exams. The monster trainer exam had provided him with an elite quality monster, a profitable reward, and even an identity token. He couldn't help but be impressed with the efficiency of the association. Normally, an organization of this scale would be far more bureaucratic and difficult to navigate. Fang Shu also had another request. He wanted Gang Pang to represent Shangan City in the World Monster Trainers competition. The city had a worryingly low number of competent trainers, and they had never ranked notably in the tournament. With Gang's potential, however, Fang Shu was confident he could make waves. Initially hesitant, Gong worried about jumping straight into a global tournament after just becoming a trainer. Fang Shu, knowingly or by luck, mentioned offhandedly that even ranking in the tournament's top 10 would earn a reward of 10,000 credits. An enticing sum, that was all Gong needed to hear. He eagerly accepted, ready to take on the challenge, reminding himself, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Back on the bus, Gang began second-guessing whether participating in the tournament was truly worth it. A curious passenger approached Dumby, reaching out to touch the undead ape's bones. In response, Dumby effortlessly wrapped the man in a cocoon of string-like threads, leaving everyone else on the bus watching in awe. Turning to his companion, Gang petted Dumby and spoke gently. "This is all I can do to support you." He knew that with Dumby and Doi to feed and care for, it was his responsibility to provide for them. Despite the chaos, both monsters remained calm under his guidance, a testament to the bond they had formed and the trust they shared. Later, Georgia and Dumby were walking home after getting off at their station. As they moved along, Dumby suddenly shoved GA off the street and turned to face what he sensed as a threat. GA got up, walking back toward the ape, and thanked him for worrying, assuring Dumby that there was no danger. After all, the one Dumby had sensed was just another member of their little family, Dazzy. Except, Dazzy was very different now. Extremely different. Looking at the centipede, Georgia could only feel horror at the sight of the extremely fattened worm crawling toward him. What on earth had Tang Tang done to him? From the direction Dazzy had come, Tang Tang appeared, walking toward GA. As soon as she saw him, she told him that Dazzy and she had come to pick him up. When GA asked about Dazzy's state, she explained casually that she had simply made him healthy and strong by feeding him plenty of good food. After all, he had been far too skinny before. This, she explained, was the so-called feeder method. Terrifying. Gay glanced at Dazzy's status window. The words "extremely overnourished" stared back at him. There was no way this could be considered healthy. Tang Tang, ignoring his shock, asked how his exam had gone. Gay gave her a brief summary. Tang Tang was most surprised by the fact that he had jumped straight to an intermediate trainer from the start. Smiling warmly, she told him his growth rate had truly impressed her. She then decided it was time for a talk. Looking GA in the eyes, she asked if he knew why monster trainers held such high status. It was because, no matter how strong or weak their monsters, the creatures themselves were still monstrous. GA just blinked, barely processing the abstract reasoning. Skipping the rest of the conversation, he returned to his apartment. Inside, Georgia began performing the Imperial Monster Secret technique. With this ability, all damage received by a monster trainer could be transferred to their monster instead, though the range was limited and the activation required the monster's consent. It was a formidable skill, essentially granting near invincibility against normal attacks. As a monster evolved, its defense and vitality only increased, enhancing the effectiveness of the technique. With Dazzy, it felt almost like an invisible thread connected them. Sitting on his sofa, Georgia finally completed the ritual, forming the contract. He had to admit, it was strange that Tang Tang had obtained the scroll for him so casually. She must have a remarkable background. Looking down, Georgia saw Dazzy still in his extremely obese state. When he tried to speak to the centipede, Dazzy simply talked back. GA then had Dumby bring a mirror and placed it in front of Dazzy, forcing the centipede to confront his own reflection. The sight worked immediately. Dazzy was petrified by his appearance and collapsed on the floor, depressed. Feeling responsible, Georgia told Dazzy not to dwell on himself. Instead, he encouraged him to exercise and lose the extra weight. If Dazzy succeeded, Georgia promised to give him a quality upgrade and a promotion similar to what Dumby had received. In his mind, Georgia pictured Dazzy in his upgraded form, complete with wings, but there was no way that would happen until the weight was gone. The next day, Georgia joined Tang Tang as they headed to her company. Proud of his new monster trainer certification, Tang Tang had offered him a job there, which he was more than happy to accept. On the way, Tang Tang explained her previous business endeavors, failures all, but GA was amazed by her current company. Not only was it in the center of downtown with notoriously high rent, but it was also a luxurious building. Tang Tang casually mentioned the pay GA would receive for his work. Surprisingly, it was much higher than the market rate for trainer services, but she brushed it off. If it were anyone else, Georgia might have been suspicious. But Tang Tang had cared for him since he was an orphan 3 years ago. He trusted her. Moments later, they were greeted by a cute young lady named Shan Chuan Chuan, the receptionist. Tang Tang instructed her to show GA around properly before heading on ahead. Exasperated by Tang Tang's antics, but happy to be there, Georgia followed Chuan Chuan to the office. As she punched in his information, Georgia considered his rates for services. Given that his methods almost always guaranteed monster promotion, he felt the pricing was fair, though he knew he needed to earn a lot to repay Tang Tang someday. Chuan Chuan asked if he was sure about charging rates, triple the usual maximum. Before GA could answer, a man suddenly barged in, panicked, and demanded that GA cure his monster. He offered to pay 10 times the standard rate if GA could help. GA, unfazed, calmly told him that his registered triple rate was sufficient, especially for his first order. The man, desperate, presented his monster, a purple mouse with a severe injury on its side. GA examined the creature through its status window and recognized it as an elite-quality purple lightning rat. The system immediately warned him about dangerous conflicting mutations. Turning to the man, Georgia demanded to know what had caused this dangerous reaction. The man admitted to feeding the rat a blood jade mushroom to force a mutation, never expecting such a severe conflict. GA shook his head. Ignorance wasn't innocence, pal. Luckily, with the system's help, Georgia was able to formulate a cure. After gathering all the facts, Georgia realized that the rat was indeed in the process of evolving. The blood attribute from the mushroom and the rat's own lightning attribute were clashing for dominance, tearing the creature apart from the inside. Using the system's suggested method, Georgia could transform the conflict into a complementary coexistence, allowing the rat's evolution to complete successfully. Turning to Chuan Chuan, he requested 5 shadow fruits, a red maple heart, a pair of thunder gold leaves, and 1 blood bat monster crystal core. Man, they really suck at naming things in this world, he thought. Chuan Chuan rushed off to collect the materials while GA turned to Ma and reminded him of the rules for such services. All the materials would be paid for in full by the client. Ma, solely concerned with his pet's health, assured him that was no problem. Once the materials arrived, Georgia took them and the rat to the treatment room. There, he prepared a pot over the stove, and for dramatic effect held a butcher's knife over the rat. Horrified, Chuan and Ma stepped back, only for GA to plop the rat into the pot. Ma lunged forward in panic, but GA, laughing, assured him it wasn't stew or soup at all. It was a medicinal bath, and the heat from the stove would help the rat absorb the nutrients. 10 minutes later, the pot's lid exploded off as a purple blur shot out, tearing through the room. Thanks to GA's method, the conflicting mutations had harmonized, and the rat had evolved into a perfect quality lightning blood rat, a monster with dual attributes. GA informed Ma that with a little training, the rat could even become a litter-level monster. Overjoyed, Ma thanked GA profusely. Once the fees were settled, he asked to make another appointment for a different monster the next day. Unfortunately for him, Georgia had classes tomorrow, so he couldn't help. Curious, Ma asked what class he was taking, considering GA was already such an impressive monster trainer. GA calmly replied that he was a third-year high school student, then walked away. Both Chuan and Mei were left rooted in place, shivering at just how capable GA was, even as a student. Later, Tang was seen in her apartment, fiddling with a small golden crystal core of high quality. Turning to her personal monster, she instructed it to deliver the item to GA. The creature crawled across the outside wall and silently dropped the crystal core through GA's apartment window. Coincidentally, or perhaps intentionally, the core landed right in front of Dazi. Curious, Dazi crawled over and, without caution or concern for safety, chomped down on the crystal core like it was the tastiest thing he'd ever seen. Instantly, he began shivering violently in agony. Dumby watched from behind, terrified for his sibling. Meanwhile, Georgia was returning to his apartment after shopping for his monsters. With 15 pounds of cedar pine needles, he could feed Dumby for a solid month. Since Dumby had only just evolved to elite quality, Georgia planned to wait before attempting the next promotion. On the other hand, Dazi's promotion was a concern. He needed the crystal cores to promote him, which probably wouldn't be an option for a while. However, Georgia was in for a surprise. As he neared his apartment, he felt a sudden sense of distress through the telepathic link with his monsters. Panicking, he dropped the groceries and sprinted back home, slamming the door open. "Dumby," he yelled, terrified. But the ape was fine. The distress signal had been triggered by Dazi, who lay on the floor writhing in pain, drooling and foaming at the mouth. As Gay watched, a system notification popped up. Explaining the situation, Dazi was evolving after consuming a large amount of blood and flesh from the lightning Vajra centipede, along with a monster crystal core. Shocked, Georgia could only wonder where Tang had gotten such an expensive material. Sure enough, she appeared in his doorway, holding the groceries he had dropped, proving she had been watching him all along. J.A. couldn't decide if the gesture was wholesome or creepy, leaning heavily toward creepy before turning to face her. Gong was baffled, asking why on earth she would do something like that without even consulting him first. She simply replied that he wouldn't have accepted it if she had asked beforehand. After placing down his groceries and nervously scolding him for being reckless, she scurried backward and rushed into her apartment, barely managing a goodbye. With her gone, Gao turned his attention to Dazi. He firmly smacked the centipede on the head, warning him not to eat just anything he came across in the future. Then, determined to prevent Dazi from suffering like he currently was, Gao began searching for a way to speed up Dazi's evolution. Fortunately for the centipede, the system provided exactly the information he needed. After rummaging through his possessions for a while, Gao finally found it, a medium-grade purple poison flower. By grinding it into a medicinal juice and feeding it to Dazi, the evolution could be completed. It almost felt too convenient, as if the plot demanded it. Sure enough, as soon as Gao blended the flower and fed it to Dazi, the centipede evolved instantly into an elite-quality purple-backed lightning centipede. Despite the successful evolution, the now much larger Dazi collapsed onto the floor, exhausted from the ordeal he had just endured. Seeing Dazi so tired, Dumbly grew concerned, but Gazi reassured him that Dazi was simply worn out and would recover soon. While Dazi rested, Gaozi fed dumbly the food he had prepared for him earlier. Later, Dazi awoke to find both his master and brother asleep on opposite sides of the couch. An idea sparked in his mind, and the centipede grabbed a blanket. Approaching the couch carefully, Tang, watching from the window, could only worry about what was coming next. Gao soon felt a blanket being draped over him, and to his surprise, Dazi wrapped himself around his master for a cuddle. The moment was so overwhelmingly cute that Gao could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, back at Chang in 3rd Senior High, the principal was in a heated argument with a government official over a pressing issue, the proposed reform of the school system. While the principal opposed putting students in harm's way, the official explained the necessity. In peacetime, people their age were considered children, but the looming war would force them to become the country's primary defensive force. Soon humanity's technology would no longer be enough to counter the vicious beasts mutating in the wilds. Unlike the monsters in the cities, these mutations were violent and battle-focused. If the system reforms were delayed, it would already be too late. Meanwhile, in class, Gao Peng found himself the center of everyone's attention. Initially confused, a friend explained that his exploits in the monster trainer exam had been reported in the newspaper, practically turning him into a celebrity. Blushing from the praise, Gao accepted the attention graciously. His friend then asked for a small favor which Gao instantly refused, either because they were really good friends, or because he simply didn't negotiate. Before the situation could escalate, head teacher Meringue appeared behind him. With a rolled-up paper in hand, she called for the students to settle down and made an important announcement. From now on, schools around the world were undergoing urgent reforms. The second year of high school and above would include a new course on monsters, and a special recruitment channel for the military would be established. Top students could be directly recruited into the military, and military coaches would arrive soon. Anyone interested in joining as a special student was to see her after class. As chaos settled among the students discussing this news, Miss Meringue asked to speak with Gao Peng privately. In the hallway, she began by congratulating him on his achievements in the monster trainer exam, noting that even the principal had praised him by name. She wanted him to represent the school as a freshman for the incoming students from 7th High. Sweating bullets, Gao declined, explaining that such a high-profile task was far beyond his comfort zone. In fact, he planned to apply as one of the special students for military training. Concerned, Miss Meringue questioned why he would choose such a dangerous path despite his exceptional grades and intermediate monster trainer certification. He could easily secure a prestigious job or enter a top academy. Clenching his fists, Gao explained that the conventional path was too slow for him. He wanted to grow stronger quickly through actual combat training, and he could take both exams simultaneously. Smiling at her determined student, Miss Meringue expressed her respect for his decision but hoped he would consider her advice. In moments like these, the presence of a caring, wholesome teacher reminded everyone just how rare such guidance was. Later that afternoon, all the special students gathered in the schoolyard to meet the military coaches. While waiting, Gao ran into his friend from earlier, Tan Changjin, and the two quickly ended up in a rather petty argument. It was still unclear whether they were truly good friends or just constantly clashing. At that moment, an armored tank rolled into the yard. A colonel, the commanding officer, stepped forward and took position behind a podium. He began by congratulating the students for having the courage to show up, but immediately followed with a harsh reality check. He told them that most of them did not have what it took to become imperial ambassadors, and warned them of the humiliation they would face when confronted with true monsters in the wild. The students erupted with angry and offended complaints, but the colonel offered to show them firsthand. His subordinates brought forth a giant muscular white hound with glowing red eyes, a terrifying sight. Colonel Chen, taking the wolf's leash in his own hands, ordered his soldiers to set up a 10-centimeter thick 3-type armor plate for a demonstration. Once everything was ready, he crouched to the wolf's level and commanded it to attack. Before he could even finish speaking, the hound dashed toward the target at insane speed and ripped the armor plate to shreds. The students were stunned, their previous confidence shattered. From his position, Colonel Chen called out, explaining that this was the power of a trained beast, and that the monsters they would face in the future would be equal or even stronger. He then gave them a final chance to back out. Heads bowed in shame. Dozens of students walked away. Yet Colonel Chen's expression softened as he assured them that choosing to leave was not wrong. Studying was an honorable path as long as it was pursued sincerely. Among the students who remained, however, his demeanor changed. With a fierce, almost demonic smile, he warned that anyone leaving now would be counted as a deserter. Later that day, Gao Peng returned home after an exhausting first day of training under the colonel. According to him, 1,200 students would be eliminated from enrollment across the city's institutes within just a month, a staggering rate. As he looked around, Gao realized that all the cedar pine needles he had bought for Dumbly were gone. After searching the fridge thoroughly, he found only a single needle remaining. Turning to his monsters, he demanded an explanation. Dazi gleefully admitted that he had eaten them all while Gao was away. Gao scolded Dumbly gently, but the poor ape was already too ashamed to respond. Instead, Gao reminded him to speak first before eating next time. Sitting down, he reviewed the consumption rates of both his monsters. Dumbly needed 600 pounds of cedar pine needles to evolve again, and he was getting close. The faster he consumed them, the sooner they could move on to the next evolution. After evolving though, he would require even more valuable materials, a real headache in terms of both resources and money. As for Dazi, he needed 200 pounds of lightning flower fruit to reach perfect quality. It was still an expensive resource, and post-evolution, he would face the same challenge as Dumbly. Raising a family of monsters, Gao realized, was far from easy. The next day at school, Gao arrived to a worrying scene. Students were struggling to control the monsters they had brought with them. The most concerning was a giant pig, so massive that it blocked the entire entrance of the building. Struggling to control the monsters they had brought with them. The most concerning was a giant pig, so massive that it blocked the entire entrance of the building. One of the military coaches approached with his Jiarai wolf, similar to the one Colonel Chen had commanded before. Assessing the situation, the coach let out a terrifying growl and commanded the wolf to act. The wolf intimidated the pig, forcing it out of the way and clearing the entrance. The coach then calmly informed the students that the show was over and it was time to begin proper training. In the schoolyard, the first real lesson began. The coach explained that the most important aspect of being an Imperial ambassador was forming a strong bond with their beasts. Without it, no amount of skill or strategy would make the monsters obey commands. He used his own silver moon wolf as an example. By providing its favorite food, exercising with it, and spending quality time together, the bond between them had grown strong. As a result, the wolf listened to his commands willingly. The coach emphasized that developing each monster's combat abilities was equally crucial, and that nurturing the connection between trainer and beast was the foundation for survival and success. Yesterday, the students had witnessed Colonel Chen's wolf smash an armor plate with just its tail. Yet, as impressive as that feat was, it was not even the wolf's true strength. The Silver Moon wolf had become strong through months of systematic training. Similarly, another coach's wolf displayed an extraordinarily powerful bite force, demonstrating that every beast had unique abilities to be honed. The coach explained that beasts were currently classified into 5 categories: attackers, defenders, supporters, healers, and field controllers. In reality, many species specialized in multiple categories, meaning that students needed to train their monsters to be at least capable in all areas. For initial training, they could use the materials shipped to the school to train by force. Gao, however, decided to focus on Dazi's defensive capabilities first. The art of body transfer allowed the centipede to absorb damage directed at Gao, making it his most important asset at present. As he considered how to strengthen this ability, Gao remembered reading about a species called fierce fist apes. Born with low defense, these apes were trained from birth to hit tree trunks with their own bodies. Over time, they progressed to rocks and then mountains, naturally hardening their bodies and forming thick calluses, effectively creating their own armor. Inspired by this method, Gao prepared to use a similar approach with Dazi. Pulling a massive hammer from one of the resource crates, he attempted to crush the napping centipede. Naturally, Dazi took off running, forcing Gao to chase him. When he finally caught up, he nearly dislocated his arm from the hammer's weight, realizing that perhaps Dazi wasn't the only one who needed training. A week later, Gao woke to the sound of Dazi smashing down his door, demanding breakfast immediately. Stepping out, he told the centipede to calm down and began cooking. Reflecting on the past week, Gao had to admit that the training had made both him and Dazi stronger and faster. Even Dazi had grown to level 10. Still, the intense training had taken a toll on his body and his wallet. Suddenly his phone rang. Eager to help, Dumbly picked it up and held it to Gao. On the other end was Lu Senin, the general manager of Blue Shield Security Company, a name Gao had never heard before. Curious, he listened as General Lu explained that he had an opportunity that could greatly benefit Gao and asked if they could meet in person. Despite having recently passed the monster trainer exam, landed a part-time consultant role at his older sister's company, and undergoing intense training to become an Imperial ambassador, that night, he pondered the costs of feeding and evolving his monsters, and the next day he went to the Fune studio for the meeting. At the studio, Gao was greeted by Quan Quan and then introduced to Mr. Lu. Getting straight to business, Lu asked Gao to work as a monster trainer consultant for his company. Skeptical, Gao insisted they sit down and discuss terms first. He asked why they would want him when there were senior trainers in Chang'an City, not to mention other intermediate trainers. Lu, however, explained that he was looking for an up-and-coming talent like Gao, confident that his potential made him the best choice. Satisfied, Gao set his conditions. He would only work weekends, with exceptions for emergencies, and he would not sign any exclusivity contract. To his surprise, his terms were accepted almost instantly, and a contract was handed over. Gao could only wonder who owned the company to make such a generous offer without hesitation. Soon after, Quan informed Gao that Mr. Ma, who had an appointment with him, was waiting outside. Mr. Ma introduced his request. He had a level 3 plant-based beast, a flower demon which he wanted to evolve and enter into the Flower King competition in half a month. Gao was shocked that such a rare and majestic beast would be treated like a participant in a beauty pageant, but decided not to question it. May explained that this was his second beast, and he wished to provide it with the best possible life. Gao charged him the usual fee, triple the market value for such a service, and after obtaining the necessary ingredients from the store, he began the evolution process. After a short nerve-wracking wait, May and Quan returned to find that the flower demon had evolved into a regal level 4 beast, sitting confidently as if aware of its own majesty. May beamed with joy at the success. Gao Peng felt satisfied with the results, and Quan, flustered and blushing, watched the display in quiet admiration. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a young lady listened disdainfully as others around her displayed their casual attitude toward life. She, however, had a single goal in mind, and was determined to do whatever it took to find a specific person. Back at the Cheney material shop, Gao Peng arrived to pick up his usual order of 30 pounds of cedar pine needles for Dumbly. Unfortunately, the store owner informed him that a shortage had occurred due to an infestation of villain spiders, which had appeared out of nowhere in the Black Ember Forest of Chan'an City. These spiders had destroyed crops and herbs, and were even devouring other monsters in the area. Filthy insects, Gao muttered, hungrier than me on a cheat day. As he left the store, Gao thought about recent events, the collaboration between the college and the military, the security company eager to recruit him, and now this outbreak. It seemed clear that something major was about to unfold. Just then his phone rang. It was Lu Sinan, summoning Gao to the Blue Shield Security Company building. Upon arriving, Gao learned that the new spiders, designated as brutal GY spiders, were attacking multiple resource sites in large numbers. To counter this, the government had mobilized several security companies and organizations to investigate and learn their weaknesses. Lu needed Gao to assist in strengthening their Imperial Beast reserves, noting that even reinforcing a few Devil Mantis would be a great boon. Gao was led to a floor housing about 100 Devil Mantis, and asked to put his best effort into selecting and training them. As he studied the mantises, Lu and a junior colleague discussed Gao's skill level, hoping it lived up to the high praise they had heard, as they were risking a lot relying on him. Just 10 minutes later, Gao had chosen the 10 most powerful mantises and requested they be separated into a lab, along with a list of resources for each. Lu was elated, seeing clear proof that Gao was indeed as impressive as promised, perhaps even more so. A little while later, before the day had ended, Gao had perfectly evolved the mantises into leader level 4 winged jade mantises. Lu's joy confirmed that recruiting Gao had been a remarkable decision. Meanwhile, at the training grounds where the colonel's team oversaw the students, Gao praised Dazi for his latest improvements in combat ability, while keeping an eye on classmates who had already begun slacking off. At that moment, a girl named Mutant approached him. Standing tall, she complimented Gao on how well he had trained Dazi and explained her purpose. With team battles scheduled for later stages of training, she wanted to form a partnership with him, seeing him as the only student as serious as she was. To demonstrate her strength, Mutant summoned her beast, Lotus Seed, a massive seal rhino with incredible defense, and one of only 2 elite quality beasts. Despite the rhino's extreme timidity, Gao recognized its potential as a tank. With Dazi improving his offensive capabilities, the rhino would perfectly round out their formation. Seeing that Gao accepted, Mutant was ecstatic and celebrated with a monstrous handshake that rattled him to his core. Outside, security teams had arrived at the Black Ember Forest to tackle the spider infestation. Manager Lu faced off against Captain Mu, a fierce rival, and after bickering, they approved a suppression shot into the forest. However, the Devil Mantis under Lu's supervision began acting terrified. Moments later, the reason became clear. A giant white-furred red-horned ape burst from the forest. This Lord-level monster, the true ruler of the Black Ember Forest, wreaked havoc on the Allied forces. Civilian members fled, but the military forces maintained their composure, deploying a golden killer beast, a giant bird monster with flaming breath, to force the ape back. Once the ape retreated, the security forces regrouped. A military officer instructed Lu to quickly gather his team, despite complaints about the need for civilian organizations. The superior officer reminded them that in the changing world, even civilians needed experiences like this to grow and prepare for an uncertain future. Later, a team of women worked through elite-class monsters inside a cave to conserve their beast's strength. Their leader arranged defensive beasts at the front, supporters in the center, and attackers on each flank. As they advanced, they eventually heard the sounds of fighting deeper within the cave. Rushing forward, they reached a high ledge that gave them an aerial view of the battle. Below, security forces were locked in combat with a mother spider that was birthing countless pests. Yet, this was only a hint of the true threat that awaited. The mother spider, despite her size, was a weak fighter for her class. Lu immediately led the charge against her, ordering long-range attackers to focus on her eyes while everyone else targeted the legs. However, the team quickly ran into a problem. The spider's eyes were shielded. Well, that's just downright inconvenient, Lu muttered under his breath. On the battlefield, the captain of the female squad held her position, even as her comrades urged her to descend and assist. Something about the mother spider felt off to her, though she could not pinpoint exactly what. Finally, when the eye shield was broken, Lu commanded a full-force assault. But as the team began inflicting damage, the spider let out a shrill, piercing shriek that incapacitated everyone on the field. Observing the spider's aura, Lu realized the truth. The mother spider was evolving into a Lord-rank peak monster, and their attack had interrupted the evolutionary process. The only option now was to retreat. For once, the military and security teams made the realistic decision to flee. Roughly 3 hours after the initial forces entered the cave, the teams outside began to grow anxious. Suddenly they spotted a beast racing toward them. The military officer immediately went on guard, signaling all troops to prepare for battle. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The approaching creature was a devil mantis with manager Lu riding atop it. After landing and catching his breath, Lu grabbed the nearest government official in frustration, demanding to know why they had sent his team into what was no ordinary low-level spider. It was a devil spider evolving into a Lord-rank monster. The military officer separated the two and asked Lu to explain. Lu recounted the disastrous events. The mother spider's mid-evolution power had decimated their forces, and even their best beasts had been lost inside the cave. As if that weren't enough, several subordinates were missing. Turning to the government officials, the officer demanded to know why the spider had been misreported as a low-combat power creature. They lied, came the predictable answer. Thankfully, one of Lu's men had returned, explaining that they had been scattered while fleeing. The officers discussed how a larger, better-prepared force could have captured the spider as a trained asset. Now, they would have to wait for nature to take its course. The leader beast of the Black Ember Forest, the giant ape, would have to handle the mother spider in due time. Back at the academy, Gao Peng was showing tremendous growth with Dazi. Thinking of the forest expedition Lu had undertaken with the Allied forces, Gao worried about how the increasing demand for hunting was inflating monster corpse prices. To keep up, he needed to advance his monsters to leader rank and earn his senior monster trainer certificate. Meanwhile, Dazi continued training. Mutant offered Gao a guidebook she had made to study their beast's abilities, mostly over-enthusiastic notes, but she had the right spirit. An announcement soon interrupted their session. The first phase of training had ended, and slackers were to be expelled. True to form, students who had shown little dedication were sent out despite protests. The second phase, practical training, was about to begin. Students were to form groups of 5. 2 particularly competitive students immediately moved toward Gao and Mutant, claiming them as teammates. As groups familiarized themselves, Instructor Zhang Renai approached Gao's team. He would oversee their practical training, and his first lesson promised to be brutal. Zhang presented a terrifying level 9 steel pig, resembling a mammoth. Gao, Mutant, and their new teammates shared a common fear of the beast, and when they requested a different monster, Zhang offered a seemingly innocent hyena. Gao, however, recognized it as a level 10 elite bloodhound, poison immune and far more dangerous than the pig. To protect Dazi from disadvantage, Gao volunteered to take the pig first. As the cage opened, the steel pig charged furiously. Gao remained calm, commanding Dazi forward. The centipede maneuvered around the pig's legs and climbed onto its back, snapping viciously at the mammoth-like creature. The pig managed to throw Dazi off, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. Gao's new teammates showed varying degrees of concern, but it was unnecessary. Even as the pig attacked, Dazi was already asserting control, injecting it with poison. The more violently the pig fought, the more the poison spread. Before long, the steel pig collapsed, and Zhang Renai observed the blue tinge on its face, clear evidence of poisoning. He praised Gao for Dazi's training but cautioned him not to rely too heavily on poison. Overdependence could cripple Dazi against poison-immune foes. Instructor Zhang also took note of how Gao Peng was raising Dazi, more like a loyal companion than a combat tool. That centipede and him could be best friends for life, he muttered to himself. Next up was the skinny guide. He didn't even have a proper name yet, so they just called him Sweater Vest. After some bickering with the fat guide, Sweater Vest sent his yellow-tailed scorpion to face the steel pig. The pig was still poisoned from Dazi's earlier attack. Using its poison needle, the scorpion managed to bring the pig down, but in the process, the scorpion also collapsed. The combination of the pig's residual poison and the effects of Dazi's attack had knocked it out. Meanwhile, the fat guide's beast fared no better. In fact, it had developed a strange attachment to the pig's unconscious body. The fat guide sighed as he tried to heal his creature, while Sweater Vest worked on reviving his own scorpion. Gao and Mutant shared a conversation amidst the chaos. While instructor Zhang facepalmed at the absurd scene. Leading this team is going to be a nightmare, he thought. Back at Gao Peng's apartment, Dumby was perched in front of the fridge, constantly opening it and searching for food as if it would magically appear. Gao usually stopped him, but the little ape was just too silly and cute to interfere with. Just then, Gao's phone rang. The number belonged to the Monster Hunting Association. Curious, he answered, expecting Yingyu to call about the cedar pine needles. Instead, an automated message informed him that the task he posted had been completed, and that the items would be arriving at the pickup location at the scheduled time. Gao was thrilled. He quickly sped out of his apartment, worrying that if this kept up, he might need to find Dumby an alternative evolutionary route. As Gao collected his parcel from the delivery robot, a group of sketchy individuals watched from the shadows. They had followed the cedar pine needle shipment all the way from the association's warehouse, intending to rob whoever was buying such expensive materials. One thug hesitated, but their leader shut him up, and promptly knocked him out as an example. Later that night, the three thugs sneaked into Gao's building. They wondered why someone so rich lived in such a rundown neighborhood. As they tried to break into his apartment, a neighbor, Tong Tong, opened her door to investigate the noise. The thugs stammered excuses, but the leader saw an opportunity, grabbed Tong Tong, and forced his way inside with his men. Surprisingly, she seemed calm and accommodating. Then her entire aura shifted. "The soundproof walls will keep your noise in," she said, as a terrifying silhouette appeared behind her. Her beast, a chameleon, readied itself for battle. The thugs were immediately terrified. The leader regained his composure and rushed Tong Tong with a knife, only for her to effortlessly knock it away. One thug sent forward his hedgehog pet to assist, but the chameleon instantly devoured it. The thugs could do nothing but cry out in horror. Before the chaos could escalate further, the leader unleashed a bullet rat at Tong Tong and her beast. To his shock, she remained completely unharmed, save for a slightly tattered dress. In a single instant, her expression shifted to pure death itself. Next door, Gao Peng groaned at the noise. "Guess that soundproofing thing was a lie," he muttered. Meanwhile, Tong Tong called someone named Old Chi, instructing him to have the thugs picked up and sent to work at the border. The following day, Gao and his team continued practical training. Dazi was exhausted from trying to break through a water bear bug's defenses. Even Sweater Vest and Fatso's beasts were down for the count. This creature had evolved to survive extreme conditions, and Gao considered it as a potential third beast. However, he realized its abilities did not synergize with Dazi and Dumby. A long-range healing or flying-type beast would complement his current team far better. He noticed that Mutant and her steel rhino were showing significant improvement. Her beast's timidity noticeably reduced. Just then, Manager Lu called, suspiciously flattering Gao and inviting him to meet some of his friends. Considering the recent losses from the Black Ember Forest, Gao decided to go. After school, Lu picked Gao up at the gates and revealed that his daughter was actually Gao's classmate. He asked Gao to assist her with her beast if he had time. Gao noted that her beast was a rare cat type, and told her she could visit the studio on weekends, making her extremely happy. When they dropped her off at home, Gao grew suspicious of Lu's intentions. "Who exactly are these friends?" he asked. Lu simply smiled and replied, "You will know when you meet them." Eventually, Gao and Lu arrived at a restaurant with a beautifully landscaped garden. Gao immediately noticed the subtle mastery of both northern and southern garden styles. It was clear the venue was made for distinguished guests. Inside the private room, Gao was introduced to some serious big shots. Captain Song Si of the Firefly hunting team, Captain Django of the Skyar Hunters, and several other NPCs. They immediately looked down on him, as if a child had been invited to dine with adults. Manager Lu acted as the mediator, trying to get the dinner started despite the condescending stares and doubt from the other captains. At the dinner, Django noticed Gao's displeased expression and immediately pressed him on it. Before the tension could escalate, Captain Song stepped in to scold Django for bullying a student. Manager Lu quickly interjected as well, claiming he hadn't properly scheduled this meeting with Gao, which was why the boy wasn't expecting it. The excuse worked well enough for Django to back down, at least for the moment. But things soon shifted in a different, equally frustrating direction. Django commented on how difficult Gao was to get in touch with and suggested that Gao could do him a favor someday, given his skills. The other guests quickly jumped on the bandwagon, one after another, making it clear this was no ordinary dinner. Gao realized the truth. This was not a friendly gathering, but a ploy to exploit his abilities. After all the value he had created for Lu, this was how he was repaid. As the meal continued, Django pushed further, bringing up the rumors of Gao's exceptional skill. Gao answered modestly, saying anyone could visit his company for a consultation. That only made matters worse. Django insisted that since they were all friends, Gao should provide his services outside of company dealings. The others eagerly agreed, voicing thinly veiled demands. Fed up, Gao stood and walked out. The group followed him into the hall, where Lu apologized and offered him a ride. Gao declined, saying he had already booked a car, and left without sparing a glance at the so-called captains. Once Gao was gone, Jiangu lingered behind. It turned out the entire setup had been orchestrated by Lu, whose aim was to sour Gao against other organizations and bind him more tightly to Blue Shield. Jiangu had played along because he owed Lu a debt. Even so, as he returned to the table, Jiangu couldn't help but reflect Lu truly lived up to his title of Old Fox. That night, back in his apartment, Gao tried to relax by watching the news. A report covered the Blue Devil genetic liquid, a new product from the John Bang Group, marketed as a wonder drug for beasts. It had turned into a disaster. The formula contained toxic ingredients that caused dangerous mutations and injuries, leading to a nationwide recall. As the broadcast continued, Gao's phone rang. It was Lu Sunlin. After a pause, Gao answered. As expected, Lu apologized for what happened at the restaurant, trying to take the blame himself. Gao said he wasn't too upset, but Lu continued flattering him, insisting that any disrespect to Gao was disrespect to himself. Gao cut him off mid-sentence and hung up. Standing in his apartment, Gao felt frustrated. He didn't blame others for trying to manipulate him. That was human nature. What angered him was his own lack of strength. If he were stronger, he could simply dismiss such people. For now, he resolved to play by the rules until the day he could act on his own terms. The news shifted to the latest Dog King competition. The champion was a 21-year-old who had raised his wolf beast to level 39, reaching the leader rank. It was a stark reminder of how far Gao still had to go. That weekend, Gao was in his studio, preparing a concoction for Dumby. After finishing the brew, he handed the ape a test tube and instructed him to drink. The mixture looked disgusting, but Dumby obediently swallowed it. At that very moment, Jia Yu Lu's daughter arrived at the studio with two friends. They chatted outside, commenting on the lack of customers and Gao's rumored high prices. But before they could step inside, an overwhelming aura washed over them, suffocating in its intensity. Inside the studio, Dumby had evolved again. He had transformed into a level 16 perfect quality skeleton dead ape, with a new acquired trait, Blood Silk Heart. The ability passively strengthened him, and when activated, allowed him to manipulate his heartbeat to devastating effect. The evolution was impressive, but Gao immediately noticed a problem. Dumby's size had grown enormous. When Gao opened the door to fetch Quan Quan for help, he found Jia Yu and her friends standing outside. For a moment he suspected Lu had sent her to gauge his mood. But Jia Yu's casual attitude proved she knew nothing of the recent incident. Gao treated her kindly as a friendly acquaintance. When she requested his help evolving her beast, he explained the price and rules, then offered to cover the material costs himself out of respect for her father. Her beast, a timid cat, reacted poorly to Dumby's presence, cowering in fear until Jia Yu called to it. Then, in a bizarre display, the cat leapt straight into her chest with a mischievous grin. Gao raised an eyebrow at the strangely perverse behavior, but let it pass. Meanwhile, his attention shifted to the pet of Jia Yu's friend, a floating jellyfish-like creature. She explained that it was harmless, but carried a unique spatial storage ability, essentially a living bottomless wallet. Gao immediately recognized the immense potential of such a beast. When she mentioned they were sold at Wuku Square's Commercial Street, Gao knew at once what his third beast would be.
Gao arrived at Wuku Square, where vendors were busy selling jellyfish. The crowd around him was fascinated by the strange floating creatures. Unlike the others, Gao had a very specific request. He asked to see all of the floating jellyfish, so he could personally pick one. One of the salesmen, intrigued by his persistence, led him into a hidden room where their full stock was kept. There, the vendor explained that floating jellyfish were originally born from a mutation caused by the Space Force at the beginning of the Great Catastrophe. Deep in the ocean, these creatures barely survived, nearly driven to extinction by predator monsters. Though they could float and even open small pocket dimensions, they were considered the weakest of the space-attributed monsters. Gao confirmed this himself by checking their status windows. Every jellyfish was weak, sitting flatly at level 1, except for one. This specimen, far more active than the rest, immediately caught his attention. The salesman, noticing Gao's interest, tried to scam him by setting the price at 100 credits. But Gao quickly countered with 50. To his disappointment, the salesman agreed instantly, which meant he had still paid far more than the creature was worth. Nonetheless, Gao had secured his prize, a jellyfish with dual affinities for space and wind, and of elite-level quality. He decided to name the little creature Silly. When Gao returned home, he proudly introduced Silly to Dai. To his surprise, Dai stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door in jealousy. Unwilling to tolerate such behavior, Gao lured him out with the promise of his favorite treat, only to give him a firm scolding once he appeared. With Dai subdued, Gao turned to his next task, forming a contract with Silly. Inside Silly's mental plane, Gao discovered that it was even smaller than Dai's had been at the beginning. The jellyfish's state was restless and unstable, making Gao feel as though he was bullying the poor creature. Instead of forcing the process, he decided to spend time bonding with Silly first, so it would naturally grow attached and lower its guard. His first idea: take Silly to school the next day. The following morning, Gao appeared at training with Silly perched on his head like a bizarre hat. His classmates, Mui and the others, were stunned. Even passers-by laughed at his odd appearance. To demonstrate Silly's usefulness, Gao pulled a chilled water bottle out of the creature's spatial storage and offered it to Mui. Still distracted by what was sitting on his head, she refused. After he explained, Mui asked whether he had seen the monster assigned for today's training, a massive purple-gold scorpion with a fearsome presence. As usual, Mu assumed Gao would be the first to challenge it. Other students grumbled at this, complaining he always gained bonus points by going first. But Gao, to their surprise, announced that it wouldn't be fair for him to take the first turn every time. He would let someone else go. Seizing the chance, a young man stepped forward with his pet beast, a giant chicken with a rainbow-colored tail. Gao recognized it immediately, a chicken dragon, the only other elite-level beast present besides Dai, though it was only of normal quality. Instructor Zhang signaled for the match to begin. Almost instantly, the scorpion struck, piercing the chicken dragon with its tail. Luckily, Zhang explained that this particular scorpion wasn't poisonous, and the wound was shallow. The chicken dragon retaliated fiercely, pecking the scorpion and driving it back. But Gao's sharp eyes caught something alarming. The scorpion recovered quickly, clamping down with its pincers and crushing the chicken dragon's eggs. The painful blow sent shockwaves through every male watching, who instinctively grabbed themselves in sympathy. The chicken dragon collapsed, defeated. Before the scorpion could continue, Instructor Zhang's wolf stepped in, intimidating the beast and ending the battle. The chicken dragon, humiliated, fled the arena, with its master chasing after it. Turning to the other students, Zhang addressed their earlier complaints about Gao always going first. "Do you still think I favor him over more capable people?" he asked. Their silence was answer enough. They now understood why Gao, with his skills and grades, had earned his place at the front. At Instructor Zhang's questioning look, Gao stepped forward, still wearing his goofy jellyfish hat, and sent Dai into the cage to face the scorpion. The giant centipede rose into a vertical stance, towering over its opponent as the battle began. From outside, Mu discussed the strengths of both beasts with Gao. She pointed out how dangerous the scorpion was, likely still holding back its true strength. Gao agreed, but he placed his faith in Dai and all the training they had done together. The match opened with the scorpion's relentless strikes. Dai deftly evaded every attack, moving with practiced precision as Mu cheered him on. Off to the side, even Silly, the jellyfish, seemed to be watching in admiration, as if it had a little crush on Dai. Finally, the scorpion nearly landed a pincer strike, but Dai dodged at the last second and countered with a crushing body slam. The force sent the scorpion hurling to the ground. Without hesitation, Dai coiled its body tightly around the enemy, trapping it completely. Gao and Silly both smiled as they watched the clear victory. Mu burst with excitement, praising both Dai's power and Gao's composure. She believed Gao had remained calm out of confidence. Gao, of course, played along, maintaining his dignity, though the truth was that his heart had been pounding in sheer terror. From behind, Instructor Zhang called out, telling Gao to recall his beast immediately. There would be many monsters needed for training, and if Dai ate this one, Gao would have to pay for reimbursement. Sure enough, Dai was already chomping into the scorpion's hide. Several students looked on in fear, whispering that Dai was too savage and uncontrollable. At a single whistle, Dai instantly obeyed, slithering back to Gao and scaring away anyone in his path. Gao calmly wiped the blood from Dai's body with a handkerchief, gently reminding him not to eat anything recklessly. He warned that it could upset his stomach, and told him to stick to insect-type beasts since they were both nutritious and safe. Even Silly floated close, doing its part to help clean Dai off. The scene was almost adorable, at least to Gao. Unfortunately, Gao's words only fueled the other students' anger. They accused him of being cruel, claiming there should be limits. Mo tried to console him, but Gao didn't need it. He stood tall and addressed the class directly. He asked them whether monsters in the wild would ever show pity or hold back their cruelty. If their enemies fought without restraint, then they needed to fight just as viciously. Anyone unwilling to accept that reality might as well quit now. The students bristled at his words, but Instructor Zhang intervened, stating firmly that Gao wasn't wrong. Then, with everyone's attention, Zhang made an important announcement. Basic training was no longer enough. Starting tomorrow, they would begin a 1-week field training exercise. The registration fee was 5 credits. However, Zhang offered an alternative. Students could sign a contract with the military alliance, committing to 8 years of service. Admission to a military academy would reduce that time, since the 4 academy years would count toward the total. For students who had to complete 4 years of mandatory service anyway, the deal was appealing. But there was one more requirement. Each participant had to sign a death certificate. At a student's anxious question, Zhang clarified, while death wasn't guaranteed, if someone sustained a potentially fatal injury, they would be pulled from the training immediately. With the announcements complete, Mu approached Gao and asked if she could visit his company tomorrow. Gao smiled, agreeing with a fist bump, telling her he would be honored. The next day, a convoy of military vehicles rumbled through a rough road cutting across the dense forest. Inside one of them sat Gao, Mu, and several classmates. While most students gazed out at the mountains, the lush plant life, and the roaming beasts, Gao's mind was elsewhere. Earlier that morning, before leaving for training, Gao had knocked on Tong Tong's door but received no answer. She hadn't replied to any of his phone calls either. Realistically, he knew she was strong and capable of handling herself. Still, he couldn't help but worry. Was this tied to the secret she had never shared with him? His thoughts were cut short when the vehicle screeched to a halt, throwing several students forward in their seats. They had arrived at their destination. Once gathered together, the instructors explained the rules. Ahead lay a valley, cleared of all leader-level threats. Only normal and elite-level monsters remained inside. Each student had been issued a special watch with a positioning system and an emergency button. Their mission: survive inside the valley for 1 full week. Quitting midway would be counted as failure. When asked about supply points, the instructors mentioned scattered safe houses made of special steel, unbreakable to anything weaker than a leader-class monster. If a student managed to find one early, they could effectively camp out for the week. Finally, the gates opened. Students rushed inside with eager steps, eager to prove themselves. Unlike the others, Gao and Mu moved at a calm, steady pace, entering the valley side by side. As the training continued, Gao began observing the birds in the sky and the signs of various monster species living in the wild. Mutt, impressed, praised his sharp mentality, thinking he was already analyzing the environment while everyone else rushed ahead. But her admiration quickly collapsed when Gao casually admitted the truth. He was just waiting for the crowd to clear because it was too cramped with everyone around. Practical, yes, but not nearly as impressive as she thought. With the area less crowded, Gao and Mu picked up their packs and moved forward. Still, Gao couldn't shake a quiet unease. He was almost certain he had seen a figure watching them from the tree canopy just moments ago. As day 1 of field training unfolded, the pair explored deeper into the valley until they stumbled across a camouflaged safe house. Inside, they found a bunk bed and rations, enough to last the entire week if carefully stretched. Gao, however, scoffed at the idea. In his mind, anyone relying solely on dry rations might as well not be here. While he took stock of the supplies, Mu pulled out a full-body protective suit stored inside, designed to guard against mosquitoes and toxic insects. Gao couldn't help but stare before she advised him to wear one too. He declined, saying he'd rely on herbs and repellents instead. What he wanted was fresh meat, something more filling than stale rations. With the safe house secured, they decided to use it as their base. Calling on Lotus Seed in his full-sized form, Gao had the beast clear a path through the forest. Their first priority, he explained, was finding a source of water. While searching, Mu suddenly felt dizzy from a strange mix of fragrance and rot in the air. Gao quickly grabbed her forearm, signaling for silence. He pointed to a nearby tree and told her to have Lotus Seed ram into it. Confused, but trusting his judgment, Mu obeyed. Sure enough, a green tree snake fell from the branches. Gao explained that its flesh contained toxins only monsters could normally digest, but because of his damage transfer contract with Dai, Gao realized he could eat the snake safely. Dai would absorb the poison. The thought of delicious snake meat immediately filled his mind. Just then, Mu called out. She had discovered a large freshwater pond nearby. Gao was thrilled at the find, but as he admired their new water source, he felt something wet on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a green frog floating at the edge of the water. It had spat on him. Disgusted, Gao decided to ignore it. Cleaning the pond was more important. But the frog spat on him again. This time, Gao's expression darkened. The smug little creature almost seemed to be smiling at him. Unable to resist, Gao spat right back at the frog's head. Childish as it was, he struck a triumphant pose, proud of his revenge, while Micah and Silly looked on in utter confusion. The victory was short-lived. The frog let out a shrill scream that echoed through the clearing. Within seconds, dozens of similar cries answered from every direction. Mo froze as Gao's horrified expression confirmed the truth. An entire army of frogs was closing in. Grabbing Mu's hand, Gao sprinted for the tree line as spit attacks rained down around them. Lotus Seed covered their retreat, giving them just enough time to escape that nightmare. When they finally reached safety, the two paused to catch their breath. Gao then reassessed their surroundings. To the north lay the frog-infested pond. To the west the gate they had entered through. To the south a dense forest, teeming with signs of massive beasts. And to the east, a wide slope leading into an open meadow with herbivore tracks. When Mu asked what they should do next, Gao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "It's time to cook," he declared. Mu could only stare in dread, realizing she had paired up with someone who had been cooking disasters since day one. While Gao rambled about pacing themselves and relaxing, Mu suggested they at least gather proper ingredients. Instead, Gao casually pulled out the snake corpse from earlier. Her expression went flat. To make matters worse, he then revealed several small vials of seasoning and herbs he had somehow brought along. When she asked why he had them, Gao simply replied, "One must always be prepared for wilderness survival." Unbeknownst to them, their every move along with those of the other students was being monitored through hidden CCTV cameras scattered across the valley. The lead officer here had taken a particular interest in Gao and his resourcefulness. Despite being only a student with little training, Gao had already shown impressive instincts. Because of this, Colonel Lee ordered a focused monitoring of Gao's actions, curious to see how far his potential could go. Meanwhile, Gao and Mu returned to their safe house, only to face a new problem. The building had been locked from the inside. Frustrated, Mu angrily banged on the door and shouted for the people inside to open it. But the only response they received was a cold dismissal, telling them to go somewhere else. Turning back to Gao, Mu admitted that they had no real claim to the place. Out here in the wilderness, such situations were common, and they could only count themselves unlucky to have run into such people. Gao calmly suggested that since it was just the two of them, they could camp outside. But before Mu could respond, the voices from inside called out again, telling them to hurry and leave before nightfall. Mu was furious, ready to lash out, but Gao held her back, reminding her it wasn't worth the anger. "Someone will teach them a lesson soon enough," he assured her. Accepting his words, Mu turned to move on, but to her surprise, Gao walked back to the safe house entrance. From his bag, he pulled out a chain and lock, quickly sealing the door shut to trap the squatters inside. When Mu questioned him, Gao explained that this lock was originally in the safe house. When they had first entered it, he had kept it in his bag, just in case it proved useful later. Plot armor or not, the timing was perfect. Gao chuckled at the instant karma he had delivered as they walked away. In the surveillance room, the military personnel erupted in laughter at his cleverness. Even Colonel Lel commented that Gao had potential, while another officer admitted he was already better than average. Still, they all agreed. His true test of survival would come when he entered Majel, a region crawling with dangerous monsters. Back with our pair, Gao and Mu searched for a new place to rest. With no caves nearby, they finally came across a tall, sturdy tree with a straight trunk and strong branches several meters above the ground. It was perfect for building a temporary shelter. With Lotus Seed's help, they constructed a makeshift bed of grass and leaves. Gao quickly fell asleep, followed by Doi and Lotus Seed. Mu, though still a little irritated, decided to go along with it, pulling out a blanket and lying down as well. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure was observing from a higher branch above. This figure, soon revealed as Tong Tong, quietly noted their lack of a campfire and night guard. Just as she was about to make a move, her eyes widened. She sensed something approaching. From the shadows, a dark shadow panther suddenly dashed through the trees, heading straight for Gao and Mu's position. The beast's presence was enough to shake the forest around them. Lotus Seed woke up immediately, his noise stirring Mu, who groggily asked what was happening. Gao shouted urgently for her to jump. Without hesitation, she leapt from the tree onto Lotus Seed's back, landing safely. When she turned to Gao, now beside her on the ground, he told her simply to look forward. There, she finally spotted the shadow panther, its eyes glowing with hunger, unsure of its strength. Mu asked whether they should fight or run, but Gao, thanks to the system, could clearly see the beast's level and grade. Running would only make them more vulnerable, provoking the panther to attack more fiercely. The panther lunged, aiming a fatal blow with its claws. In that instant, Gao called out to Dazi. The centipede leapt forward, intercepting the attack. Though the panther overpowered him at first, Dazi quickly unleashed his electric abilities, paralyzing the beast just long enough to bite deep into its flesh. Gao smiled, mentally praising Dazi's growth, but the panther, though injured, broke free and retreated, perching on a tree branch. Before they could catch their breath, an even greater threat revealed itself. From the shadows, an enormous green snake coiled around the same tree. In a terrifying instant, the giant serpent struck, swallowing the shadow panther whole in a single snap of its jaws. The sight was horrifying. Gao and Mu wasted no time, leaping onto Lotus Seed's back and fleeing at full speed. Thankfully, the giant snake didn't pursue. Watching from her hidden perch, Tong Tong sighed in relief. It was fortunate she hadn't needed to intervene, or else her cover would have been blown. Back in the surveillance room, alarms rang as the system flagged the mutant giant jungle anaconda. The soldiers immediately asked if they should prepare to eliminate it, but Commander Yu shook his head, explaining that the giant jungle anaconda was naturally gentle and rarely fought unless provoked. Even then, its offensive strength wasn't too high. This encounter, he said, could serve as another trial for the students. If they can't handle even this, it's better they quit early, he concluded. Colonel Lei agreed, but still ordered the Golden Condor team to remain on standby for an emergency rescue if things went wrong. The next morning, Gao woke up Mu and told her they would return to last night's campsite to investigate. Mu hesitated, still fearful of the giant anaconda, but Gao insisted that their lack of information was the very reason they needed to go back. Understanding a monster's abilities, he explained, was a vital part of being a trainer. In these changing times, staying stagnant would only make them weaker. Back at the site, their investigation paid off. Gao discovered something incredible hidden in the tree bark. Wood space heart. This rare material was a key ingredient for evolution, so elusive that many doubted it even existed. Realizing that the giant snake had grown so massive by feeding on it, Gao decided to seize the opportunity. For the remainder of the week-long camp, he traveled the valley collecting rare materials with his companions. On the 7th day, the trainees gathered at the entrance and were congratulated for completing the training. Colonel Lee announced that the next session would take place in 3 weeks, free for those who had joined this one. They were also given a 3-day holiday before classes resumed. While everyone celebrated, Gao checked his phone, only to see a grim headline. A locust swarm was devastating the north. The news revealed that each locust measured nearly 30 centimeters, and the swarm numbered in the billions. Director Fun of the Monster Breeders Association had discovered their weakness to fire, giving the military an edge. Still, the battle was grim, and Chang'an City's mood was heavy. As Gao watched, he received a call from Director Fun himself. After brief pleasantries, Fun explained that the military had sent a batch of voracious golden toads for evolution research, hoping to use them against the locusts. He invited Gao to assist in exchange for generous compensation. Gao immediately guessed their plan, and when Fun confirmed, he agreed, on the condition that he be paid with a commander-tier electric monster core crystal. The next day, Gao arrived at the association, shocking staff when Director Fun personally greeted him. Together, they descended to the basement, where the golden toads were kept. Gao noticed the fatigue under Fun's eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. On the 5th basement level, Fun introduced the research center and showed him the toads, descendants of horned frogs with terrifying jumping power and earth attributes. A worker brought skewers of grilled locusts, meant for feeding, but before anyone could stop him, Gao casually ate one himself, reviewing it like a gourmet critic. The nearest golden toad became furious at seeing its food stolen, only calming when Gao offered the skewer. In one swift motion, the toad swallowed not just the locust but the metal skewer too, its tongue and digestion proving incredibly strong. When Gao asked which aspects needed improvement, Fun replied, defense and digestion, though stronger offense would also be useful. He then showed Gao research results. The toads had high affinities with earth and fire. Gao compared this with an evolution path he knew, one involving fire orchid veins, and considered a modified formula. Using a cooking analogy, he explained evolution as a recipe, with toads as the main dish and materials as seasoning. Inspired, Fun suggested adding red-faced demon chili, and immediately ordered a batch to be fetched. Jen wasn't impressed by Gao's ridiculous cooking analogy, but to his credit, he didn't sabotage the experiment either. Respectable, in its own way. Following Gao's lead, Director Fun began refining the red-faced demon chili into an evolution solution, then injected it into a golden toad. Seconds later, the creature exploded. Undeterred, they adjusted the formula and tried again. Another attempt, Another explosion. By the third failed test, with 2 toads already dead, the researchers began doubting Gao's ability. At that moment, Gao quietly leaned toward Director Fun. Thanks to his system, he had known the proper path from the start, but revealing that would be too suspicious. Instead, he suggested one final adjustment: add black soft soil as a second main ingredient. Its damp yin nature would shield the toad's organs. Pair that with sparrow suava wood as a stabilizer, and the formula might finally balance out. Fun hesitated, but Gao's logic was airtight. After extensive testing, the lab technicians confirmed the formula's potential. With everything ready, Gao personally injected the new solution into a frail toad. The reaction filled the room with thick smoke, forcing him outside. Alone in the hallway, Gao sighed in relief. He hoped his knowledge hadn't seemed unnatural. To outsiders, this success had to appear as Director Fun's discovery, not his own secret advantage. Moments later, red smoke began pouring out of the lab. Gao re-entered to find cheering researchers and Director Fun celebrating. The experiment had worked. The golden toad had successfully evolved, but not without costs. Its earth attribute was gone, its muscles corroded, and its jumping ability diminished. The toad's offensive power had improved, yet its evolutionary potential was crippled. Gains and losses intertwined. Meanwhile, far to the north of Chang'an City, the military was locked in battle against the monstrous locust swarm. White phosphorus bombs tore through their ranks at first, but the locusts retaliated with a devastating sandstorm, nullifying the attacks. Soldiers marched forward with firearms, determined not to let civilians fall. Then came an unexpected turn. A swarm of massive crimson toads appeared, releasing a strange red mist. They petrified countless locusts mid-flight, halting the sandstorm itself. Soldiers watched in awe as the toads unleashed beams of searing red light, incinerating hundreds of locusts at once. Relief swept across the battlefield. The toads had turned the tide. Whoever had made this possible was a hero in their eyes. Back in Chang'an, the gratitude took form. A military convoy pulled up at Gao's apartment, soldiers marching in perfect formation to his floor. Neighbors watched wide-eyed as the platoon leader from the northern battle personally presented Gao with the promised commander-tier crystal core. Speaking with deep sincerity, the leader thanked him on behalf of his comrades. Soldiers did not fear death, he said, only dying without purpose. Thanks to Gao's work, their sacrifices had not been in vain. Those words struck deeply. For once, Gao found himself reconsidering his path. Perhaps it wasn't enough to quietly benefit from the system. Perhaps he should embrace more research, more experiments, anything that could help the front lines. Sensing his heavy mood, Dazi crawled over and hugged him tightly, a simple gesture that lifted Gao's spirits. But Gao hadn't forgotten his next goal. Using the crystal core he had earned, he prepared a dark, foul-looking soup. Shadows covered his face as he set the bowl before Dazi and commanded softly, "Drink this." To Gao's surprise, Desi eagerly gulped it down, savoring the taste of what looked like poison. As soon as Gao lets him, Dazi's body begins to change. The spikes on his head extend, and he is suddenly engulfed in a golden light. For a moment it looks majestic, until Gao realizes he's actually being electrocuted. In an instant, Dazi collapses, fried by the energy. Seeing his brother unconscious, Dumby panics. He rushes to the fridge, grabs some centipede meatballs, Dazi's favorite treats, and tries to feed them to him. Of course, this doesn't work. The poor centipede is completely knocked out. Gao calmly reassures Dumby, telling him that Dazi will be fine. All they can do now is leave him alone to recover. In the meantime, Gao decides it's time to finally settle his contract with Silly. When he calls the jellyfish over, Silly floats away rebelliously, clearly unwilling. Luckily, a simple bribe of juice does the trick, and the jellyfish drifts back in an instant. Gao can only sigh in exasperation. Every one of his pets is a total food addict. While Silly celebrates his juice reward, Gao pricks his finger and lets a drop of blood make contact, pulling him into Silly's mental plane. The place is still fragile and faint, but better than before. This time, Silly is actually willing to approach him. All those juice bribes hadn't gone to waste after all. When Silly draws near, Gao promises to give him the strength to stop being afraid of everything. Unsurprisingly, the jellyfish protests loudly, declaring that he doesn't want power, only more juice. Gao lets out a helpless sigh, but agrees. If it's juice Silly wants, then juice it will be. Just like that, the contract is complete, and Silly becomes officially bound to him. The next morning, an elderly woman named Madame Chen is gently awakened by her parrot beast. Smiling softly, she thanks the parrot for staying by her side all these years. She reminisces about how, After her husband's death, the parrot was the only reason she could face each morning. But now, she feels her time has come. In her last moments, she sees her late husband's spirit reaching for her, their hands entwining with a promise to never be apart again. As she peacefully passes away, the loyal parrot rests its beak against her hand, mourning silently. At the same time, Gao is awakened by the painful moans of Dazi. Rushing to his side, he realizes what's happening. The centipede's teeth are changing, or rather, growing. It's painful, but it's a necessary step in his evolution. Gao gently cradles him, assuring Dazi that he doesn't need to be afraid, because this pain is part of growing stronger. After settling Dazi down, Gao summons Silly, who perches half-formed on his head. He pulls up the system interface and begins considering Silly's evolutionary path. The support route would grant Silly spatial and healing powers, while the attack route promises devastating offensive abilities. Gao admits to himself that choosing support feels a little disappointing, but the attack path is far too costly for now. With practicality in mind, he decides on the support evolution, planning to explore stronger options later once they have the means. Stepping outside his building, Gao notices a crowd gathered. Looking up, he sees a massive soul guardian beast flying overhead. From the murmurs around him, he learns that Madame Chen has passed away, and this beast is carrying her soul to the afterlife. But Gao's concern is different. He remembers that Madame Chen also had an uncontracted gray plate striped spider. With her gone, the creature is at risk of going feral. Without hesitation, Gao rushes to her apartment. Using his deep knowledge of monsters, he quickly locates the spider hiding in the corner of the roof. He summons Dazi, who coils protectively around him. Seeing the massive centipede, the frightened spider loses its grip and falls. Gao notices the pain and fear in its eyes. This spider is grieving. It misses its master. Without hesitation, he extends a hand and gently pets its head. Smiling warmly, he tells it that if it wants, it can come home with him. Later, Gao strolls through the neighborhood with Dazi and the gray plate-striped spider. Their presence sparks whispers among onlookers, but Gao ignores them. Instead, he reflects on the need for a tank-like familiar. It seems absurd to use a spider as a meat shield, yet he knows this species has an evolutionary path that could turn it into one. The required ingredients aren't even too rare. As he rides the elevator up to his studio, Gao can't shake the thought of forming a blood contract with the spider and rapidly strengthening it. Doing so would grant him a great surge of soul power. With the combined power of Dazi and Silly, contracting Dumby would become far easier. Still, he feels a sting of regret for promoting Dumby's grade too soon. It now makes gathering enough soul power for his advancement more difficult. Outside the Fa Peng familiar studio, Gao unexpectedly runs into Qin Chuan, but instead of her usual respectful address, she calls him Little Boss, a clear sign of her frustration. She informs him that there have been countless inquiries about his whereabouts. Gao, sensing her annoyance, quickly assures her that he has time to talk today. Though still irritated, Qin Chuan reluctantly accepts the list of ingredients he needs. As thanks, Gao promises to make her some milk tea later. Back in the laboratory, Gao establishes a blood contract with the gray plate spider, welcoming it into his home as a new companion. To prepare it for evolution, he brews a special potion that will transform the striped spider into a mighty gray armored spider. Drawing inspiration from the playful names of Silly and Dumby, he decides to call this one Stripey. Handing the potion over, Gao watches as Stripey writhes in pain. The soul transfer allows Gao to share a fraction of the agony, but he knows the creature is enduring much worse. Offering encouragement, Gao reminds Stripey that this pain will only make him stronger. Suddenly, Qin Chuan interrupts with news of a potential high-paying customer. Realizing he has another mouth to feed now, Gao quickly prepares to earn some money. He asks Qin Chuan to watch over Stripey's evolution while he steps away. He instructs her to pour the contents of a test tube into a container once the liquid changes to a lighter color. The customer turns out to be a man named Lushi, who greets Gao with admiration. Lushi explains that his herb garden was recently ravaged by gray devil spiders and is still under repair. Gao deduces he must be referring to the East City herb garden, which surprises Lushi. He didn't expect Gao to know about it. Lushi reveals that he once attended a military banquet where Director Chen praised Gao's role in the magma fire toad research, and since then he has held Gao in high regard. Lushi has come to Gao with a request. He wants him to evolve his familiar, an ebony N-hound. He explains that according to research, all dog-type monsters have the potential to follow this evolutionary path. With jet black fur, ebony N-hounds can vanish into the night, absorbing light wavelengths to become deadly assassins. They are highly prized as nighttime guardians of estates and gardens. When Lucy inquires about the cost, Gao outlines 13 possible evolutionary routes, removing the most resource-heavy options. The most expensive one is 5,000 Alliance credits. Lucy is stunned at first, but when Gao moves to finalize the deal, he reluctantly agrees. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the lab. Gao rushes inside to find Qin Chuan in tears, pointing at Stripey. The spider has successfully evolved into a gray armored spider, but in the process it damaged equipment and frightened her. Though pleased with the result, Gao scolds Stripey for its recklessness. He then comforts the spider and instructs it to control its strength. To his bewilderment, Stripey immediately behaves strangely, accidentally striking itself. Gao sighs, wondering why all his familiars seem so clumsy. When he orders Stripey to remain still in his office, the spider scuttles sideways like a crab, ignoring his instructions entirely. Gao can only shake his head in disbelief as Qin Chuan looks on, equally baffled. He asks her to order replacement lab containers, gather the materials needed for the Ebony Hound's evolution next week, and hire someone to clean the lab. As Gao leaves, he reflects on how crowded his home has become. With so many familiars, he needs a bigger place. He decides to contact a property agent to help him find a new house, preferably on the outskirts of town. Soon after, he notices Stripey crawling ahead of him, still moving sideways like a crab. Suspicious, he wonders whether he performed the evolution incorrectly. Scolding the spider, he reminds it that it's a spider, not a crab, but Stripey just stares blankly, refusing to listen, leaving Gao utterly frustrated. At the property agency, Gao is greeted by Shay Lu, the employee he had spoken to previously. She reminds him of their scheduled house viewing and leads him to a waiting car. On the way, she hands him a tablet filled with photos of the villa they are about to see. The property is spacious, well-maintained, and located on the city's outskirts. It even includes a garden and clean surroundings. While it lacks a basement, Shay Lu assures him one can easily be built. When Gao inquires about the location, Xiaoliu hesitates for a moment before revealing that it is near prosperous drive-in lake. Even more enticing, the price is only 2,000 credits, a bargain for such a place. Xiaoliu explains to Gao that along with the villa, he'll also receive a sizable plot of land, since the area isn't closely supervised. However, Gao grows suspicious. He notices that the plants in the photos remain unchanged, leading him to believe the pictures were taken before the cataclysm. Doubtful, he questions whether the agent is hiding something. Xiaoliu, flustered, quickly shifts the conversation, emphasizing the villa's facilities and extraordinarily low price. She insists that such an offer is nearly impossible to find elsewhere, and adds that there's a road leading to the villa at the base of a hill. Even so, Gao senses potential deception. He considers possible security and maintenance issues. In his mind, the villa should be worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 credits. He recalls the unrest following the cataclysm and reasons that the villa should have been reduced to ruins by now. Therefore, he decides that if the house is at least 60% as new as the photos, he'll consider it a good deal. As for safety, he isn't worried. His familiars can handle most threats. The thought makes him chuckle, though the agent interrupts, explaining that the seller is actually taking a loss on this deal. Intrigued, Gao asks to see the villa in person. As they travel, Xiaoliu notices Stripey crawling along and jokingly mistakes it for a crab. Gao corrects her, explaining it's a spider. The two laugh it off, but Gao suddenly senses something strange. From behind a nearby wall, a man watches them, camera in hand. Though Gao notices his presence, the man vanishes before he can confront him. Unbeknownst to Gao, the man is pleased to have spotted the now famous Gao Peng. When they finally arrive at the villa, Gao is stunned. The exterior looks nothing like the photos, shabby and worn down. He wonders if it might just be the outside that's decayed. Upon entering, however, he finds the inside surprisingly neat. There's no dust. The furnishings are well kept, though they need some repairs. The state of the interior puzzles him. Why would the owner sell such a valuable place for such a low price? Suddenly, a voice calls Gao's name, startling both him and Xiaoliu. A man appears at the doorway, introduced as the seller. He explains he rushed over upon hearing Gao was coming. Handing Gao his business card, the man reveals he works in the Imperial Beasts business. He flatters Gao, calling him as famous as President Fan, the hero of the last military operation. To sweeten the deal, he even offers a 20% discount. When Gao questions the unusually low price, the seller reveals the truth. He originally bought the house for his retired parents who wanted to live in the countryside. But before they could settle here, the beast wave tragedy struck, and they passed away without ever enjoying the villa. Consumed by frustration, the man slams his fist into the furniture, venting his grief. He explains that he had planned to keep the house, but upon hearing of Gao's interest, he decided to sell it to him. He believes young people like Gao are the future of Charon City, and hopes they can prevent similar tragedies. Thinking of his own parents, Gao thanks the man for his trust and agrees to buy the villa. It's no longer just a house. It feels like a bond of shared grief and hope. Back home, Gao eagerly greets Silly and Dumby, though they seem unimpressed by his return. Undeterred, he brings out a spread of delicious food, which immediately gathers all his familiars around him, filling the house with warmth and life. At that moment, Tong Tong arrives at the door. Gao welcomes her in, and she playfully teases Dazi over its recent upgrade, leaving the centipede confused. Gao brushes off the banter, but Tong Tong quickly shifts the topic, noting the news that Gao bought a new villa. He explains that they can't move in just yet. The house needs repairs. Tong Tong chides him, insisting he should have asked her about decorations since he's inexperienced. She departs with determination, already planning to visit the villa ahead of time. Inwardly, she muses that when the moment comes, she could always buy the house next door. Meanwhile, Gao ventures into the forest with his familiars, aiming to locate the bottle grove. He knows it's the last day of his holiday, so he must gather the necessary materials today or wait another week. But his focus is suddenly broken when he senses something nearby. Perched on a tree is a level 13 gray sand bobcat. The beast vanishes in an instant, forcing Gao to warn his familiars. Without warning, it reappears and lunges. Dazi reels back in shock, but before the bobcat can land a strike, Dumby steps forward, declaring itself the beast's opponent. Startled, the bobcat tries to retreat, but Dumby is far too fast. It catches up instantly, overpowering the creature and leaving it bleeding. Gao is stunned. Dumby's power is staggering, at least 10 times greater than when it was just a Red River ape. He had expected strength after its evolution, but not to this degree. Even Dumby seems surprised at its newfound might, leaving Gao both impressed and slightly unsettled. Gao realized that Dumby had not fought since its evolution, so he decided it was time to let it exercise more. He urged his familiars to follow him, while Dumby recalled its early days as a Red River ape and its very first encounter with Gao. Meanwhile, Gao and Dai fell into their usual playful argument, this time about why the centipede failed to protect him when Dumby had tossed it aside. Though Dumby could not fully understand Gao when they first met, it now felt a deep emotional connection with him. To Dumby, Gao had become everything. Its loyalty was stronger than that of any dog. After 3 hours of wandering through the woods in search of hollow bottle trees, Gao finally stumbled upon them. At the sight, he noticed the same green snake he had encountered on his previous visit. Dumby spotted it too and quickly tore it apart, revealing a green gem hidden inside. Gao recognized it as the core of the green tree snake. Though only a minor discovery compared to their true goal, the spatial cores of hollow wood, he still smiled, appreciating Dumby's resourcefulness. Gao then instructed Dumby to punch one of the hollow bottle trees. With a single powerful blow, the tree shattered instantly. Gao and Silly were thrilled by the result, while Dai appeared somewhat envious. Gao retrieved the crystal core from the shattered tree and asked Dumby to strike again. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, 3 men were searching for someone. They had received information about a young target. Their leader, accompanied by a rat familiar named Tutu, suddenly heard an unusual sound. Following Tutu's guidance, they pressed forward. Soon, a series of loud, rhythmic bangs echoed through the woods. Yawen, one of the men, remarked that it sounded like someone boxing, but his companion dismissed the idea. Who would practice boxing in a monster-filled forest? The boss quickly scolded them, reminding his men that their job was high-paid and dangerous. They could not afford carelessness. He ordered them to investigate further. From behind the trees, they soon spotted Dumby pounding the trunks with terrifying force. Yawen grew uneasy, whispering that they should retreat, but the boss pulled out a picture of Gao, confirming he was their target. Yawen frowned, noticing that Gao was carefully searching through the shattered trees. He argued that their mission was only to gather information about the kids' familiars, not to provoke them. His companion agreed, pointing out the formidable centipede, Dai. But the boss insisted they stay quiet and watch. He explained that they usually had to accept low-paying jobs because they were too weak to venture deep into the Black Ember Forest. This job was their chance to escape poverty. He speculated that Gao must be facing some problem if he was making such noise in the forest. Perhaps there was something valuable hidden inside those trees. The boss devised a plan. He ordered Yaowen to accompany him to confront Gao, while the third man, Dunson, would wait until nightfall to use his familiar to control the boy. With determination, he encouraged his men to take the risk. But Dumby and Dai had already sensed the intruders. Gao immediately asked what was wrong. Following their gaze, he spotted the men lurking. He called out, demanding they reveal themselves. The boss stiffened. Realizing they had been discovered, he quickly changed his tone, pretending their presence was a coincidence. He claimed they had only come to see if Gao needed help, but Gao grew suspicious, especially when he noticed their familiars, the spiny bee and skeleton butterfly. Both were highly effective at forest ambushes, a fact that raised red flags in his mind. Then Dumby detected another presence. From behind a tree stepped Dunson, accompanied by his mythical praying mantis, an elite level 18 beast. Gao was astonished by its rarity, but he remained calm. With confidence, he stood beside his familiars and declared that he required no assistance. The boss smiled thinly. Seeing Gao's resolve, he decided to let the matter drop. He explained to his men that their cover was blown, their chance for a surprise attack was gone, and it was foolish to make a new enemy. Gao was raising 3 royal beasts at such a young age. He was not someone they could afford to provoke. He even admitted that Tutu, his rat familiar, had felt uneasy around Dumby, and Tutu's instincts had saved him many times before. With that, the group left, vowing to return once Gao was gone to search for clues. As they departed, Gao reflected on the encounter. He wondered if the men would have attacked outright had Dumby not detected them. He also considered what he himself would have done in such a dangerous scenario. 2 hours later, Gao had successfully gathered a bag full of cores, weighing around 2 kilograms. He called Dai, who used its antlers to ignite a fire. Gao began burning the area, remembering that before the cataclysm, forest arson was a serious crime. But now, with the plants far stronger and more resilient, flames would not spread uncontrollably, the forest would endure. Gao felt content, knowing he could easily erase all traces of his presence in the forest. From a distance, Yaowen noticed the rising flames and quickly alerted his boss. He wondered aloud if the boy was afraid they might discover something. The boss, however, remarked that Gao was either excessively cautious or completely unaware of the ruthlessness that lay dormant within him. Yaowen questioned if the boss truly intended to let things go so easily, but the boss explained that there was no real conflict between them and the boy. If treasures had been involved, perhaps the risk would have been worth it. Since there wasn't, there was no reason to push further. He then placed a call, instructing someone to inform Mr. Gong that the mission was complete and that the royal beast scan data of their target had been successfully transmitted. On the other end, the recipient confirmed the payment transfer and thanked them for their cooperation. Once the call ended, the man, likely Gong's subordinate, informed his superior that the trial mission had failed. Still, he seemed pleased, smirking as he claimed to have located Gao Hun's grandson. The drama surrounding Gao was far from over. Back at home, Gao was greeted with a surprise. Stripey had grown rapidly, not only increasing in level, but also in size. However, Gao quickly noticed the spider's overindulgence. It was eating far too much. Curious, Gao speculated whether its exoskeleton might possess magical properties similar to the ancient beast skins described in old novels. While encouraging Stripey to eat and grow stronger, he also warned it to take a break. To make his point, Gao jokingly suggested that once Stripey grew fat enough, they could enjoy fried spider. Horrified, Stripey scuttled away from its food bowl, leaving Gao amused. His true intention was to prevent the creature from overeating, as excess consumption could lead to harmful buildup in its body. Reflecting on his progress, Gao realized he had gathered all the necessary materials, including the spatial core needed for Silly's evolution. However, unlike before, these materials required complex processing. At the Fa Peng Imperial Beast Studio, Gao discovered that Chuan Chuan had already gone home. Leaving him with welcome solitude, he set to work. The rare materials required cold storage, intense heat, and corrosive acids. Carefully initiating the process, Gao succeeded in creating a special potion. Convinced that Silly would find it delicious, he poured it into a container. Drawn by the sweet scent, Silly rushed in without hesitation. But Gao's satisfaction quickly turned into surprise as the potion's color shifted to a glowing green. He recalled how Silly always loved perching atop his head and began to question whether evolving it in this direction was wise. The fluorescent green light it now emitted was not to his taste. Yet Gao knew the truth. The materials needed to push Silly to epic quality were exceedingly rare, and for now, further evolution was impossible. Even so, Gao felt a surge of power within himself. Silly's promotion had strengthened his soul, and he was confident that with a bit more effort, he could form a contract with Dumby in the coming days. Just then, Silly shot toward him, ignoring his protests, and nestled itself firmly on top of his head. As Gao sighed at this strange but familiar behavior, his phone rang, wondering if it was the decorating company Tong Tong had recommended. He picked up only to be greeted by manager Li. The manager explained that the workers at the villa were facing difficulties. Mutant plants had overrun the area, and without their removal, the renovation could not proceed. Gao agreed to help but grew suspicious. When Lei mentioned that all the workers were laboring overtime late into the night, why would they go to such lengths for him? Lei brushed it off, claiming that was just how their business operated. But before Gao could probe further, another voice cut in, "Mr. Gang." He abruptly ended the call, leaving Gao uneasy. Unable to reach Tong Tong either, Gao decided not to take any risks. He grabbed Dai and Dumby, with Silly perched on his head, and rushed toward the villa. Half an hour passed, and Gao still hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, at the villa, one of Gang's subordinates voiced concern that the boy might have sensed the trap. Gang, however, reassured him. They had a meeting scheduled with Jiu's people, and preferred not to use force unless absolutely necessary. Gang admitted he was genuinely shocked to learn that Gao Hun, once thought to have no descendants, had a living grandson. His subordinate remarked that if this information became public, many would view Gao as a threat to be eliminated. John calmly explained the situation to his subordinate. He pointed out that Chi Hanu had no one else, and his grandson was still young. Meanwhile, the Southern Sky Group had already grown into a formidable force, backed by countless high-level factions. The subordinate questioned why they didn't simply kill Gao directly, instead of making so many attempts. Galen elaborated that there were likely powerful figures secretly protecting Gao. Acting recklessly could alert Chi Hanu. And besides, their true objective wasn't to eliminate Gao, it was to use him as leverage. Galen asked pointedly whether they truly believed themselves qualified to compete for control of the Southern Sky Group. Zhang admitted that killing Gao Hu's grandson would only provoke Chi Hanu's fury. In the end, the position of leader would not go to whoever struck the hardest, but to those truly deserving. Zhang explained further. Even his own research institute wasn't among the strongest. There were at least 30 others on the same level. Alongside them existed countless security agencies and rival institutions. Even if Gao Hu's heir perished, leadership would not automatically fall into Zhang's hands. To him, Gao was like a prince, someone destined to inherit the throne in the future. Jian emphasized that in this world, the line between friend and foe was never clear. Tonight, if he gained the resources to expand his laboratory, Gao might not accept his submission in the future. As the hour grew late, Jian sensed it was nearly time for Chi Hanu's people to arrive. He instructed his familiar to control manager Li, and proceeded with caution. Claiming to be a man of science rather than a barbarian, Jian ordered his butterfly familiar to release a strange white substance. Manager Li fell unconscious instantly. Jian told him to rest, implying that he would not be part of the coming events, or witness Jian's success. But before long, a commotion in the skies drew everyone's attention. John's subordinate urged him to look up. Astonishingly, Chi Hanu himself was approaching. Earlier, in the Chalan military district, the Golden Divine Hawk, long dormant, had suddenly awakened and sounded a warning. Guards speculated whether the Black Ember Forest ape had escaped, but the chief clarified this was no beast, but someone from the Southern Sky Group arriving in Chang'an. He ordered his men to hold their posts and declared grimly that a storm was coming. Now, Chi Hanu stood before Jian, whose men were already defeated. Jian nervously introduced himself as Gong, but Chi Hanu warned him to choose his words carefully. Jian retracted his false claim and begged for a chance to explain. When Chi Hanu pressed him on who had revealed information about Gao, Jian insisted he had said nothing. Instead, he pointed to a program he had created, one that would automatically broadcast Gao's details to every Southern Sky Group member unless he decoded it in time. Chi Hanu chose not to force the name of the informant from Jian and prepared to leave, but Jian called after him, finally confessing that it had been Secretary Liu who had leaked the information. Jian pleaded, saying he only wanted more funding, never to harm Gao. With more resources, he could make contributions to the Southern Sky Group. Chi Hanu, unimpressed, turned to depart. He offered Jian the chance to prove himself by showing the results of his research. Realizing his mistake, Jian tried to stop him, but a scream rang through the villa. In the next instant, Jian was dead. Chi Hanu had struck him down, refusing to be threatened by anyone. He then ordered his team to investigate Jian's activities and determine whether the dangerous program could be neutralized. In the worst case, Qi Hanu acknowledged he might have to reveal Gao Peng's existence earlier than planned. Soon after, Tong Tong appeared, kneeling respectfully before Qi Hanu and addressing him as her teacher. She recalled the difficult times when Qi Hanu returned from overseas, leaving their group to search for clues on their own, so that Gao could grow up in peace, despite his parents' tragic deaths. Though their group had since stabilized, Qi Hanu believed there was no need to rush Gao's return. Allowing him to grow independently would only sharpen his willpower. He instructed Tong Tong to handle the aftermath while he departed. Later, Gao himself arrived at the villa with his familiars. He noticed the absence of Manager Li and the workers, as well as strange claw marks on the ground. Suddenly, Tong Tong appeared, commenting on how much he had grown. At first, Gao was alarmed, but he quickly recognized her. His casual response irritated Tong Tong, who warned him not to let his guard down so easily. Gao replied calmly that if he had to be cautious even around her, then he would truly be left alone in this world. As Gao began to mention his life as an orphan, Tong Tong cut him off with a revelation that shook him to his core. He was not an orphan at all. His grandfather was alive. She explained that during the Great Cataclysm, his grandfather had been stranded on a remote island with loyal aides. With no military presence, survival had been a struggle, but he had persevered by training multiple familiars. Gao was deeply impressed by his grandfather's resilience. Tong Tong revealed further, Qi Hanu loved him dearly and had entrusted her with his care. She explained that Qi Hanu had his reasons for staying away, testing Gao and preparing him for the future. Gao understood at once. It was not neglect, but protection. A harsh form of love perhaps, but one meant to make him strong. Curious, Gao asked about his grandfather's familiar, but Tong Tong only smiled, assuring him he would learn in time. Elsewhere, Qi Hanu stood tall upon his mighty dragon beast, proud that his grandson understood his intentions. He waited patiently for the right moment to reunite. The following day at school, a large crowd gathered. An incident had broken out. 2 students, one of whom had recently become a monster trainer cadet, were locked in a violent confrontation.
In the morning, a shocking incident shook the school. A student, enraged and desperate, commanded his familiar to attack another student, nearly killing him. The attacker had long been a target of bullying, ridiculed for his supposed weakness. His victim, ironically, was his primary tormentor. The aftermath sparked heated debates among students. Was it ever justifiable to use such extreme violence, even against a bully? Meanwhile, Gao quietly pondered how the school and military might respond. Would the authorities go so far as to remove the training grounds from school premises altogether? Elsewhere, the principal confronted a visiting military colonel. His voice thundered with conviction as he declared that familiars were far more dangerous than the sharp weapons once prohibited in schools. Training within school walls, he argued, placed students without familiars at an unfair disadvantage. Though the colonel tried to reassure him, the principal's anger only softened after he expressed his genuine fears for student safety. Finally, he apologized for his outburst, but the colonel's parting words were grim. There were no safe places left in the world, and such incidents would now be judged by law. The principal, left standing in silence, felt a heavy sense of defeat. Far away in the Chaman military region, the colonel briefed the chief instructor about the school incident. Yet the instructor was unfazed, noting that such familiar-related attacks were now occurring across the globe. It was not just their city under siege. He cited examples from Wasia, where civilians themselves had begun supporting the police in maintaining order. Still, he assured the colonel that the World Allied government would soon intervene to address these escalating dangers. Back at the academy, Instructor Zhang gathered the students. His tone was sharp and unforgiving, as he scolded them for bullying their peers. Effective immediately, he declared, familiars would no longer be allowed inside the school. From the next day onward, they would remain with their designated training groups. As Gao tried persuading Silly, his mischievous familiar, to climb down from his head, he was met with resistance. Amused, Gao teased about the flavor of jellyfish wolfberry soup, prompting Silly to hop off and, oddly enough, offer him a glass of orange juice in defiance. Instructor Zhang then shifted the focus to the future. With the National College entrance exam just 2 months away, he reminded them that these weeks would decide their destinies. Top performers would be granted access to elite organizations and receive advanced training beyond the reach of ordinary students. He outlined the exam structure, explaining that every base city worldwide would follow the same format. The exam would consist of 3 rounds. The first round would be standardized across the country. Students would face monsters in battle, choosing the tier and grade but not the specific attributes. Defeating a monster with an elemental disadvantage would yield a 10% bonus. The scoring system was simple: 10 points for normal tier monsters, 50 points for elite tier, and 500 points for commander tier. Excellent grade monsters carried a 50% bonus, while perfect grade ones doubled the score. However, students could not challenge more monsters than the number of familiars they possessed. Only the best would progress to the second round, a survival mission in the wilderness, broadcast live for all to see. Those who met the criteria here could earn entry into the most prestigious universities. The third round, Zhang added, would be revealed only to those who advanced that far. As his speech ended, Gao's thoughts drifted. He realized this was a rare chance, even as a sophomore, to compete this year, but he also knew he needed to strengthen Strippy, his familiar, to stand a chance. The instructor then unveiled a mutant deadleaf locust, asking who would challenge it first. Gaja's mind raced. The locust, being a natural prey of spiders, should have been the perfect opponent for Streppy. Yet Streppy hesitated, timid and cautious. Gaja recalled the spider's once aggressive spirit, and wondered if this fear was the result of stress. Determined, he raised his hand to go first. Instructor Zhang, however, paused in surprise. He noticed Ga had another familiar with him. Calmly, he advised the young student that it would be far wiser to concentrate on nurturing a single familiar toward commander tier, rather than splitting focus. Before raising another familiar, Gao acknowledged Instructor Zhang's wisdom, yet he could not reveal his unconventional method of promoting familiars. Instead, he focused on Stripey, encouraging it to step forward. Gao noticed that the spider had grown fatter, but it seemed hesitant. To his surprise, Stripey even appeared to plead with the deadleaf locust not to attack. The other students grew restless, and Gao found himself reflecting on the personalities of his familiars. Dazi had been aggressive from the very beginning, while Stripey continued to show timidity. Gao understood that Stripey needed real combat experience to grow stronger. Suddenly, the deadleaf locust lunged forward, snatching Stripey off the ground. Gao's heart clenched with worry, but in that instant, Stripey released spider silk, countering the locust's attack. Though the insect eventually tore itself free, Stripey's quick defense impressed Gao. The students praised Stripey's effort, but Gao felt unsatisfied. Defense alone would not be enough. Stripey needed to learn to attack. Frustrated, he tried to motivate his familiar, urging it to climb the cage and strike. Yet Stripey struggled to climb, leaving Gao to confront the truth. Training familiars was a long and difficult process. Fearing abandonment, Stripey suddenly shifted. Its timid nature gave way to aggression, and it viciously attacked the deadleaf locust, severely injuring it. The other students marveled at its hidden strength, but Gao grew worried about Stripey's well-being. The system itself warned that such uncontrolled aggression could damage the familiar permanently. Without hesitation, Gao rushed forward, holding Stripey down. He whispered an apology, assuring his partner he would never abandon it. Stripey calmed instantly, returning to its normal state. In fact, Gao had already anticipated such a reaction, which was why he had insisted on entering the cage himself. Instructor Zhang, impressed by Gao's courage and sincerity, even remarked that someone like him should consider joining the military. After a week of rigorous training, Stripey shed its fear of combat. It slimmed down, reached level 13, and began to embrace its defensive strengths. Still, Gao knew he had to move cautiously. Inexperience could not be rushed. Meanwhile, Gao discovered that Stripey's discarded exoskeletons had medicinal value. Rather than waste them, he decided to cook them, despite the possibility of poison. The fried dish turned out surprisingly delicious. Dazi eagerly devoured it, while Stripey hesitated, uneasy as if reminded of something unpleasant. With his soul strength growing, Gao attempted to form a contract with Dumby. This time, the bond succeeded. Dumby willingly became his familiar, joining Dazi and Stripey as part of Gao's growing team. Soon, Gao boarded a train bound for the second wilderness training. Confidence swelled within him. He was no longer alone, with Dazi and Dumby by his side. On the journey, he overheard a troubling conversation. Some individuals whom Gao had once locked inside a safe house whispered about revenge, yet they did not know his true identity, and Gao remained silent. Upon arriving, Gao noticed that Dumby's powerful aura was intimidating other students' familiars. At his command, Dumby suppressed it, though some students mistakenly interpreted Gao's confidence as arrogance. This time, Gao chose to go solo, venturing into the valley with Dumby as his mount. "I'll protect you," Dumby assured him, a line it had picked up from a children's show. As they explored, a shadow darted across their path, disappearing toward a pond where Gao had once encountered green-skinned frogs. He turned to investigate, but soon found himself face-to-face with a giant jungle anaconda. It was their second encounter. Gao began to suspect this was its territory. The frogs themselves seemed terrified of the beast, their attacks against it utterly futile. Despite being only level 20, the anaconda's strength rivaled a commander-tier monster. Gao quickly realized that this creature acted as the true regulator of the valley's ecosystem. Fighting it would be reckless, so he chose to withdraw. Once the anaconda left, the frogs and tadpoles cautiously returned to the pond. Gong, ever resourceful, seized the chance to catch them for a meal. Just as he prepared his unusual valley picnic, Dazi suddenly grew alert. A black horse emerged. Level 14, excellent grade. Gao was impressed. It would have made a fine mount, but he restrained himself, unwilling to betray his bond with his current familiars. When Gao turned back, he discovered his meal had vanished. Dazi feigned innocence, blaming Dumby, but Dumby defended itself, winning Gao's pride. Then without warning, Dumby snatched Gao off the ground. The giant jungle anaconda had returned, attempting a sneak attack. Dumby's quick reaction saved both Gao and Dazi from certain death. Though grateful, Gao seethed with frustration. Why did this anaconda continue its unprovoked attacks, and what role would it play in his path forward? Gao turned to Dumby and asked a simple question. Could it defeat the monster? The ape didn't hesitate. Leaping into the trees, it maneuvered with surprising agility, circling around to attack the giant jungle anaconda from behind. Its first strike landed, leaving only a shallow wound, but the second blow carried far more weight, drawing blood. Gao watched, thoroughly impressed by Dumby's relentless assault. But the tide quickly shifted. The anaconda roared and went berserk, its massive body thrashing with wild fury. Game sensed danger immediately, and warned Dumby to be cautious. The snake revealed its hidden trump card, striking with sudden precision, and catching Dumby off guard. Game's voice cracked with anxiety as he called out, desperate to know if his familiar could still fight. Then something unexpected happened. Dumby pressed its hand against its chest, activating a mysterious ability. Gao's eyes widened in recognition. It was the blood thread heart, a supernatural gift awakened after Dumby's evolution to the epic grade. With this power, Dumby could remotely seize control of an enemy's heart. The anaconda writhed in agony, but before it could retaliate, Dumby tightened the grip. Blood poured from the serpent as its body convulsed. With one final earth-shaking punch, Dumby brought the beast down for good. Unbeknownst to Gao, military personnel had been watching the battle unfold. The chief officer, shocked by Dumby's abilities, immediately inquired about Gao's background, yet the file was encrypted, far beyond his clearance level. Startled, he realized that recruiting someone like Gao would not be easy. For now, he ordered his subordinates to ensure Gao's safety and prevent any accidents. Meanwhile, Gao directed Dazi to slice open the anaconda's carcass. To his surprise, the blade slid through with ease, as though cutting paper. Inside, they discovered a thick vine entwined through the serpent's body, explaining why it had seemed to float unnaturally. Dazi proudly handed over the core crystal, earning Gao's praise. But Gao also noticed that Dumby's heart had suffered damage from using the blood thread heart. He reassured Dumby that the organ would regenerate, though its strength would depend on proper training once it healed. Their respite didn't last. A thunderous noise echoed across the valley. Dazi quickly identified it, the big one from before. Gao immediately thought of Mu Ying, the girl carrying the lotus seed. Rushing to the sound, he found chaos. Wen was injured, and Wei Yi was supporting her, while Mu Ying fought desperately against a colossal worm monster. Mu Ying ordered the lotus seed to block its path, then carried Wen as she attempted to flee. But before they could escape, another worm erupted from the ground, cutting off their retreat. Surrounded and exhausted, Mu Ying braced for the worst. At that moment, Dumby and Dazi charged into the fray, striking the worms with ferocity. Gao commanded his familiars with precision, splitting them between both monsters to relieve the embattled group. Grateful beyond words, Mu Ying thanked him for saving their lives. Gao only smiled, reminding her that they were friends, and helping each other was their duty. Soon after, an announcement declared the official end of the Wild Valley simulation training. On their way back, Mu Ying asked if Gao had noticed anything unusual. Gao confirmed her suspicions. Earthworms of this size and strength were abnormal. He suggested regrouping, taking the lead as they returned. His calm leadership left a lasting impression on the women. Later, Gao reflected on his instructor's warning. A new breed of formidable monster had appeared in the Dali Desert, driving the man-eating worms to migrate. Still, Gao felt reassured. He had already contacted Director Fun, who informed him that the government was working toward a solution. Students from the safe house blocked Gao's path. Rather than retaliate, he calmly advised them not to seek unnecessary conflicts. Still, Gao seemed disappointed when he noticed they had brought only 4 low-level monsters against him. He suspected that even Dazi alone could have handled the situation. Gao assured the centipede that he never underestimated it. But then, the group's leader revealed his trump card, a black Raging Kong equipped with a weapon. This puzzled Gao. After all, the Raging Kong's body itself was already a powerful weapon. Why would they need to arm it further? The beast roared, preparing to strike, but Gao remained unfazed. He summoned Dumby and instructed it to teach the little monkey a lesson. Dumby simply tapped the Raging Kong on the head. That light touch was enough to send the beast scurrying away, just like a frightened child being bullied. Embarrassed, it hid behind its master. The boy quickly recalled his familiar. Realizing he had underestimated Gao's strength, before he could even apologize, Gao had already turned away and left, leaving the group in silent humiliation. Though his friends tried to console him, the boy wiped away his familiar's tears and vowed to train harder so one day they could challenge Gao again. Back at the studio, Gao focused on something far more important, Stripey's evolution. He had already gathered all the necessary materials, Following the system's instructions but working independently, he guided Stripey to submerge itself in a container. This time, the process required boiling the materials in a large pot, with Stripey assisting in refining them to increase its grade. But danger lurked outside. A group of thieves had targeted the studio, believing it was unoccupied. Their goal was to steal experimental materials with high black market value. Using a small insect-like creature, they breached the bulletproof glass door. The loud noise immediately caught Gao's attention. Checking the surveillance camera, he realized the lens had been obstructed. Unsure if the intruders meant theft or harm, he quickly called the police. Meanwhile, the thieves crept inside, searching greedily for valuables. Their eyes landed on Stripey, resting inside its container, and they assumed it was some rare treasure. They prepared to smash it. Hidden nearby, Gao's heart raced. If the container was broken, Stripey's evolution would be ruined. Thinking fast, he revealed himself casually, and even invited the thieves for tea, hoping to stall for time. But one of them struck him hard with a hammer, knocking him unconscious. As the thief gloated, Stripey's transformation reached its climax. The creature had evolved into a shield demon armored spider. By the time the thieves moved deeper into the lab to loot more materials, Stripey launched a deadly counterattack. When the police finally arrived, they were met with the thick scent of blood. On the floor lay the lifeless bodies of the thieves. To them, it looked like a brutal double homicide. They ordered Gao, now conscious again, to kneel and raise his hands. Gao explained that he was the one who had called for help and was actually the victim. Still, they brought him in for questioning. The interrogator pressed him harshly, accusing him of excessive violence even after the thieves' deaths. Gao defended himself, showing his bandaged head wound as proof that he had been attacked first. As the tension rose, a knock on the door interrupted. Tong Tong entered with the police chief and spoke in Gao's defense. She confirmed his actions were in self-defense and urged his release. Reluctantly, the police let him go. Outside the station, Gao asked Tong Tong if her grandfather, Gao Hunu, was aware of what had happened. She confirmed that he was, and that he had even suggested Gao be taken to the hospital. Gao revealed that most of his injuries had actually been absorbed by Stripey. The head wound was self-inflicted, a clever trick to make his case more believable. Without it, he feared he might have been charged with murder. Tong Tong praised his quick thinking and told him to rest while she managed the aftermath. That night, lying in his bed, Gao thought the ordeal was behind him. Suddenly, he was ambushed. Narrowly dodging a knife strike, he was shocked to see the attacker. It was one of the thieves he had seen die earlier. The man's voice was filled with rage as he declared he had returned from hell for vengeance. He lunged again, demanding to know why Gao hadn't stopped Stripey when it still could have handed them over alive to the police. Despite the ambush, Gao remained undaunted. He coldly declared that in such a harsh world, one had to be cruel in order to survive. Suddenly the other thief, now headless, lunged at him from behind. But just as the attack closed in, Gao jolted awake. It had all been a nightmare. Breathing heavily, he questioned himself. Was it fear haunting him, or perhaps guilt? Yet a remembered quote reignited his resolve, filling him with determination once again. The following morning, the military colonel assembled the students on the training ground. His announcement was significant. The world's top 12 monster trainer organizations, along with the monster trainer leagues, had united. Together they were implementing strict control measures. Moreover, the Monster Hunting Association and the Monster Breeder Association had now become affiliated with the Trainer League. Familiars, the colonel explained, were officially categorized into tiers: ordinary, elite, commander, and lord. Trainers could now apply for official certification corresponding to their familiars' ranks. With this system in place, the colonel revealed that the very first Monster Trainer College entrance examination would be conducted under stricter, more challenging conditions. For that day's trial, the students were tasked with defeating an elite-tier skull-winged blue bat. Whoever succeeded would earn the right to keep the defeated monster. One student, Nam Chen Hunia, stepped forward. His familiar was a level 18 electric luster bear, far stronger than most familiars present. The bear entered the cage, roaring fiercely, yet the skull-winged blue bat hardly acknowledged it. With a single devastating strike, the bat effortlessly brought the bear down. The medical team rushed in, and Gao couldn't help but admire the bat's terrifying speed and power. When the colonel asked for the next challenger, silence spread across the field. The students hesitated, intimidated by the bat's display. Frustration rose in the instructor's voice. But before the tension broke, Gao calmly stepped forward. He sent Dumby into the cage. At once, the battle began. Dumby's strike landed cleanly, drawing blood from the bat. The students murmured in surprise. Even those from the safe house who had once doubted Gao. The boy who owned the raging Kong clenched his fists, encouraging his familiar to grow stronger, though fear flickered in its eyes. The fight raged on. Dumby pressed forward, forcing the bat to defend itself. Some students whispered that if Dumby could fly, victory would already be his. But Gao had a strategy. Dumby's stats were superior, So the plan was simple: wear the bat down until it faltered. The tactic worked. The skull-winged blue bat's attacks grew weaker and less frequent. Sensing the moment, Dumby struck from behind, slamming the bat to the ground. Severely wounded, it could fight no longer. Dumby had won. The instructor declared Gao the victor and awarded him the bat. Without hesitation, Gao announced he was selling it for 500 alliance credits. Smiling, he remarked that this was how entrepreneurs were made. Mu immediately expressed interest in buying it. Gao tried to dissuade her, explaining that skull-winged blue bats were not highly valued. They excelled only at bullying non-flying monsters. But Mu's mind was made up. She transferred the credits instantly, delighting Gao, who praised her wealth. He even offered her a discount if she chose to evolve the bat through him in the future. That evening, Gao walked the streets, his eyes drawn to a transport truck gleaming with cutting-edge design. Dumby shadowed him as he admired it, declaring his dream of owning a steel Black Dragon Series 3. Sleek and formidable, it was large enough to comfortably house all his familiars. To Gao, its style represented power and authority, an extension of his own image. Suddenly, Tong Tong appeared, carrying what looked like an ordinary house cat, but appearances were deceiving. It was in fact a level 36 Commander tier Night Shadow cat. Though it had been filthy when she found it, its true strength was extraordinary. Gao was impressed, but the cat, clearly prideful, turned away with an air of disdain. Gao laughed at its attitude, while Tong Tong brushed it off as a quirk. She then asked why Gao hadn't moved into his villa yet. He admitted he hadn't found the time. She urged him to make the move, reminding him how inconvenient his current situation was. As Gao returned home, he gazed at a photo of his parents, emotion welling in his eyes. He vowed to live independently and to support his grandfather. Finally, the long-awaited day of the monster trainer examination arrived. Gao arrived at the venue in his gleaming new truck, instantly catching everyone's attention. With confidence, he lined up with his familiars at the entrance. Guards inspected admission tickets and verified contracts with a special light, but when one student stepped forward, the light turned red, indicating a missing contract. Panic broke out as the student's familiar turned violent and tried to escape. Reinforcements arrived in the form of silver moon wolves, containing the chaos. The student pleaded desperately, explaining that the familiar belonged to his father, but the military officers were unmoved. They disqualified him on the spot, instructing him to try again next year. Gao was astonished by the audacity of someone attempting to cheat during such a critical examination. Soon after, he received his nameplate and reflected that in this test, victory would depend solely on individual strength. His plate was marked a 5, placing him in the highest bracket. He wondered if there were any participants with Lord-tier familiars, though he doubted it. What he did notice was the presence of 7 others in Area A, each commanding a powerful Commander-tier familiar. The competition was real. His eyes moved across the arena. Among the candidates, he spotted a girl commanding a black anaconda, and a boy with a rare tiger-type familiar. This shocked him. Tiger-type familiars were notoriously scarce. Area B was assigned to elite-tier familiars, while Area C held the ordinary tier. Though Dumby was technically elite, its strength already rivaled Commander-tier beasts. Gao felt exhilarated to be among such high-caliber trainers. Still, he compared himself to a husky suddenly thrown into a pack of wolves. This marked his official entry into the top 8 monster trainers of Chang'an City. The military personnel carefully observed these 8 young candidates, recognizing them as the city's most promising talents. Some of the instructors whispered that 2 of the candidates, aged 20 and 21, were not particularly strong, but the colonel retorted firmly, they were significant simply because they were among the only 8 out of 30,000 trainers who had achieved commander-tier familiars. The chief instructor reminded everyone of the cataclysmic signs detected a decade earlier. Authorities had downplayed them, claiming the changes began only 3 years ago to prevent mass panic, but the reality was far graver. These 8 candidates represented the city's hope for the future, and no mishap could be allowed. Soldiers reassured the colonel that every examination area was under strict surveillance. Meanwhile, Gao prepared for his battle. His opponent, a level 22 lakeside giant scorpion. He quickly formulated a strategy instructing Dumby to target its vulnerable sides. The scorpion's defenses and reflexes impressed him, but the gap in their strength was clear. Then, in a shocking turn, Dumby's level suddenly increased to 21, breaking into the commander tier. Gao's heart raced with excitement. Still, the fight was far from over. Bound by the rules of a one-on-one duel, Gao could only rely on Dumby. The scorpion's close-range water ability made it difficult to counter. Just as Gao pondered his next move, Dumby awakened a new ability. By channeling its blood threads into its limbs, it gained the bone-hardened skill, strengthening both its joints and attacks. Though weaker than fire or thunder abilities, bone-hardened perfectly suited Dumby's fighting style. With renewed strength, Dumby launched a brutal assault. Its blows tore into the scorpion's exoskeleton, and after a fierce exchange, it finally struck a vital point. the giant scorpion collapsed in defeat. Dumby lifted Gao in triumph, and Gao embraced it warmly, attributing the victory to Dumby's relentless effort. Playfully, he teased Dazi for its jealousy. The centipede scuttled forward, seeking its own hug, but Gao quickly stopped it. His gaze drifted toward the girl with the black anaconda. She had emerged from her own battle completely unscathed, a testament to her incredible skill. The military observers also turned their attention to her. One soldier stumbled over her name, but the chief instructor corrected him. She was Jun Moy. They spoke of her unusual education, how she had left school early and relied on private tutors. More astonishing was her affiliation. She was a trainee under the Black Flag Division of the New World Allied Government. Admiration filled the air. Yet Gao was not forgotten. One soldier pointed out his exceptional performance, and the colonel proudly noted that Gao was his student, the youngest monster breeder in Chang'an City, and a key figure in the Dead Leaf Locust incident. Another soldier recalled that Gao had been recommended by Director Fun. Their praise swelled, and the chief instructor, watching closely, nodded with satisfaction, remarking on the value of having such a remarkable grandson. Jun Moy completed her examination and was granted permission to leave early. Before departing, her eyes fell on Gao, who had just triumphed in another match using Dazi. For the first time, she was genuinely impressed. Gao's third battle soon followed, this time against a level 16 Deadleaf Mantis. He chose Supreame, who held an elemental advantage with its earth attribute against the mantis's wood type. At first, Gao was confident, but he was taken aback when the mantis began mimicking human gestures, showing the intellect of a child. Supreame, however, misunderstood. Watching the mantis's movements, it thought the monster was trying to dance. Gao quickly corrected it, warning that the creature was preparing to attack. Supreame grew sad, thinking the mantis wasn't playing with it. When the mantis took flight, Supreame mistook it for a mosquito. Instinctively, it cast a web, ensnaring its opponent. But the mantis broke free and counterattacked, injuring Supreame. That pain lit a fire inside the spider. No longer playful, it retaliated fiercely, its attacks overwhelming the mantis until it could no longer stand. Supreame emerged victorious. Gao smiled with relief. This battle had not only earned them a win but also boosted Supreame's confidence for the challenges to come. Gao's examination finally came to an end, and he was instructed to leave. Outside, a long queue of participants stood waiting impatiently, with only Jin Moy having emerged so far. Just then, the door opened, and Gao made his grand entrance, striking a dramatic pose with his familiars. Later, when Gao returned to his villa, he was shocked to find the entire place in complete chaos. Alarmed by a sudden noise, he immediately ordered his familiars to capture the intruder. Without hesitation, Dumby positioned himself protectively in front of Gao, while Dozy rushed forward, restraining the intruder and even asking if it could eat it. To Gao's surprise, the so-called intruder was nothing more than a strange bird-like monster. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong appeared and explained the situation. The bird was actually a housewarming gift from Gao's grandfather. Before Gao could respond, she quickly departed. Only then did Gao notice a brand new villa standing nearby. Realization struck him. Tong Tong must have arranged for it to be built in just a few days, ensuring his protection. Curious, Gao asked Dumby to lift the bird. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a red-crowned crane with only one leg. Though it appeared unconscious at first, the crane suddenly sprang to life, launching an attack. Gao, however, playfully pretended that he was planning to have the crane for dinner. Instantly, the bird calmed down. It didn't take Gao long to realize that this was no ordinary creature. It was a flaming red crane of epic grade, one destined to ascend to the Lord tier as it matured. Brimming with excitement, he decided to keep it. Meanwhile, Dozy and Dumby fantasized about eating the crane, but Gao instead fed it mealworms. Much to Dozy's irritation, naming it Flamey, Gao prepared to form a blood contract. As he delved into the bird's consciousness, he gained access to Flamey's memories and felt sorrow upon witnessing the bird's tragic past, the loss of its mother. The crane then asked Gao if he could help it seek revenge. Gao reassured it, promising that by forming a blood contract, its struggles would become his own. The contract was successfully established, but Gao soon found himself trapped within the bird's consciousness. In an unexpected twist, the collective knowledge of his familiars fused together, granting Gao a new life-saving skill, the elemental barrier. He recalled seeing someone else use this very ability before, which made him suspect that it was a result of Dumby's promotion. Amid these discoveries, mysterious words appeared, advising monster trainers to let their familiars handle battles while they themselves remained hidden. Gao began to reflect deeply on the true nature of blood contracts, the responsibilities of trainers, and the possibility of others like him existing elsewhere. Eventually, he dismissed these thoughts, realizing it was impossible to teach life-saving abilities to others. He also came to understand why Tong Tong had insisted he keep his shifting constellation ability a secret. If others learned of it, they would be dangerously drawn to him. This left Gao wondering if Tong Tong and his grandfather possessed far more influence than he had imagined. The thought made him uneasy about helping his grandfather any further. In the days that followed, Gao spent time in his villa, while Flammy trained with a deep, burning hatred for the ones who had taken its mother. Gao's own worries began to fade, thanks to the limitless credit card provided by his grandfather. But peace never lasted long. He soon realized the exam results were out. When he tried to log in, he discovered his grandfather had already checked them. To Gao's astonishment, he had scored 710 points, securing the top rank in Chang'an City. Just then, Gao received a call from an unknown number. It was an official notice about the second round of examinations, scheduled for 15 days later. Concern immediately filled Gao's mind. Because of the blood contract, he could not take Flammy with him to the exam. At that moment, Tong Tong reappeared, making Gao suspect that his grandfather had orchestrated everything from the start. Relieved, he asked if she could look after Flammy in his absence. Tong Tong agreed without hesitation, promising to ensure the crane's safety. Elsewhere in Chang'an City, another boy fumed over finishing in second place. He believed it was unfair, but someone explained that Gao had earned 10 bonus points in the final round. The boy, unwilling to accept the result, swore not to let it go. Finally, the day of the second examination arrived. Gao made his way to the venue and was stunned to discover that only 8 participants had qualified. The instructor explained that this round would take place in Sun Mountain National Forest Park, near Jiangnan. Unlike before, this exam would pit them against real, untamed monsters. Although the forest had been scouted carefully, and no Lord-tier monsters were present, it still contained no fewer than 500 Commander-tier beasts. The candidates were given flare guns for emergencies, and the instructor emphasized that participation was optional. Upon hearing this, 2 participants immediately withdrew. Jun Moi confidently stepped forward, registering without hesitation. The military personnel then announced that only 6 candidates would represent Chang'an City, and that they would soon be joined by competitors from the Waka region. With that, he wished them all the best. A participant named Wang Zhan approached Gao, after learning that he had secured the top rank. Overjoyed, Wang referred to them both as the Muggles among the participants, since unlike others, they didn't come from rich political families or powerful monster trainer backgrounds. Gao chose not to reveal his true background, keeping his silence. Wang then mentioned that several companies had already approached him for recruitment after the exam. This made Gao wonder if his grandfather or Tong Tong had secretly intervened on his behalf. Full of confidence, Wang introduced his familiar, calling it the God Ant. However, the system revealed its true name, a golden devil ant, already at level 21. This left Gao pondering how the system assigned names and whether it possessed abilities even before admission. Soon the military personnel announced the arrival of airplanes, signaling the participants to prepare for departure. As they dashed toward the forest, Gao silently thanked the shifting constellations technique, which gave him unmatched speed. Among the candidates, one rode a massive stellar white pig, struggling to keep it under control. Meanwhile, Tong Tong was watching the live broadcast of the exam. Flammy, having enjoyed some extra fish, had grown plump and now eagerly awaited Gao's appearance on the screen. When Gao was declared one of the popular candidates for the top 12, Flammy became visibly excited, anticipating his success. Back at the exam venue, those unable to reach the forest entrance in time were immediately disqualified. Before entering Sun Mountain Forest, the candidates were provided with backpacks containing food and water. A military official explained that out of 197 candidates, 150 had signed up for the second round, but they should be cautious of the forest's many dangers. At the same time, civilians of Jiangnan discussed the event, aware of the high-stakes challenge. The candidates were then handed consent letters, acknowledging the risks involved, including a 10% mortality rate. Gao stared at the form uneasily, realizing that in the event of his death, his family would only receive 1,000 alliance credits. This second round introduced a new system. Participants were tasked with locating target pillars, and points would be awarded for destroying them. The officials announced that only the top 12 candidates would advance to the third round, and those who excelled might even earn prestigious titles. With the battles broadcast live, Gao couldn't help but wonder about the possibility of gaining such recognition. The exam began. Candidates had 20 minutes to reach the first destination. Gao launched forward with his familiars, when suddenly Strap shot out its silk towards a tree, catching him by surprise. Meanwhile, a special broadcast about the exam was airing. The program featured 2 guests, Du and Wu, powerhouse trainers from DDU. Most of the participants had already ventured deep into the forest, with Jun Moi currently holding the highest score. When asked about Jun Moi, the host grew visibly irritated at Du and Wu's calm analysis of her familiar. the black anaconda. Despite their irritation, the host kept her composure and shifted focus to the lowest-ranking participant. To everyone's surprise, it was Gao, seen leisurely resting with his familiars. The host remarked on his zen-like calmness, but Du and Wu dismissed it as simple laziness. Inside the forest, Gao eventually roused himself and chose to explore the outer regions, reasoning they were less dangerous. Soon Dumby detected one of the point pillars, which was tightly ensnared by ghostwood vines. Gao knew that the vines only feigned stillness, waiting to strike. He ordered Dozy to attack, and though the vine resisted, it soon shifted its position to encircle Dumby. Gao understood the creature's strategy. It would normally ensnare its prey before tearing them apart, but against Dumby's tough bones it stood no chance. With precise commands, Dozy overwhelmed the vine, and Dumby crushed the pillar with ease. Gao earned 150 points, bringing his total score to 199. He then instructed Dumby to search for the monster core. Just then, an announcement declared the elimination of a fourth contestant. Gao wondered if the cause might have been something other than a monster encounter. Elsewhere, military personnel had already recovered the lifeless body of a candidate. Deeper in the forest, Gao encountered another participant accompanied by a giant monarch scorpion. Surprisingly, the two treated each other with respect and avoided conflict. Meanwhile, on the broadcast, the host questioned why candidates were not forbidden from fighting one another. Du and Wu explained that in exams like these, it was common for participants to kill and loot. Since the forest had no protective rules, survival itself was part of the challenge. Pressing forward, Gao ordered his familiars to stay alert. Suddenly they sensed a threat, but it turned out to be a harmless unicorn rabbit. Before Gao could react, the rabbit was killed instantly by an unseen attacker from afar. Realizing they lacked long-range combat ability, Gao decided retreat was the best option. He ran with his familiars, but the attacks continued. Dumby shielded him just as another blow landed, and Dozy also leapt in front to protect him, absorbing heavy damage even with the elemental barrier active. Gao quickly commanded Strap to use its silk, hoping to slow down the enemy's advance and buy precious time. Meanwhile, the military personnel monitoring the examination grew increasingly concerned. They discussed the urgent need to prevent the dreamstick insect from continuing its assault on the candidates. One soldier mentioned that White Rose was already en route to provide assistance. The captain, however, expressed his frustration. A candidate had already lost their life, and now those who had insisted that real-life experience was the best training method were beginning to panic. When another soldier commented on Gao's seemingly casual attitude, the chief quickly countered, pointing out that Gao's composure was actually a calculated strategic decision. Back in the forest, the dreamstick insect closed in on Gao. He knew its weakness lay in the small white spot on its abdomen, yet he decided that fleeing was the safer option. The monster lunged at him, but Stripey leapt forward to defend Gao, urging him to escape. Frustrated, Gao finally revealed the weak point to his familiars and ordered them to attack. Dumby prepared to confront the dreamstick insect, but Gao hesitated. His familiar looked uneasy, as though unwilling to fight recklessly and risk the safety of its companions. Encouraging Dumby, Gao urged it to strike without worry. At that moment, Dozy's anger flared. The centipede roared, declaring that it would not allow the monster to bully its friends. White Rose finally arrived, hovering above on her familiar. Gao commanded Dozy to climb the monster's abdomen and strike at the white spot, but the dreamstick insect lashed out with its spear-like limb, injuring Dozy. Seeing this, Dumby became furious, severed one of the monster's limbs, and even used it as a weapon. Yet the creature retaliated with terrifying strength, knocking Dumby aside. Gao realized with dread that the monster's combat strength still exceeded their own. Desperate, he directed Dozy to target the white spot with an electric attack. The strike narrowly missed. Gao quickly devised a new plan. Dumby would act as the distraction, while Dozy prepared the killing blow. At that moment, White Rose called down to Gao, asking if she should intervene. Receiving the order to exterminate, her familiar, a level 38 light albatross, dove from the skies. With overwhelming power, it seized the dreamstick insect and carried it away, ending the battle instantly. Gao stood stunned by the sheer might of her familiar. Relief washed over the battlefield. A soldier remarked on Gao's possession of 2 commander-tier familiars, but the captain acknowledged that defeating the dreamstick insect had been beyond their current abilities. Another soldier questioned why they had intervened at all, since no emergency signal had been sent. The captain clarified that the higher-ups would not allow the number of young monster trainers to dwindle further. Back in the forest, Gao was relieved to discover that his familiars were already beginning to heal. Stripey had a broken leg, but Dozy surprisingly expressed the urge to consume it. Disheartened, the spider still offered its broken limb to the centipede, believing it would recover faster. Gao, however, received nothing but disapproving glances from his companions. That night, Gao foraged food for Stripey. As they sat down to eat, he spoke about the importance of lasting the longest in the exam. His strategy was to head toward the forest's outer edge, where fewer candidates ventured, and destroy point pillars there. Taking it easy for now, he fed Stripey a roaring wind mountain beast to boost its strength. Though he regretted not having trained Stripey enough beforehand, he was encouraged to see its skin hardening. The shedding process for regeneration would be complete by the next day. By morning, Stripey had awakened brimming with energy, its leg fully restored, and its level promoted to 20. Gao's joy was immeasurable. With its next breakthrough, he would have 3 commander-tier familiars at his side. Together, they continued their quest to destroy point pillars, collecting valuable items and defeating monsters along the way. While exploring, Gao discovered a pond filled with strange blue-skinned frogs. At first, he thought they resembled ordinary green frogs, but to his disgust, they suddenly began spitting wildly. As he recoiled from the grotesque sight, he noticed a drone camera hovering above. Meanwhile, on the televised program, the host marveled at Gao's unexpected climb to 15th place. Du and Wu expressed their admiration, pointing out that the current top 15 included participants who had already been eliminated, which meant Gao still had a chance to break into the top 12. The host also highlighted Jun Moi's consistent dominance, holding firmly onto second place. 15 days passed, and at last the second round of the exam came to a close. Gao felt relieved. While he hadn't discovered as many point pillars as he'd hoped, Stripey's promotion to commander tier had allowed them to defeat countless monsters. Gao was content, knowing he had given his best effort without regret. When the final results were announced, Gao secured the 11th rank. Elsewhere, in a hotel in Jiangnou, an influential man berated his son for failing to reach the top 12. Furious, he declared that his son would no longer have the chance to participate in the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. In desperation, the boy suggested using his father's connections. The man grew irate, ordering his son to lie low and stay away from rubbish friends. A few days later, as Gao walked through the streets, he received unexpected news. The Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly had been postponed for 3 months. The reason? Unsatisfactory performances in the previous rounds. To compensate, the organizers had extended the age limit to 20 years and 3 months, giving participants more time to grow stronger. While digesting this information, Gao was approached by one of the fellow candidates, Wang, accompanied by a few others, including Jin Moi. They warmly invited him to join them for dinner. Just as Gao was about to leave with them, another man appeared and handed him a briefcase containing 1 million Alliance credits. The man suggested they visit a nearby cafe to talk. Gao agreed, and Dabi accompanied him. At the cafe, the man's nervousness was apparent. He emphasized the importance of keeping their discussion private. Then, lowering his voice, he made a shocking offer. Someone was willing to pay Gao more than the reward for the first-place winner, if he agreed to withdraw from the competition. To prove his sincerity, the man shared insider information about a powerful trainer from District M, who had formed a contract with a Lord-tier familiar. Gao listened quietly, then smiled faintly. He understood that the person behind this offer must care deeply about their own child's success. But for Gao, the decision was clear. Money can't buy what I seek, he said. I'm aiming to reach higher levels. His calm refusal left the man speechless. That marked the end of this encounter, for now. Gao secured the 11th rank in the second round of the strongest youth monster trainer examination. Yet just when everything seemed to be going well, this strange bribery attempt shook things up. Even so, Gao's resolve remained firm. After Gao left, the man immediately made a call. He refused. He reported. His tone carried a mix of fear and resignation. The man mused that his client preferred action over negotiation, but he was only the messenger, not the mastermind. Moments later, the cafe grew eerily quiet. 2 towering figures appeared beside him, each accompanied by a powerful familiar. Alarmed, the man demanded to know who had set him up, but one of them simply said, "Mr. Zong, we already have control of your familiar. Don't set resist. Let sets cooperate." Zong began to realize the danger he was in. They escorted him to a secluded location, where he found Gao Hanwu, Gao's grandfather, waiting with his secretary. Without a word, the secretary tossed a card toward Zong. It contained 5 million Alliance credits. Overwhelmed, Zong confessed everything. He had been sent to persuade Gao to withdraw. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly Gao Hanwu was, and why such a powerful man was interested in a young competitor. Gao Hanwu questioned Zong about the details of the offer. Zong revealed the truth. The man behind it was the mayor of Ganling Bay City, Huan Ming. Realization dawned on him as he began to understand Gao Hanwu's true identity and influence. At that moment, a small girl entered the room, holding a man's hand. It was Zong's younger sister, Swan. She revealed that Grandpa had invited her here, promising ice cream in exchange for keeping a secret from her brother. Gao Hanwu chuckled softly, reassuring the nervous child. Once she left, Zong's frustration finally broke. He shouted at Gao Hanwu, demanding to know what he wanted. But Gao Hanwu only smiled and sat down calmly. "I sep not here to kill you," he said. "That sep's inefficient. I step in here to offer you work, and I step like you to tell me everything. Zong, realizing resistance was useless, revealed everything he knew. The mayor of Ganling Bay City had orchestrated the entire scheme. Gao Hanwu sighed, clearly disappointed. He had expected something greater. His secretary suggested dealing with the mayor directly, but Gao Hanwu shook his head. No, he said. This is something Gao must handle himself. Then, unexpectedly, Gao Hanwu remarked, even I think this competition is a waste of Gao's time. His words left Zong stunned. 4 years had passed since Gao Hanwu had last seen his grandson. Meanwhile, back at Gao's home, the young man pondered over the mysterious forces working against him. Despite the growing web of intrigue, Gao decided not to dwell on it, at least not tonight. He lay down to rest. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Who is it? He asked cautiously. A familiar voice replied, That's not good for a young man to sleep so much. Gao recognized the voice instantly. When he opened the door, there stood his grandfather, smiling warmly. The two embraced, their reunion heavy with emotion after years apart. Sitting together, Gao Hanwu praised his grandson's performance in the competition, but Gao admitted that he still felt lacking, that he had remained on the sidelines. Hanwu, however, appreciated his grandson's restraint and strategy. Then, their conversation shifted to the recent bribery attempt. Gao Hanwu revealed the truth. The offer to withdraw had come from the mayor of Ganling Bay City, and it wasn't just a bribe, it was a prelude to war. The mayor planned to destroy Gao's reputation by framing him for a crime involving a young girl. Calmly, Hanwu reassured his grandson. You don't have to face this alone, he said. Then, with a teasing smirk, he asked if Gao was ready to give up his participation in the competition. To his surprise, Gao nodded. Yes, he said, his eyes calm but determined. It's time to call the organizers. The young prodigy had made his choice, and it marked the beginning of something far greater than the competition itself. Gao was taken aback by his grandfather's sudden declaration. He asked if there was truly no objection to withdrawing from the Youth Monster Trainer Assembly, but Gao trusted his grandfather's wisdom. If Gao Hanwu had made this decision, there had to be a solid reason behind it. Hanwu leaned back and explained his perspective calmly. Since the cataclysm 3 years ago, he began, the gap between individuals has narrowed. Age is no longer an advantage. Everyone now stands at the same starting line. The era we live in doesn't favor youth. It favors strength. He then encouraged Gao to think beyond the competition. Aim for the title of the strongest monster trainer, not just the best among the youth. The qualifier limits your potential. Gao was stunned. This revelation changed his entire outlook. His grandfather went on to explain that the world had entered an age of ambition, one where conflict was inevitable, and only those who dared to reach higher would survive. Participating in small-scale tournaments, he believed, would be a waste of Gao's time. Gathering his courage, Gao asked, Grandfather, in this coming conflict, where do you stand? Will you maintain order or disrupt it? Hanwu gave a faint smile, one that held both mystery and reassurance. Don't worry about that, he said. Whatever happens, I still protect you. Then, changing the subject, he offered something unexpected. 3 months from now, I can recommend you as a judge in the Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. Use this time to train and improve yourself. Hearing this, Gao's eyes lit up. The idea of being a judge rather than a participant thrilled him. A few days later, Gao found himself in the bustling airport lobby of Chanbei City. He had plans to handle some personal matters before heading to Yuzhou. His mind was made up. He would apply to Yuzhou University. Not only was it prestigious, but it was also closer to his grandfather, which gave him extra motivation. As he pondered over his future, his phone rang. It was Director Fong. Gao, I need your help, came the familiar voice. Gao agreed without hesitation, mentioning that he also had some work to do at the Monster Trainer Association. But before he could ask more, Fong surprised him with a revelation. I've left the Monster Breeder organization, he said. What? Why? Gao asked, startled. Fong sighed. The organization's tests changed. It's now a subsidiary of the Monster Trainer League. Then, shifting tone, he added, I stem with the military now, and I want you to join me. The pay isn't great, but you still be compensated with rare materials. Gao smiled faintly. Just tell me what you need done. I still decide if it's worth my effort. Fong explained, excitement creeping into his voice. There's a commander-tier monster, a Shaquan man-eating earthworm, from the Del Desert. It's on the verge of evolving into a lord tier. Gao frowned. You plan to capture it? Not exactly, Fong replied. Our job is to make sure no other monsters interfere during its evolution. That made Gao suspicious. But isn't there already a lord-tier desert ruler there? There is, Fong admitted, which is exactly why we suffer interested. When two lords clash, their sepses always profit in the aftermath. Gao could tell this operation was risky, and not entirely official. Why me? He asked. You've got stronger trainers in the military. Fong chuckled quietly, because this is my own plan. The higher-ups don't stit approve, but I've got allies, and if things go smoothly, the golden deity itself might reward us. Then came the final detail. The evolution step's happening within 2 days. I still contact you again soon, just be ready. When the call ended, Gao sat in silence. This mission was far beyond his current abilities, but observing it could be a rare opportunity to expand his understanding of high-tier battles. Just then, his attention shifted. Tannen, he murmured, spotting a familiar face at the terminal. She was there to receive him, with her familiar Flammy by her side. Gao blinked in surprise. The creature had changed, resembling a chubby penguin-like beast. Soon after, Gao embarked on a journey toward the outskirts of Channon Base City. Accompanying him were Fong, Tong Tong, and several others. As they traveled deeper into the wild, Fong raised his hand. From here on, he warned, we'll be entering the territory of the Lord of Dark Ember. Stay sharp. Gao's eyes widened when he saw Tong Tong's familiar, a level 39 Shadow Japalura, possessing the rare trait of a shadow assassin. No wonder his grandfather had sent her along. She was formidable. Fong introduced the others as well. This is Li Qing, he said, motioning toward a sturdy man. He commands a level 24 thorny ironhide boar and a level 21 poison-blooded green snake. And this, he continued, pointing to a calm-looking woman, is Qin Yi, with her level 27 flaming bird. As they advanced, Fong stopped them. That sip's far enough, he said. We don't want to alert the man-eating earthworm, it's preparing for its level breakthrough. Before them stretched a vast area swarming with earthworms. Gao was awestruck. The sight was both horrifying and fascinating. Fong nodded, satisfied. These smaller worms instinctively protect their leader, he explained. Gao asked, so, is Setlord of Dark Ember Sits its actual name? Fong chuckled. Not quite. It sits just what we call the ruler of this entire forest. For instance, the Lord of the Desert Ruler got its title the same way, by dominating its region long enough. The group stayed alert as they pressed forward. Fong reminded them, stay vigilant. Other monsters might try to take advantage of the chaos. Then, suddenly Gao sensed movement. Something enormous was approaching. Moments later, a gigantic rooster appeared, its feathers glistening with golden light. Fong smirked. Chickens eat worms after all, and a soon-to-be Lord-tier man-eating earthworm, that sips a feast it can ignore. As the massive rooster lunged at the writhing mass of earthworms, Fong gestured for Gao to watch closely. Pay attention, he said. See how it breaks through the worm-sep's defense with ease. This, he paused, eyes glinting with excitement, is how true predators fight. The battlefield had fallen eerily silent. The swarming man-eating earthworms that moments ago filled the ground had vanished without a trace. Gao stared at the empty terrain, his brows furrowing in confusion. Where did they go? He asked. Fong folded his arms, his gaze sharp. They burrowed underground, he explained. That's their natural instinct. The commander-tier monster must also be hiding below, undergoing evolution. He glanced at Gao and added with a faint smile, You've got talent, but remember, there's still a lot for you to learn. Gao nodded humbly, careful not to appear overly confident, but before he could speak again, the earth beneath them trembled. With startling speed, several of the hidden worms shot up from the soil, latching onto the rooster's leg. Watch closely, Fong said, his voice filled with fascination. When the earthworms work together, even a powerful opponent like this chicken becomes helpless. The massive rooster screeched, thrashing desperately, but it was no use. In seconds, the earthworms dragged it down and devoured it whole. Gao winced. That bird lacked any real combat sense, he muttered. Fong chuckled softly. Oh, this is only the beginning. Before they could react further, Tong Tong raised her hand sharply. Quiet, she whispered. Something powerful is approaching. The group tensed. Then out of the dark forest, an enormous spider emerged, grotesque and menacing. Its body radiated a violent aura, its legs trembling with monstrous energy. Gao's eyes widened as he scanned its data. A level 40.5 violent female spider, he whispered. Recognition struck him. This was the same creature that had clashed with Lu Senlin and his squad. That battle had ended in tragedy, costing many lives and interrupting the spider's evolution. It was supposed to have died long ago, yet here it was, a half-promoted deformed Lord-tier monster. Fong Stay's tone grew grim. The military assumed the Lord of Dark Ember would have eliminated it by now, he said. Looks like they were wrong. We'll have to buy some time. Gao was startled. Buy time? Against that. But before he could protest further, Tong Tong Sit's calm, unwavering expression silenced him. They'll handle it, she said. On one condition, the violent female spider belongs to me. Fong hesitated. Stopping it is risky enough. Tong Tong, you can sit? I can, she interrupted firmly. Gao and I will face the spider. The rest of you make sure no other monsters interfere. The others were speechless. Her confidence bordered on reckless, yet something about her composure made even Fong fall silent. With a flick of her hand, Tong Tong released her familiar, a sleek black cat named Softy. The creature darted forward, claws gleaming in the dim light, testing the spider's reflexes. The spider lunged, but Softy met its attack head-on, slashing one of its legs and forcing it back. Fong couldn't hide his admiration. "That cat has sharp claws," he murmured. Tong Tong nodded coolly. "Sharp, yes, but not enough. Those were only surface wounds, no damage to its core." Before Fong could reply, her shadow Japalura erupted from the shadows, seizing one of the spider's legs and slamming it to the ground with immense force. The monster shrieked, its 8 legs thrashing violently as it retaliated. Softy barely evaded a deadly strike, its fur singed by the webbing that followed. The spider began launching webs in rapid succession, covering the field in sticky threads. Gao clenched his fists. At this rate they'll be overwhelmed. He turned to his own companion. "Dumby, use blood thread heart." The skeletal familiar obeyed, conjuring a crimson aura that shot toward the spider, binding it momentarily. The creature shrieked in pain, its movement faltering, but only for a moment. Gao could tell the suppression wouldn't last long. As he gritted his teeth, the ground suddenly quaked beneath their feet. "An earthquake," he muttered. Fongjet's eyes widened. "No, it sepsed here." The soil burst open, and from beneath emerged a colossal creature. The newly evolved Lord-tier Shaquan man-eating earthworm. Its massive armored body shimmered with golden light, its roar shaking the entire forest. It lunged straight at the violent female spider. "Ha! It worked," Fong shouted, his face alight with excitement. The evolution was successful. Gao couldn't help but smirk as the titans clashed. The earthworm was now a level 41 Lord-tier monster, a true behemoth. However, Fong Sis's excitement quickly turned to concern. No, don't Sis leave yet. We need it to clash with the desert ruler." But the earthworm, having crushed the spider into submission, began digging once again, retreating deep underground before the battle could escalate. The spider screeched furiously, slashing at the ground where its opponent had vanished. Gao crossed his arms. Seems like it lost track of its prey. Fong exhaled with relief. Good, mission accomplished. But before they could celebrate, Li Qing pointed nervously at the spider. Something's wrong with it. The creature had begun spinning wildly in circles, its movements erratic and unstable. "Its set's gone mad," Li whispered. Tong Tong observed carefully. "No, its set's starving. It burned too much energy in that fight." As they watched, the spider turned on the smaller earthworms nearby, trapping them in silk before devouring them whole. Gao frowned. "We can capture that thing." Tong Tong smirked. "You haven't seen anything yet." With that, she commanded Softy and her shadow Japalura to launch a coordinated assault. The ground shook, as the two familiars unleashed a series of rapid, violent attacks. Cuts appeared across the spider's carapace, shallow at first, then deeper. Still, Gao urged caution. "Its set's too strong, don't get reckless." Tong Tong Sit's eyes flashed. "Relax. It won Sit's gape." Just then, a shadow passed overhead. A massive bird descended from the sky, a majestic creature radiating crimson energy. Gao Sip's eyes widened. A Lord-tier bird. Fong's face turned pale. The blood-eyed bearded vulture, level 42. It steps another Lord-tier. Everyone braced for a new battle, but instead of attacking, the vulture landed near the spider and bowed its head. "What is it doing?" Gao asked, bewildered. Tong Tong chuckled softly. "It sits mourning the fallen. Maybe it saw too many movies." Li Qing blinked in disbelief. "Wait. Is that your familiar?" Tong Tong smirked, brushing a strand of hair aside. "Of course not. Both a woman should always have her own means of self-defense." Gao exhaled slowly, shaking his head. At this point he muttered, "I wouldn't even be surprised if my grandfather had a dragon." Little did Gao know, the Lord-tier vulture began to move toward the spider, standing still as it fixed its piercing gaze upon the monstrous creature. Tong Tong, slightly irritated, remarked that the vulture was once again reverting to its old habits, a comment that immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. She calmly explained that the vulture still thought of itself as a scavenger. Because of that mindset, it struggled to consume live prey. What they were witnessing was the vulture attempting to adjust its mentality. This revelation left Fan and his men astonished. The creature they once feared was now acting on instinct and habit, not bloodlust. Tong Tong then issued a cold yet precise command to her familiar. The spider was not to be eaten, only wounded. Once the vulture understood her intention, it soared into the air, wings slicing through the wind, before diving back down with terrifying speed. With one decisive strike, the blood-eyed vulture tore into the spider, overpowering it completely. Fan and the others stood frozen in disbelief. A pseudo-Lord-tier monster, one that had caused so much devastation before, was subdued effortlessly. Tong Tong's voice cut through the tension as she instructed her familiar to disable the spider's leg tendons, ensuring that it couldn't escape. Once the task was complete, she exhaled softly and declared their mission accomplished. Gao, still processing what had just transpired, informed Fan that they would be taking the spider with them, a statement that left the soldiers stunned and confused. Later, back at Gao's villa, the battered and immobilized female spider lay before them, completely drained of its former menace. Gao assessed its condition and concluded that it was now useless. Curious, he asked Tong Tong whether she had any further interest in keeping it. She dismissed the idea, saying that the creature wasn't even remotely appealing and suggested giving it to Gao Hunu for experimentation. This remark caused a flicker of disappointment in Softy, but Tong Tong quickly reassured her familiar that she wasn't referring to it. Gao, amused, invited Tong Tong to stay for dinner, but she declined, saying she needed to find someone to take care of the injured spider. Once she left, Gao entered his villa where Dazi greeted him with boundless energy, circling him excitedly in hopes of getting some pork ribs. Unfortunately, none were available. Then, in a moment of mischief, Dazi pointed toward Dumby, Gao's skeletal familiar. Intrigued by the idea, Gao grinned and began preparing a large pot of soup. When he called Dumby over, the skeleton was thrilled, believing that Gao had prepared something delicious for it. Delighted that his master still remembered him, Dumby eagerly approached, only to be told that he would be bathing in the soup instead of eating it. Gao chuckled at his own cleverness. The temperature wouldn't harm Dumby, and this way he could make soup without using real ingredients. He instructed his familiars to enjoy the meal while Silly comforted the confused skeleton. The next morning, Gao's excitement was palpable. A new chapter awaited him. In Yuzhou City, boarding a flight with Tong Tong by his side, he soon found himself in the bustling metropolis. The Yuzhou airport reminded him of Chang'an, but with far more advanced technology and a sense of grandeur. Tong Tong informed Gao that his grandfather wouldn't be able to pick them up due to other commitments, but assured him that everything was fine. Meanwhile, far away at sea, Jianu, Gao's grandfather, faced off against a massive sea monster that had attacked his ship. Irritated that such a trivial threat was delaying his reunion with Gao, he ordered his men to take cover while commanding his powerful familiar the White Dragon to finish the fight. The dragon's roar echoed across the ocean as it battled fiercely, eventually slaying the creature. The logistics team immediately began salvaging the valuable corpse, while the Blue Monkey team prepared their hooks and cables for transport. At the same time, military observers monitoring the scene commented on how they could never clearly see the battle, only thick layers of mysterious fog. Their leader, a sharp-eyed man, watched quietly and muttered that Gao was a cunning one indeed. Back in Yuzhou City, Gao and Tong Tong arrived at the headquarters of the Southern Sky Group. As Tong Tong spoke with the guard, Gao noticed a Lord-tier white demon plant familiar stationed at the gate, an impressive but arguably wasteful use of power. Tong Tong smiled and told Gao to relax, saying that this place would soon feel like home. Just then, a woman behind Gao started laughing mockingly. Tong Tong turned sharply and asked what was so amusing, but the woman ignored her and walked away with a man, calling Gao a country boy. The man told her to stop wasting time, reminding her that they had someone important to meet. Gao smirked and teased Tong Tong for not being recognized. She shot back playfully that it was because she'd been in Chang'an for 2 years. Soon after, she warmly greeted a man nearby, calling him Old Hun. This surprised the snarky man from earlier, who couldn't believe she knew Secretary Hun personally. Recognizing Gao, Secretary Hun greeted him with respect and invited both of them upstairs, where Chairman Gao, the one and only, was waiting. Hearing this, the arrogant man turned pale. Gao took the opportunity to laugh softly at his discomfort. While the woman fumed in embarrassment, Gao calmly remarked that he didn't hold grudges, but preferred to settle things immediately. They proceeded to meet Gao Hunu, who was overjoyed to see his grandson. Hunu then arranged accommodation for Tong Tong with the chairman's approval. Once alone, Gao asked his grandfather if there was something important he needed to tell him. Gao Hunu explained that he would temporarily work at the Southern Sky Group. Gao expressed concern, thinking it might be too soon, but his grandfather countered that it was time for him to learn, since one day he would lead the group himself. Though hesitant, Gao nodded. His grandfather wondered if he'd been too strict but continued anyway. He told Gao that he would start in the HR department to learn the basics, and then be transferred to the research department after 2 days, where a special lab awaited him. Finally, Gao Hunu offered him a choice. He could hide his true identity if he wanted to, as many young people preferred to keep their capabilities low-key, but Gao refused, saying he had no interest in deception. A proud smile appeared on his grandfather Sep's face. Just then, Hun returned, announcing that all arrangements had been made. Gao Hunu stood and said, "Go with Hun. It's Step's time you saw a different kind of battlefield." And with that, Gao stepped forward, ready to face the next chapter of his destiny. Gao noticed something unusual ahead and paused for a moment. Hun, sensing his distraction, asked if something had caught his eye. Gao smiled faintly, replying that he had just run into some familiar faces, the same arrogant woman and man who had mocked him at the Southern Sky Group's entrance earlier. Ironically, those very two now stood before him, looking pale and uneasy. Hun, keeping his composure, introduced the man as K. Exxon, the head of the marketing department. K. Exxon immediately bowed, apologizing sincerely for his presumptuous behavior earlier that day. Gao shook his hand calmly, brushing the incident aside with grace. He couldn't help but admire Exxon's ability to swallow his pride and prioritize professionalism, even if it meant putting himself in an awkward position. After a few polite words, Son excused himself hurriedly, promising to treat Gao to a meal next time. Hun, curious, asked about the matter, to which Gao chuckled and said it was nothing serious, just an overblown misunderstanding caused by Si Shang's behavior. Gao then asked if Exxon was genuinely that composed or simply skilled at controlling his emotions. Hun smiled knowingly and suggested Gao find out for himself. He then proposed they head to the Bay District to handle recruitment duties. As they traveled, Hun gave Gao a brief overview. Bay District, he explained, was one of Yuzhou's lesser developed areas, a region that had struggled immensely since the cataclysm. Many lives were lost during that chaotic era, reshaping the social structure. The survivors in Bay were those who had failed to adapt completely to the New World Order. When Gao curiously asked about the district's name, Hin revealed that Bay once symbolized opportunity. Before the cataclysm, it was a place where people from all professions gathered in search of work. The irony of its current condition wasn't lost on Gao. Before Hun could continue, they arrived at their destination, the Bay District's branch of Human Resource Management. Gao immediately noticed the peculiar individuals loitering nearby and asked who they were. Hun replied with a wry smile, calling them Bay's best, but his tone hinted at pity. These were people who had long lost hope, their dreams buried under hardship. Inside, Hun introduced Gao to Section Chief Wang from HR Management Headquarters and Branch Manager Su. Both greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Young Master and Head Gao. Gao quickly requested that they drop such titles, insisting they were all colleagues. But his lineage, being the grandson of the wealthiest and most powerful man alive, was impossible to ignore. Hun reassured him that while the branch might appear disorganized, it provided an ideal environment for learning real management. After giving Gao a few words of encouragement, Hun departed to handle other matters, leaving him to explore the facility. Section Chief Wang offered to show him around. As they toured the branch, he took Gao through the warehouse and the training center for familiars. Wang, out of habit, continued calling him Young Master. Amused, Gao playfully threatened to deduct his salary if he said it again. When Wang repeated it anyway, Gao laughed in defeat. Inspecting the equipment, Gao asked whether every branch had similar resources. Wang confirmed, though he mentioned that these facilities were rarely used. Departments like Security and the Central Security Bureau had far better training grounds, often located deep within the forests. When Gao inquired about recruitment operations, Wang reassured him that subordinates were already managing everything efficiently, leaving Gao little to worry about. After Wang departed, Gao's attention drifted toward one of the machines in the corner, a training module streaked with faint tear marks. He summoned his familiar Flamey and mused aloud that once it reached the commander tier, it would solve his biggest problem, not having a flying-type familiar suitable for high-speed travel. "Think you can still fly, Flamey?" Gao asked with a grin. He pointed toward a set of metal rings hanging midair and instructed it to fly through them. Flemmy spread its wings and soared into the air, moving with impressive agility. But just as it approached the final ring, it clipped it by accident and crashed awkwardly. Gao sighed but quickly encouraged it not to give up. Again and again he urged the creature to improve its control. After several attempts, Flemmy finally glided through the rings flawlessly. When it landed, something unexpected happened. A wave of heat radiated from its body, and flames erupted around it. Gao's eyes widened in astonishment as Flamey underwent an evolution before his eyes. The air shimmered as fire swirled around the bird. When the light dimmed, Flamey had advanced to level 21, a perfect grade flying familiar. Its fire resistance had drastically improved, and it had gained a new ability. It could shed its feathers mid-flight, turning them into fiery explosives. Though the power was impressive, Gao's amusement quickly turned to concern. The explosions didn't originate from the feathers themselves, but from the ignition reaction, meaning each attack cost Flamey its plumage. The image of a bald, featherless bird flashed in his mind, and he shuddered. Still, he couldn't resist teasing the creature before calling for Dumby to join him. Hearing his name, Dumby dropped the dumbbells he had been lifting and shuffled over immediately, eager to follow. That night, as the training grounds emptied, a young boy quietly emerged from a hidden hole in the ground, his small rat familiar following close behind. He seemed ready to begin his late-night practice, when a calm voice interrupted him. "How long have you been coming here?" Startled, The boy turned to see Gao standing beside Dumby, his expression gentle yet firm. The boy stammered an apology, explaining he only wanted to use the equipment. Gao waved it off with a smile, telling him not to enter through the hole again. As the boy turned to leave, head hanging low, Gao watched him in silence. Despite the hopelessness surrounding Bay District, this child still carried a spark of determination, a will to grow stronger. Gao called out, stopping him mid-step. He offered to help the boy get an identity card so he could train here officially. If anyone questions you in the future, Gao said kindly, just tell them my name, Gao. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, before slowly filling with hope. For the first time in a long while, someone had seen his potential, and that someone was Gao. The next morning, as Gao trained Flamey, Juan arrived, this time with the boy who now had an identity card. Gao asked for the boy's name, and Juan introduced him as Le Junong. Gao then instructed the boy to wash his familiar and begin his training. Lo Junong's familiar turned out to be a level 4 blood scavenger rat named Albi. It carried a mild injury, but Juan explained that the boy was quite lucky to have found such a monster in the sewers and successfully tamed it. Without that, survival would have been nearly impossible. Gao was surprised by this revelation. Juan elaborated that many monsters in the Bay District live in the sewers, feeding on discarded waste. Intrigued, Gao asked whether these underground creatures were allowed to reproduce unchecked. The section chief replied that, in the past, such monsters used to surface occasionally, but after being hunted by monster trainers, most retreated deep underground for safety. This revelation made Gao uneasy. However, Juan reassured him, mentioning that Chairman Yule had devised a unique solution. One of his familiars lived in the sewers and preyed upon these monsters, keeping their population in check. Gao found this system fascinating, especially compared to how things operated in Chang'an City. When Le Junong returned, he shared his story. While most city dwellers feared the sewers, he had ventured inside out of hunger. There he discovered the injured blood scavenger rat, which later became his companion, helping him find food and survive. Gao listened carefully, reflecting on the boy's hardship and the ongoing struggle to recruit workers for the factories. Eventually, he offered Le Junong a job, with a salary, food, shelter and training center access. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the boy accepted the offer with tears in his eyes. Later that day, Gao returned to his dormitory, only to be stunned. Daisy and Strapey, two of his familiars, had advanced rapidly in rank. He suspected that his grandfather might have provided them with rare materials to boost their growth. Meanwhile, Silly had reached level 20, but its progress was capped due to its grade. He remembered that Silly had acquired a wood-type healing attribute after evolving into a wood spirit jellyfish, and his curiosity was piqued. To test its new ability, Gao placed an injured lab rat in front of Silly. After half an hour, however, the rat was only partially healed. Gao sighed, disappointed, while Silly looked completely unbothered, which frustrated him even more. Still, Gao resolved to help Silly grow stronger, especially since his grandfather had already gathered the materials he requested. As he pondered over Silly's training, Gao noticed Dumby staring silently out the window. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. Dumby quietly confessed that it missed its hometown, and more importantly, its offspring. Gao was taken aback. He hadn't known that his familiar had already become a father. A family man, huh? Gao murmured, surprised. He then decided they would visit Dumby's hometown the next day. The following morning, Gao and his familiars set sail along the Red Sand River, heading toward Chuan City. Curious about the river's danger, Gao questioned a sailor. The man assured him their ship was safe, protected by sea-red carp scales affixed to the hull. These scales deterred monsters from attacking. The sailor explained that, in exchange for this protection, they offered some monsters as tribute to the red carps. Gao was intrigued but uneasy. Such practices, if exposed, would tarnish the government's reputation and reveal its inability to protect its people. He pondered the stark difference between small cities like Chuan, where ships flew on Lord-tier familiars, and major ones like Yuju and Shannon, where monster trainers were far more common. Finally, they reached their destination. Cao turned to Dumby and asked if the place felt familiar. Dumby nodded, recognizing the landscape and recalling the moment it had once been captured. Following an old trail, Dumby sensed a lingering trace, something connected to events months ago. As Gao offered words of comfort, Dumby suddenly froze. It heard something, and then sprinted away. Gao quickly ordered Stripey to follow. The trail led them to a waterfall, where Dumby stopped abruptly. Below, in the shallow pool, a small group of apes bathed peacefully. Dumby trembled. His family was right there. Gao urged Dumby to go to them, reminding him of his former role as the tribe's king. But Dumby hesitated, aware of his undead form. They might fear me, he seemed to think. Gao suggested they simply watch from the trees instead. As Dumby gazed at his family, emotion filled his hollow eyes. He felt powerless, unable to protect them as he once had. Gao gently asked if Dumby wanted to bring his daughter back, promising she would live a wonderful life under his care. But Dumby declined. His daughter deserved freedom in the forest. Despite everything, he said he was content with his current life beside Gao. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The apes were ambushed. Hunters had appeared. Dumby's instincts kicked in immediately. Without hesitation, he charged forward to defend his family. 10 minutes earlier, the hunters had been discussing their plan. One questioned whether Red River apes were worth the risk, but their leader, Li, explained that Miss Jia of the Zhou family had developed a taste for their meat, tripling their market price. Once they spotted the apes, they fired the first shots, confident no strong monsters were nearby. But Li missed his mark, and the apes were alerted. He ordered his ironback wolf familiar to finish the job while his men hid. Unfortunately for them, the wolf never stood a chance. In moments, Dumby emerged. A gold-tier commander monster, towering and skeletal, radiating power and fury. The wolf was crushed instantly. As the hunters froze in terror, they realized too late. The skeleton before them wasn't just another beast. It was Dumby, the ghost ape king, the protector of his tribe, and Gao's most loyal familiar. Dumby's sudden appearance initially startled the Red River apes, but when the skeletal beast gently embraced its own offspring, their fear slowly turned into awe. From a distance, however, the hunters grew terrified. They realized that Dumby might actually be aligned with the apes, a disaster for them. Their leader, Li, assessed the situation grimly. Facing a commander-tier monster was suicide without the right equipment. He decided they should wait and observe. Just then, Gao arrived, riding on Strape. Hidden among the trees, the hunters spotted him and immediately grew hopeful. A monster trainer had appeared. Surely he had come to rescue them. Excited, they waved and called out for help. But Gao didn't move. He remained seated calmly atop Strape, his expression unreadable, ignoring their desperate gestures. Meanwhile, Dumby softly reassured his daughter that she was safe now. Gao, watching from above, promised Dumby that he would ensure the child's safety. He assigned Flammy and Doi to guard her. Then one foolish hunter ruined it all. "The trainer is working with that gold-type monster," he shouted, pointing at Gao. The others instantly froze. His outburst had given away their position. Dumby turned sharply toward the sound. In one swift motion, he ripped a massive tree from its roots and hurled it aside, sending the hunters tumbling from their perch. Li landed hard, clutching his side and gasping. His ribs were broken. He looked around in panic and saw that his comrades were already caught in Dumby's massive skeletal grip. Desperate, he tried to crawl away. Finally, Gao intervened. He ordered Strippy to capture the escaping man. Within seconds, Strippy's spider web ensnared the hunter mid-run, suspending him helplessly in the air. "Please, spare me," the man begged, trembling. "My brothers are dead. My parents are old and starving. If I die, they'll have no one left." His voice cracked as he pleaded for mercy, offering to surrender all the apes he had hunted. Gaosep's eyes narrowed. "So you weren't set capturing them to make familiars?" The man shook his head frantically. "No, we hunted them because the second daughter of the Zhou family in Yuju City demands their hearts, for her familiar." Gao's expression hardened in disbelief, then anger. The idea of slaughtering innocent apes just to satisfy the twisted desires of the powerful Zhou family made his blood boil. The other two hunters quickly switched sides, praising the Red River apes and condemning their leader's actions to win Gao's favor. One even revealed that Li had been manipulating prices by killing apes before other teams could reach them. Gao said nothing. Instead, he looked at Dumby and simply instructed, "Handle this as you see fit." Then he turned and walked toward the riverbank, leaving judgment to his familiar. Li screamed after him, trying to invoke fear. "You don't understand. The Zhou family has influence. If you kill us, you still pay for it." But Dumby ignored him. Gathering the Red River apes, he raised his arm, bones creaking like thunder. His voice echoed through the forest, filled with rage and sorrow. "A tooth for a tooth." The apes roared in unison, their fury unleashed. Dumby carried his daughter on his back as his tribe charged forward, delivering justice to the poachers. Meanwhile, at the riverbank, Gao sat silently, calling his grandfather Ji Hanmu to share what had happened. "Grandfather, I don't know if I did the right thing," he admitted. Ji Hanmu's calm voice came through the line. "Do you regret your decision?" "I'm not sure," Gao confessed. "Then tell me," his grandfather continued, "if you had the chance again, would you stop Dumby?" Gao paused. "No, I wouldn't stet." A soft chuckle came from the other end. "Then there's steps your answer, fickle boy. The world out there isn't set kind. Be ruthless when you must. Sentiment won't set keep you alive. Strength will." Despite the stern words, Gao could hear the warmth in his grandfather Sep's tone. Ji Hanmu added, "I still arrange for the remaining Red River apes to be brought safely to Yuju and give them land to live on. Don't dwell on this." The call ended. Gao exhaled deeply, staring into the flowing red sand river. Soon after, the sailor approached and informed him that it was time for the tribute ceremony to the river's guardian, the Lord Tier Dragon Blood Red Sand Carp. "Address it as king," the sailor warned. It understands our language. He then showed Gao the offering site, explaining how people would present tributes, and the carp would grant its protective scales in return, each scale given in proportion to the quality of one's offering. Moments later, the water stirred. A colossal shadow emerged beneath the surface, and the mighty red sand carp rose, scales glimmering like molten rubies. People bowed low, placing offerings at the river's edge. The creature devoured the tributes, then released iridescent scales that floated gently to the surface. "Collect your scales according to what you gave," shouted a man, ensuring no one angered the River King. Gao stood mesmerized, watching the sacred exchange unfold. The creature's hydrokinesis was breathtaking. Water itself seemed to obey its will. It was like witnessing a living legend. He couldn't help but wonder about his grandfather's own Lord-tier familiar, longing to see it someday. But far away, in South Africa, the world was shifting again. A dire emergency had erupted. A high-energy spatial reaction had agitated the white-bellied spaceworm, signaling the birth of a spatial rift. To investigate, the authorities dispatched a red-spotted falcon and the same white-bellied worm, with a monster trainer mounted atop the falcon. He raced through the skies, anxious about the threat ahead. His fears were justified. From the rift, a strange monster emerged, slaughtering the trainer and his beasts within seconds. Back in Jihanmu's villa on the outskirts of Yuju, Gao watched the breaking news with his grandfather. The tone of the broadcast was grave, yet Jihanmu seemed oddly calm. "Why do you look so optimistic?" Gao asked. Jihanmu smiled faintly. "Because danger is opportunity, boy. During the early cataclysm, these spatial rifts appeared often, but we haven't seen one in 2 years. For strong trainers, this means a chance. New worlds, new familiars." He handed Gao an access card to the Villa SIP's laboratory. "Most of the materials you asked for are ready, but for advanced breeding methods, consult the company SIP's senior monster breeders, learn from them." Gao nodded with gratitude. Though a secret weighed on his mind, his grandfather still had no idea about his unique system. As Jihanmu stood to leave, he placed a hand on Gao SIP's shoulder. "Rest for 2 days. The world will only grow more dangerous from here." Gao looked out toward the horizon, where the river shimmered under the fading sun, and beyond it, the unknown storms that awaited him. When Gao asked about seeing his familiars, his grandfather smiled mysteriously and told him to find White on his own. After searching through every corridor, room, and balcony of the villa with no success, Gao finally wandered to the backyard lake. The calm water shimmered beneath the sun, and he decided to set his search aside for a moment, taking a refreshing dip instead. The cool water eased his fatigue, but then something strange happened. His body suddenly began to float upward, slowly lifting off the lake's surface, as if an invisible force had caught him. "Totally normal, right?" Startled, Gao shouted for help, summoning Flamey. The little familiar darted toward him but froze midair, trembling violently. Its eyes widened as it spotted something massive moving beneath the water. Without a second thought, Flamey bolted upward, refusing to look down. Before Gao could even comprehend what was happening, Jihanmu arrived. With his usual calm tone, he said to someone unseen, "Be gentle with my little master." Gao blinked in disbelief. Little master, he thought. Before he could ask what that meant, Flamey swooped in, grabbing him by the shoulders and hauling him out of the water. Then he saw it, and his jaw dropped. From the depths of the lake, a majestic white dragon emerged, water cascading from its gleaming scales. Its body was long and powerful, eyes glowing with divine brilliance. This was White, his grandfather's familiar, a level 50 Lord-tier white aquatic dragon with a perfect grade and 3 evolution paths. Gao's heart pounded with awe. "This thing, it's far stronger than the dragon blood red sand carp," he exclaimed, marveling at the dragon's presence. Its passive abilities enhanced speed, agility, and even the destructive power of its claws and scales. But as he stepped closer, the dragon's gaze turned sharp, cold, and commanding. The air around it grew heavy. Gao froze, realizing he might have gone too far. I was just leaving," he murmured, backing away. But the dragon lowered one of its massive claws, blocking his retreat. The unspoken challenge in its eyes was clear. "Don't test your luck." Swallowing his pride, Gao decided to retreat to the villa's laboratory. He still had more pressing goals, like raising Silly's level, along with Dozy and Stripey. Inside the lab, Gao began concocting a red-tinted serum, recalling how the previous one had turned Silly green. He hesitated. Will this change its color again? He wondered. Silly sniffed the serum curiously before diving right in. A faint fragrance filled the air, like green apples. When it resurfaced, its jelly-like body shimmered with a brighter green hue, even more vivid than before. "Perfect," Gao muttered dryly. "Now you stir practically glowing in the dark." Silly, now a level 20 dimensional jellyfish with perfect grade, floated up and gently landed on his head, oozing contentment. Gao sighed while his other familiars chuckled at the sight. The next day, Gao arrived at the Bay District Branch Training Center, pleased to see Li Junong already there, punctual and eager to work. It brought him quiet satisfaction. His decision to help the boy hadn't been in vain. He began Flammy's training, watching the familiar's flames burn hotter and denser, but the summer heat made every session torture. Training a fire type in this weather feels like punishment, he muttered. Soon Wang, the section chief, approached. Chairman Gao, he reported. The recruitment process for orphans and single-parent children has begun, as per your request. Gao nodded, delegating the monitoring to Wang, who praised him for giving underprivileged children a chance. But Gao reminded him firmly, character comes first, skill can be taught. Their discussion was interrupted by a commotion nearby. Families had gathered outside the factory gates. Wang quickly explained, there's been a monster attack. The families of missing workers are demanding answers. Gao immediately went to investigate. He found Jiang, the security supervisor, managing the tense crowd. What's the situation? Gao asked. The missing workers were found alive, but seriously injured, Jiang replied. No fatalities. The monster retreated into the sewers. Then seal the area and check the underground defenses, Gao ordered. Jiang hesitated. There aren't any, sir, just an alloy gate for waste discharge. Gao Sep's face darkened. No defenses, in a factory this size. The supervisor shifted uncomfortably, mumbling excuses. Displeased, Gao decided to handle it himself. Take me there, he ordered. Reluctantly, Zhang led him to the factory yard, a grim damp space near the waste outlet. Gao remembered that his grandfather's familiar also lived in the sewers, which usually kept other monsters away. Still, something didn't feel right. Zhang tried to sound confident. My devil mantis can handle this. It adapts well underground. I trust your familiar, Gao replied evenly, but remember, even familiars have limits. Keep watch above ground. I shall investigate below. With that, Gao descended into the tunnels, accompanied by his familiars. The air was thick and foul, every sound echoing eerily. Stay alert, Gao warned. This isn't a game. As they advanced, Daisy suddenly stiffened, sensing movement. From the darkness, a giant cockroach lunged straight at Gao. Before it could reach him, Stripey shot a web, pinning it mid-air. Dozy unleashed a burst of electricity, stunning the creature. Stripey twitched excitedly, drawn by the smell. You want to eat that thing? Gao asked. Before he could decide, the cockroach sprouted wings and tried to escape, only for Flamey to unleash a stream of fire, burning it to ash. Nice aim, Gao praised, genuinely impressed by Flamey's reflexes. They moved deeper, finally reaching the alloy gate. The passcode machine beeped as Gao activated it, and the gate slowly opened with a metallic groan. But as the stench of decay seeped out, Gao froze. Dozens of glowing eyes flickered in the darkness ahead. The sound came next, a chittering, crawling echo that filled the tunnel. An army of cockroaches emerged, swarming toward him, their bodies clattering like rain against metal. Gao's grip tightened on his staff, his calm composure hardening into focus. Whatever waited in the darkness, he was ready to face it. After emerging from the sewers, Gao swiftly takes command of the situation. He orders Stripey to engage the attackers, instructs Dawsey to guard their rear, and urges Flamey to unleash its fiery might. Flames burst forth, engulfing the swarm of cockroaches that rushed toward them. Amidst the chaos, Gao notices a plump cockroach issuing sharp, distinct sounds. It's the leader, commanding the others. Realizing this, Gao orders Stripey to eliminate it first. The spider cuts a path through the smaller cockroaches, swiftly striking down the larger one. With their leader gone, the swarm collapses into disarray, scattering in all directions. Gao, however, suspects these creatures were responsible for the earlier factory incident. Just as calm begins to return, Gao notices something strange about Stripey. The spider fidgets uneasily, and then Gao spots something moving inside its mouth. Peering closer, he identifies it as a dark daughter, a parasitic sub-body. Without wasting a second, he commands Flammy to remove it. The bird obediently swoops down and carefully cleans Stripey's mouth, successfully extracting the parasite. Trying to lighten the tension, Gao teases the spider for its poor oral hygiene, while Flammy groans in disgust and even pretends to gag. The humor is short-lived though. The parasite wriggles free and darts away. Gao quickly orders Dozy to track it down, knowing the centipede's sharp sense of smell will lead them to the main body. As they prepare to continue the pursuit, the sewer suddenly trembles. A powerful presence emerges behind them. Dozy senses danger, but Flamey quickly interjects. It doesn't feel hostile. A moment later, a massive level 39 monster appears, looming in the darkness. The group freezes, but unexpectedly, the creature turns and retreats without attacking. Gao breathes a sigh of relief, realizing they wouldn't have stood a chance against such strength. He guesses it must be one of his grandfather's familiars and chuckles to himself, imagining how his grandfather would react if he learned about this reckless little sewer adventure. Focusing again, Gao asks Dazi if it still remembers the parasite's scent. He explains that he has to make things right after all the trouble caused earlier. They follow the trail through the tunnels until finally they spot the parasite's sub-body once again. Gao quickly directs Flammy to block its path while Dazi moves in to attack. But before Dazi can strike, something unexpected happens. A red rat-like monster suddenly bursts out from the shadows, carrying the parasite's main body. It lunges at Dazi without hesitation. Gao acts instantly, commanding the centipede to unleash an electric surge. Lightning arcs through the tunnel, striking the rat. Shocked and disoriented, it drops the parasite and flees into the darkness. Gao studies the parasite carefully, realizing it doesn't completely control its hosts. It's more of a symbiotic relationship. Satisfied, he tells his familiars that he only needs the parasite's abilities, not its mind. He steps closer and warns the sub-body not to resist. Later, Gao emerges from the sewer and immediately orders Wong to repair the cracks on the surface. He hands the captured parasite to Dumby and tells his other familiars to rest. Dumby looks confused as the black parasite hops onto its skeletal arm, seemingly trying to feed. Gao sighs, amused by the parasite's foolishness. It's searching for flesh and blood from a skeleton. Dumby clenches its bony fist, ready to crush it, but Gao intervenes and instructs Wong to seal the creature inside a bulletproof glass container. Just then, Gao receives a call from Jian Wu. His grandfather's voice carries through the line, summoning him home. Gao tries to explain that his work isn't done yet, but Jian Wu interrupts with surprising news. Gao's personal laboratory is finally ready. Excitement replaces exhaustion as he agrees to return immediately. Upon arriving, Jian Wu leads Gao into a hidden cave behind the lake at the villa. What greets him inside leaves him speechless. Gleaming machinery, crystal displays, and sleek consoles stretch across a vast underground chamber, his new lab. This is extravagant. Gao mutters in awe. His grandfather smiles, demonstrating that the lab doors respond to a mere touch of light. Seeing his stunned expression, Jian Wu chuckles and asks if the setup is satisfactory. Zhao can only nod, still amazed, but his grandfather insists that if it isn't perfect, he'll build another one entirely. Zhao quickly assures him there's no need. This one is beyond expectations. Then, Jian Wu introduces him to Dong Yumo and Shu Hemming, the two senior monster breeders of their organization. Shu Hemming seems annoyed, having been pulled away from an experiment, so Jian Wu appeases him by increasing this month's research budget by 20% on the spot. Dong Yumo congratulates Gao, impressed that someone his age has already achieved the rank of intermediate monster breeder. Jian Wu laughs and warns them not to flatter his grandson too much, or it'll make him arrogant. He encourages Gao to learn from the two veterans in his upcoming experiments. But Gao surprises everyone. He reveals a bold plan to create evolution regions, specialized experimental zones that could help familiars evolve along unique evolutionary paths. He explains that these regions could boost the Southern Sky Group's reputation and profitability beyond measure. To everyone's astonishment, Jian Wu praises the idea, which only makes Gao more suspicious. He senses that the advanced breeders might be mocking him quietly. After all, even they've struggled to create a stable evolution agent. Determined to prove himself, Gao begins his experiment. Hours later, he proudly presents the result to his grandfather and the others, a new reagent he calls Bloody Butcher. He discloses its components and method of creation, then selects a common black raging Kong and ape-type monster as the test subject. Shu Hemming questions the decision, pointing out that there are already matured reagents available for its evolutionary line, but Dong Yumo sees potential. The ingredients Gao used are simple, affordable, and easy to acquire. If his reagent works, it could revolutionize the field entirely. Gao was determined to make a lasting impression. He began by emphasizing to everyone present that his experiment would be intense and would require a considerable amount of anesthetic. Without hesitation, he injected the reagent into the ape-like monster using a specialized machine. What followed left even the most experienced breeders in stunned silence. Before their eyes, an unprecedented reaction unfolded. The unconscious ape began to evolve. Dung, one of the senior breeders, couldn't hide his astonishment. Even if the experiment were to fail, he felt confident that valuable insights could still be gained from Gao's process. Moments later, the transformation completed, revealing a level 10 blood-raging Kong. The room fell silent before erupting in disbelief. Dung immediately acknowledged Gao's exceptional method, confirming that such a species had never been recorded before. Intrigued, he asked Shu to verify the evolved monster's grade using a soul crystal, obsidian. Shu explained that the crystal could determine a monster's grade as long as it was below the Lord tier. As the test was performed, the crystal shimmered and turned blue, signifying an excellent grade. Watching this, Ganwu's expression turned serious. He glanced at the other reagent tubes on Gao's table, realizing how dangerous it would be if the public discovered the extent of his grandson's talent. To protect him, Ganwu immediately declared the experiment's results a company secret, strictly forbidding anyone from revealing the details. He then asked Gao to name the newly evolved monster. After a moment of thought, Gao smiled and declared, Bloodring Kong. He explained that the name was part of his branding approach. So far, Gao had successfully created 3 reagents: Earth-type I, Petrochemical-type I, and Royal Reagent. Without wasting time, he moved on to the second experiment. He had already injected the petrochemical reagent into a giant ant, explaining that early-stage monsters often lacked long-range abilities. While agility was difficult to modify, defense could be strengthened with the right combination of compounds. The room watched again in amazement, as the giant ant began to mutate. When the process ended, it stood before them as a level 7 stone heart ant, an excellent grade monster. Shu was astonished. 2 successful experiments back to back. This level of precision was unheard of. But Gao wasn't done. He prepared for his third experiment, the Royal Regent. This time he selected a wolf mountain sparrow, an evolved variant of the common rusted sparrow known for its fierce speed and razor-sharp talons. After the reagent's injection, the bird transformed into a majestic emperor wolf mountain sparrow, shining with an aura of perfection. Gao, however, calmly pointed out a critical flaw. Although the Royal Regent could evolve monsters into the perfect grade, it made future promotion to the Lord tier extremely difficult. Both senior breeders were stunned. To them, this wasn't a defect, it was revolutionary. Recognizing Gao's potential, Ganwu authorized unlimited access to resources, and instructed his grandson to report directly to him. He ordered the breeders to begin mass production of Gao's reagents for commercial sale, but strictly excluded the Royal Regent due to its immense value. As the senior breeders left, Shu remarked that Gao was catching up to him faster than expected, while Deng expressed pride at gaining a new partner in research. Gao, on the other hand, leaned back casually, thinking to himself that staying in the lab was simply a comfortable way to enjoy air conditioning and pass the time. He didn't even need to experiment anymore. Changing the topic, Gao turned to his grandfather. By the way, Grandpa, does our company ever organize expeditions? He asked with a spark of excitement. Ganwu raised an eyebrow. Do you want to become a world hunter? Of course, Gao replied with a grin. Donset, you think world hunters are cool? They are explorers of the unknown, warriors of the wild. Half the areas humanity has discovered were first scouted by them. Ganwu chuckled, recognizing his grandson's adventurous spirit. You've always been restless, he said. But remember, you don't step into the wilderness without my permission. If you disobey, his voice turned stern. You face consequences. Gao sighed, already imagining what consequences meant. The shifting constellations technique, his grandfather mentioned, probably meant breaking his familiar's legs to stop him from sneaking out. Still, Ganwu wasn't done. He scheduled special training for Gao's familiars the next morning at 6. True to his word, Gao arrived right on time, only to be rewarded with 30 push-ups for being punctual. Panting in confusion, Gao asked, Grandpa, how are humans supposed to compete with familiars that can literally fight for us? The question seemed to strike a nerve. Ganwu's eyes narrowed. Without replying, he walked over to a nearby tree and kicked it in half. The loud crack echoed through the courtyard. Because strength isn't just about power, it's about survival, he declared. Gao stared, speechless. His grandfather continued. A monster trainer's life is priceless. As long as the trainer lives, the battle can still be won. Never rely solely on your familiars. And remember, the strength you receive through your familiars' feedback is tied directly to their levels. Then, with a faint smirk, Ganwu admitted, by the way, that kick, I only used 30% of my strength. Gao's jaw dropped. Even the white dragon, his grandfather's familiar, looked unimpressed by the showmanship. To drive the point home, Ganwu summoned another of his familiars, Thunder God, a level 39 Thunder God snail of epic grade, discovered deep in the ocean. He introduced it warmly, saying Thunder God isn't particularly strong, but it has a gentle heart. Turning to Gao Sep's centipede, Dai, he said, listen carefully, this one Sep's your senior. Dai hesitated, clearly intimidated. Gao sighed and ordered Dumby to hold the centipede still. Coward, Gao teased. Dai protested, I learned cowardice from my master. Chuckling, Gao turned to Thunder God. Alright, teach my disobedient familiar a lesson, he said confidently. Donset hold back. Then, glancing around, he added with curiosity, now, where are the others? Gao Hanwu mentioned that Flemmy would train with Dai, and then asked about Gao's plans for developing Struppy. Gao expressed his desire for the spider to focus on defense and control. Hearing this, Jianwu decided to train Struppy in control and counterattack abilities. He summoned the white dragon and assigned it the task of training Dumby and Stripey. Silly, upon seeing the massive white dragon immediately fainted, mistaking it for a gigantic fish. Gao Hanwu, however, confidently declared the beginning of their training. Soon, the training was in full swing. Dumby and Stripey struggled to keep up with the white dragon's relentless drills. Stripey attempted a tactical move trying to dig a hole and hide, but failed miserably when the white dragon caught it and tossed it aside. Gao could only sigh, realizing that dragons weren't easily fooled by amateur tricks. Stripey became increasingly agitated, worrying Gao. The spider made a bold attacking move, but again it was swiftly thrown away. Dumby, on the other hand, managed to land a hit on the white dragon. Even though it was quickly defeated afterward, it was a small success, but progress nonetheless. Meanwhile, Janwu personally trained Gao. Dozy and Flammy trained together under the guidance of a thunder god snail. The snail gently encouraged Dozy, showcasing its own remarkable natural talents. It humbly described its abilities as innate, much like Dozy's gift of walking on multiple legs, something Flammy lacked. This comparison upset Flammy, but the thunder god snail tried to motivate the bird as well. Inspired, Dozy attempted to unleash its hidden power. However, instead of a dazzling electric display, it accidentally released a fart. The group burst into laughter, though a bit of disappointment lingered in the air. Silly, however, remained terrified of the white dragon, refusing to get close. Half a month passed, and noticeable improvements began to show. Dumby had become significantly stronger and now engaged the white dragon in fierce battles. Even Jianwu's familiar acknowledged Dumby's growth, noting that its reflexes and speed had reached qualifying standards. The dragon advised Stripey to endure more attacks to strengthen its resistance. Flammy had also improved greatly in controlling its flames, though Dai still required more training. Meanwhile, Silly had reached the commander tier, expanding its portable space considerably. With the training objectives completed, Jianwu prepared Gao for his next challenge, his wilderness expedition. He handed Gao a map, a tablet, and a compass, emphasizing their importance in the untamed wilderness. Jianwu encouraged him, reminding Gao that his flying-type familiar would give him a significant advantage. Before leaving, Jianwu assured his grandson that he would always have his back. Deeply moved, Gao promised to return safely. Gao soon arrived at a dense jungle just outside Yizhou City. Consulting his map, he saw red marks indicating the presence of Lord-tier monsters. To elevate Stripey to epic grade, it needed to consume an Earth Spirit core. The system pinpointed the core's location, helping Gao narrow his focus. As they explored, Flammy spotted a swarm of large mosquitoes and prepared to attack, but Gao wisely restrained it, suspecting hidden dangers nearby. Instead, he retrieved a sack of mosquito repellent from Silly. Once released, the scent spread, and within moments, the mosquitoes dropped dead. Gao's familiars were genuinely impressed by this simple yet effective solution. Continuing their journey, the group was suddenly ambushed by a storm panther. Dumby immediately shielded them, while Stripey counterattacked. The panther retreated, and although Flammy wanted to give chase, Gao stopped it, wary of potential traps. Suddenly, a level 29 golden palm tree spirit attacked them. This time Gao ordered Dozy and Flammy to engage it. Their teamwork overwhelmed the spirit, and Gao successfully obtained its core. He marked the spot on his map and moved on. Later, while seeking shelter in a mountain cave, they heard an odd croaking sound. Inside, they found a small duck. Gao tried to quiet it down but was astonished when the system revealed its status. It was an epic-grade creature. Surprised, Gao jokingly told it to quack properly, before deciding to leave the cave. As they continued, Dai began complaining about being hungry and jokingly asked if they could eat the duck. Gao laughed, teasing Dai for riding on Dumby, while Dozy fired back, reminding him that Gao himself rode on Stripey. The banter was light-hearted, but it was suddenly interrupted when Flammy stopped mid-air, alerting Gao that the duck was calling out to them, asking them to wait. Despite Flammy's plea, Gao urged Stripey to move faster, leaving the duck behind. The little duck tried to chase after them but stumbled, feeling heartbroken and unwanted. Moved by the sight, Gao reached down and gently picked it up, immediately cheering it up. Flammy speculated that the young duck might have been abandoned by its parents, and asked if they should keep it. Gao agreed, recognizing the potential of having an epic-grade familiar. All of Gao's familiars promised to protect the little duck. Eventually, they reached a cave within the stone forest, a promising location for Earth Spirit cores. Gao instructed Dozy to go in first and inspect the area. Suddenly, a level 11 rock scorpion emerged, ready to fight. Gao saw this as the perfect chance to test the duck's combat ability. However, after 10 minutes, instead of fighting, both the duck and the scorpion were locked in a loud shouting match. Annoyed, Gao ordered Dumby to chase the scorpion away and sighed, wondering how the duck had survived this long. Just then, Dai returned from the cave, proudly holding a small Earth Spirit core in its mouth. The group was finally one step closer to evolving Stripey, and their wilderness adventure had only just begun. Gao now stood before the massive duck, feeling a tinge of apprehension because of its size. Still, he gathered his resolve and moved to a suitable area to begin testing. Handing the Earth Spirit Core to Supreame, he instructed it to burrow underground and sleep alongside the core for the night. As dusk fell deep within the wilderness, the guardian of that region, a gray centipede, returned to its territory. Near the entrance to its burrow, it spotted the duck leisurely walking around. Irritated by the intrusion, the centipede lunged forward and bit the duck. Startled and enraged, the duck suddenly began to grow in size, its tiny body swelling into a much larger form. But the centipede wasn't finished. It aimed for the duck's eyes, sinking its fangs and causing the creature to screech in pain. In response, the duck's body expanded even further, radiating an overwhelming aura. The sheer surge of energy jolted Gao awake. What he saw next left him speechless. The small, harmless duck had transformed into a towering beast radiating divine power. Terrified, the gray centipede quickly retreated, leaving Gao stunned at the duck's mysterious ability. Intrigued, he decided to attempt a blood contract with it, wanting to understand its power. The moment Gao entered the duck's mindscape, he was greeted by a radiant and cheerful world. Trees, flowers, and blades of grass danced with life, each one adorned with eyes and smiling mouths. The scene was whimsical and vibrant, filled with an almost childlike innocence. However, the atmosphere soon changed. Darkness crept across the landscape, draining it of color. The once happy world turned somber. Gao could feel the duck's emotions, its mood swinging between joy and sorrow. In the midst of this gloom, visions began to appear. Gao witnessed the duck's past, its birth, marked by a strange anomaly, 5 toes instead of the usual number. Its parents and siblings saw it as a monster. They mocked and mistreated it. One day, when its siblings attacked it again, the duck underwent its first transformation, growing larger and stronger in an uncontrollable burst of emotion. But instead of pride, its parents responded with fear and anger, banishing it from their home. Watching these memories unfold, Gao finally understood everything: the duck's inability to quack properly, its loneliness, and why it had clung to him so dearly. It wasn't just a monster, it was a creature that had been rejected by its own kind, yearning for companionship. Gao gently reassured the duck, placing his hand over its head. Their hearts resonated, and the blood contract was successfully formed. He smiled and gave it a name, Goldie, inspired by its soft yellow feathers. Meanwhile, deep underground, Supreame's evolution had completed successfully. It emerged as an Earth Shield spider, now an epic-grade commander-tier creature at level 25. Its new ability allowed it to generate a dense layer of Earth elemental armor around its body, greatly increasing its defense. Having achieved their goals, Gao decided to return home. Upon reaching the Yizhou mansion, he discovered a note left by his grandfather. Attached to it were images of Sea-High Lake, where a mysterious shiny object had been discovered, drawing massive schools of giant carps. The note explained that the object was none other than the forbidden magic stone, the same relic Gao had once mentioned to Gao Hanwu. The stone was also essential for Goldie's next evolution. Excited, Gao immediately began preparations to obtain it, knowing that the stone could awaken a second skill within Goldie. Moments later, Gao received a call from his grandfather. He informed him that someone would be dispatched to retrieve the forbidden stone on his behalf. Though surprised, believing he should earn it himself, Gao was still happy and grateful for his grandfather's support. Meanwhile, at Sea-High Lake, chaos had erupted. Several ships floated across the water, all competing to secure the forbidden stone. Among them, a group of men discussed the massive reward offered by the Blackgate Group, 300 million Alliance dollars and 3 Commander-tier monster core crystals. They soon realized they lacked a flying-type familiar, which made the task even riskier. But before they could plan further, their eyes caught sight of the Golden Goose King and its entourage soaring above the lake. Recognizing the immense danger, the group quickly withdrew. Beneath the lake's shimmering surface, a large carp was attempting to swallow the forbidden stone, mistaking it for a powerful fruit, capable of producing more purple-back carps. 2 smaller carps swam beside it, one of them sensing a powerful presence nearby. Suddenly the water quaked as a massive carp appeared. It was the sub-chief of the giant carps. The smaller carps were horrified. The purple-back carp warned the sub-chief to halt, reminding it that the chief's daughter was right behind them. But the sub-chief, filled with hatred, declared that their chief had slain countless of its kind, and now it was time for revenge. The loyal purple-back carps urged the chief's daughter to flee while they tried to hold off the enraged sub-chief. They manipulated the water currents, forming swirling traps to contain it. For a moment, it worked, but soon the sub-chief shattered the currents, killing the purple-back carps in a single strike. It then devoured the forbidden stone. As its body began to glow, the Golden Goose King intervened, diving from above and striking the carp, forcing it to retreat. On the surface, various human groups tried to capture the weakened sub-chief carp, but it managed to escape, passing the forbidden stone to another carp before disappearing into the depths. Soon after, One of the retrieval teams succeeded in securing a forbidden stone. Among them was a young boy rumored to possess the rare ability to control monsters. While other factions continued their search, this team quickly withdrew, securing their prize. Back at Gao Hanwu's mansion, preparations began for the evolution ritual of Goldie. Inside Gao's laboratory, the forbidden stone rested within a containment unit, glowing faintly. Janwu, however, was visibly uneasy. No one had ever attempted to evolve a creature to the legendary grade, a feat Gao now aimed to accomplish. Despite his apprehension, he smiled at his grandson, knowing this was a defining moment. Encouraged by his grandfather's faith, Gao took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. The time had come, Goldie's evolution was about to begin. Gao stood before the glowing stone, his heart pounding with anticipation. The moment had finally come. The transformation process was about to begin. As he initiated the procedure, the forbidden stone emitted a radiant sky blue light, signaling that the process was unfolding successfully. Carefully, Gao administered a blue reagent into Goldie's body. Within moments, the duck's eyes fluttered shut, and it fell unconscious. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Goldie's golden feathers began to loosen and fall away, one by one until its entire body was left completely bald. Though the sight was bizarre, Gao's expression was one of triumph. The transformation had worked. The forbidden adamantine duck had successfully advanced to the legendary grade, marking the first ever recorded success of its kind. It was a historic achievement. Even Gao knew that the stage beyond legendary, the mythical grade, existed only in theory, and he doubted whether Earth held the ingredients required to reach such a level. Still, his heart raced with excitement. Eager to share the news, he immediately presented the results to his grandfather. When Jianwu saw the outcome, his eyes shone with pride. "You've done something no breeder in history has achieved," he said, his voice filled with admiration, but his tone soon shifted to caution. "This success must remain secret for now. Power like this can draw dangerous attention." Gao nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of his accomplishment. After offering a few words of guidance, Jianwu left, entrusting his grandson with the task of further developing and training their familiars. Moments later, Goldie began to stir. The duck stretched its wings, radiating a newfound strength. Gao smiled proudly. "You look incredible, Goldie." But when the duck caught sight of its reflection in a nearby mirror, it froze, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, what an ugly creature," it cackled, not realizing it was laughing at itself. When Gao pointed out the obvious, Goldie's mood flipped instantly. "What do you mean that's me?" it snapped, glaring furiously. Before the argument could escalate, Flammy swooped in and gave Goldie a sharp peck to the head, a firm reminder to show some respect. Gao chuckled at their antics, shaking his head at his chaotic familiars. Despite its odd personality, Goldie's evolution came with two incredible new abilities. The first granted it enhanced resistance to all elemental attacks, while the second allowed it to create an element-free sphere, a neutral zone immune to external magic or elemental interference. These traits made Goldie an exceptionally powerful ally, even among legendary class creatures. In the days that followed, Gao prepared for the next chapter of his journey. He traveled to the Yuzhou University branch campus, located in College Town, intending to officially register for the Monster Trainer Major. At the registration counter, he was greeted by a student assistant, who looked both curious and bored, until he checked Gaoasep's records. His eyes widened. "Wait, you stare that Gaoas, ranked 11th in the entire Hassa region, and the top scorer in Large Bay City?" Gao smiled modestly, scratching the back of his head. "I suppose that sets me." The student was awestruck and quickly escorted him through the campus, eager to make conversation. Along the way, he shared tidbits about the university's hierarchy. There are only 4 monster trainers across all Yuzhou universities considered truly exceptional, he said. 2 of them, Su Ming and Lin Shi, are from our very own Yuzhou University. As they approached the dormitory complex, Gao couldn't help but notice how luxurious it was. The student proudly explained that the facility was donated by the university's chairman, none other than Mr. Gao Hanwu. Outside the dormitory stood a grand statue of his grandfather, cast in gleaming metal, portraying him standing firm with a dragon familiar beside him. "That's the man who protected Yuzhou City from countless monster attacks," the student said reverently. "Your grandfather saved us all." Hearing those words filled Gao's chest with warmth and pride. His grandfather's legacy wasn't just alive, it was monumental. But far from the comfort of the city, danger was stirring once again. In the nearby mountain ranges, a group of men navigated rugged terrain. Their leader suddenly raised his hand to halt the team. His familiar, a small cat named Bei, was acting strangely, its fur bristled and tail puffed up. The man's eyes narrowed. "The last time Bei behaved like this," he murmured, "a Lord-tier monster flew over us." Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Back at Gao Hanwu's villa, Gao had just returned from his own errands when alarming reports began to surface. Yuzhou City had declared a level 5 martial law, the highest state of emergency, following the disappearance of numerous monster hunters in the surrounding mountains. Jianwu had also just come back from helping Tong Tong evolve her Shadow Japara to Lord Tier. With a calm but serious tone, he updated Gao on recent developments. The Thunder Shell Lord has now reached the peak of the Commander tier, and the Shadow Japara's evolution succeeded. It's changed significantly. But when Gao asked about the martial law, Jianwu Set's expression darkened. It sets because of a new species, a monster we Steph never seen before. Gao froze, his eyes widening. A new type of monster? Jianwu nodded gravely. Yes, something unknown has appeared in the wild, and if our readings are correct. He looked toward the trembling horizon. It stets far beyond anything humanity has faced before. Jihanmu explained that massive global changes were taking place, pushing scholars to dig deep into ancient myths for answers. He showed Gao a photograph of a mountain, but it wasn't just a mountain. It was a living creature they had named the mountain spirit. Though these creatures weren't particularly fast or enormous, their surfaces were lethally dangerous. Jihanmu reassured Gao that they could try to negotiate with the mountain spirits if possible, but if diplomacy failed, force might be necessary. However, Gao was hesitant to play the hero. He understood the immense risk that came with confronting such beings. Jihanmu then mentioned that the delivery of the Wanai Moon Gold, which Gao had requested, had arrived. Watching his grandfather take charge, Gao couldn't help but feel a little inadequate, though deep down he trusted him completely. Sorry, Grandpa knows best, he muttered to himself. A few days later, Gao returned to his university. As he walked through the campus, he overheard his classmates excitedly discussing the regions he had developed, ones their company had already begun to sell. When class ended, Gao received a message from his grandfather. Attached was an image of another mountain spirit monster, a terrifying level 48, Lord tier creature. Gao's worry deepened. It was becoming clear that there wasn't just one mountain spirit, there were many. Ji Hanwu initiated a video call, but the connection was poor due to his high altitude. Despite the static, he managed to warn Gao to return home immediately. Then the call abruptly ended. Moments later, Ji Hanwu confronted and destroyed the mountain spirit monster. The military quickly collected its core and reported back to their commander. Observers praised Ji Hanwu's balance. Humanity was willing to negotiate, but would never yield. The commander then issued new orders: send reinforcements to remind the monsters who truly ruled this world. At the Southern Sky open-air testing site, a researcher approached Ji Hanwu. He informed him that the sample results from the mountain spirit would soon be ready and revealed that the military had managed to broker a temporary peace treaty with the monsters. Ji Hanwu, however, wasn't convinced. He explained that once the mountain spirits realized the extent of their power, communication would become impossible. True negotiation, he believed, could only happen when those creatures witnessed the fall of their own kind. The researcher was impressed by Ji Hanwu's insight and strong perspective. Later, the same researcher proudly presented Chairman Gao with the Royal Mountain Wolf Bird Army, creatures specially trained for combat. Ji Hanwu decided to test their effectiveness. A battle was arranged between the army's leader and a commander-tier swine-type monster. The clash was fierce, but the wolf bird emerged victorious. The researcher couldn't stop praising the genius behind the royal reagent that had made such evolution possible. Ji Hanwu, filled with pride, smiled quietly, convinced that his grandson must already be working on developing even stronger regions. Meanwhile, Gao was preparing for Dumby's next evolution. Holding the Wanai Moon Gold in his hand, he could feel its chilling energy. Carefully he gave it to Dumby to absorb. Suddenly, a dazzling transformation began. White bone steel formed around Dumby's body, while dark silhouettes appeared, bowing as if in reverence to their king. The evolution succeeded. Dumby had become a level 30, legendary-grade skeleton tyrant. This transformation granted him new abilities. He could summon the dead using a corpse and absorb the energy of resurrected undead. All hail the skeleton tyrant, Gao whispered, awed by his familiar's power. Curious about Dumby's new strength, Gao asked Daisy to bite its thigh bone to test its hardness, but the moment Daisy bit down, its tooth shattered. Tears welled up in the creature's eyes as it ran off, feeling weak and useless. Now most of Gao's familiars had reached epic or legendary grades, all except Daisy and Silly. While Silly seemed unmotivated, Daisy was desperate to grow stronger, but Gao lacked the materials needed to trigger its evolution. He comforted Daisy, assuring it that its turn would come soon, before asking Dumby to demonstrate his new summoning skill. He provided Dumby with a dead wolf to resurrect, but the creature that appeared had the soul of a husky instead, amusing Gao slightly. Still, his resolve remained firm. He would soon find the materials needed for Daisy's evolution. Before Gao could set out, Ji Hanwu warned him to be cautious. The mountain spirits were unpredictable. He also suggested Gao take Tong Tong with him. After a quick call, she arrived with her familiars. Gao was stunned to witness her phantom, Japala, transform into a Lord-tier being, a majestic creature resembling a mythical dragon. "Looks like it's time to step up your familiar game, Gao," Ji Hanwu said with a grin. Even Goldie, one of Gao's familiars, seemed fascinated by Tong Tong's powerful blood-streaked vulture. Gao noticed something immediately. Tong Tong had become even more beautiful since the last time he'd seen her, but before he could say a word, she brought their focus back to the mission. Without wasting a second, she placed Gao on her vulture, Shadow Jorah, while Dumby and Silly were carried by her phantom creature, Japura. Gao's other familiars were left behind, with a reassuring promise that they'd be reunited soon. In just half an hour, they arrived at their destination, Mirror Lake. The sheer speed of Tong Tong's vulture left Gao deeply impressed. As they circled the mist-covered waters, Tong Tong turned to him and asked about the lightning moths that flickered around the lake. Gao explained that these moths preferred dark, damp environments, usually close to an energy source, most likely electrical. He sighed, regretting not bringing Daisy along, since Daisy could easily detect electric elements. To make up for it, Gao whispered a clue to Dumby. Responding to his command, Dumby raised his skeletal arm and dozens of fish skeletons emerged from the depths. The dead lake stirred to life once again. Gao instructed the skeletal fish to search the lake bed for anything radiating strong spiritual energy. Tong Tong watched in amazement. "You really never fail to surprise me," she murmured, half in awe, half in confusion. Dumby's skill set seemed impossibly diverse. Gao smiled and explained. Reaching the legendary grade was only the beginning. Dumby Sep's abilities are limitless now. He could even trigger a zombie apocalypse if I allowed it. Moments later, the skeletal fish returned from the depths, bringing several strange items, among them a water spirit stone, gleaming with a strong water element. Gao immediately realized that there must be a water spirit stone vein beneath the lake. He instructed Dumby to let the fish rest. As Dumby released the summoned skeletons, a surge of power coursed through him. His level increased to 31. Gao was astonished by how efficiently Dumby could absorb the energy of resurrected creatures. Suddenly the ground trembled violently. Tong Tong's eyes narrowed. "A mountain spirit. It's nearby," she warned. Without hesitation, she threw Gao onto her vulture and took flight. From above, Gao caught sight of it, a colossal living mountain moving on its own. The mountain spirit monster. Its presence was overwhelming, its form both majestic and terrifying. Then something unexpected happened. The creature spoke. In a deep, rumbling voice, it proposed a deal. It would share information about a rare material known as the lightning bell pine, a resource that could help Daisy evolve into a flying creature. In exchange, it wanted the blood of other monsters. Following the directions given by the mountain spirit, Gao and Tong Tong discovered a level 32 armadillo hidden deep within a rocky cavity. Gao was surprised. Armadillos, of all creatures, seemed oddly connected to the mountain spirits. He wondered aloud if they might be a natural threat to them. Tong Tong smirked. Maybe the mountain spirit just got tired of the same monster meat. Acting quickly, she ordered her vulture to smoke out the armadillo. Within minutes, the creature was caught. They presented it to the mountain spirit, who devoured it instantly. When Gao asked for the lightning bell pine, the monster demanded more armadillos in exchange. Tong Tong, ever pragmatic, decided to prioritize finding the location of the material. Through negotiation, they learned that the lightning bell pine was located to the east, across 5 towering mountains. Reluctantly agreeing to hunt more armadillos, Tong Tong joined Gao on her vulture while Shadow Japura continued the search below. Once enough armadillos had been delivered to the mountain spirit, it finally revealed the pine's exact location. Shadow Japura soared through the sky and within 10 minutes returned carrying the lightning bell pine, its branches crackling faintly with electricity. Their trade was complete. As they flew back, Tong Tong asked curiously, "Why would a Lord-tier monster need Commander-tier creatures like those armadillos?" Gao thought for a moment before replying. Maybe it was feeding on them, or maybe the armadillos were guarding something hidden beneath the ground. Tong Tong Sit's eyes gleamed. "Then perhaps we should claim whatever sits down there for ourselves." But Gao shook his head. "No, greed leads to ruin. We still get our chance when the time sips this right." And with that, they turned back toward the city, the mission complete. For now. After a long-awaited reunion with his beloved grandfather, Gao Pang settled in Yuo City. Here he spent his days strengthening his familiars, experimenting in the lab his grandfather had built for him, and benefiting from the old man's nearly limitless resources. Meanwhile, Gao's evolutionary regions had become a renowned product of the Southern Sky Group, earning him wide recognition. He even gained a new familiar, an overly muscular, absurdly powerful duck. Life, in short, had been strange lately. One afternoon, Gao Pang and his grandfather, Gao Hanwu, met with one of the company's employees in the industrial area outside Uo City. The worker proudly showed them the facility where monster bones were processed into nutrient-rich bone powder for familiars. But as Gao watched the conveyor belts crushing the bones into dust, a pang of disappointment struck him. Dumby's revival ability required at least 3/4 of the bones to remain intact, and here, every fragment was being completely obliterated. He clenched his fists quietly. There was potential being wasted, and Gao intended to change that. When Gao moved to question the bone processing methods, Jihan Wu immediately intervened. With a single command, he ordered that from now on the integrity of all monster bones must be maintained during processing. No more grinding them into dust. Turning to Dumby, Gao Pang gave his familiar a new task. You still come here every day, he said, and keep using your revival ability. Absorb all the energy you can. Grandpa Gao looked puzzled. He can level up just by doing that? Gao nodded confidently. Trust me, Gramps. It's stealth work. The ingredients needed for Daisy's evolution would arrive the next day. As the two walked toward their helicopter, they discussed Gao's plans to help Daisy evolve into a flying familiar. And yes, that's right, they casually stepped into their private helicopter. Just how wealthy was Grandpa, really? The next morning, Gao headed to his personal laboratory, the one his grandfather had built for him, bringing Daisy and all the evolution ingredients along. The first step involved preparing a solution from golden-winged insects known as sucus. As Gao began the tedious process of removing their delicate wings, he sighed. Should have asked for an assistant, he muttered, and as if summoned by his frustration, one appeared. A young woman entered the lab, Su Yingxi, the niece of Professor Su from the company's research facility. She was currently interning at the Southern Sky Group for hands-on experience. Gao decided to give her a chance, and handed her the tedious task of dewiring the suka's wings. Though unfamiliar with her, Gao trusted his grandfather's judgment. If she was sent here, she was reliable. Once she finished, Gao nodded approvingly. Good job, he said curtly. You can go now. Without wasting time, he mixed the golden wings into a pre-prepared solution and added fruit from the lightning bell pine, the same one he had recovered with Tong Tong. The mixture began to crackle with electrical energy. When it reached its peak, Gao gestured for Daisy to enter the picture, but before her curse could settle, a thunderous explosion of energy burst from the lab. Moments later, a radiant figure emerged through the smoke. Daisy, now transformed into a six-winged thunder centipede. His evolution was a complete success. The creature's wings shimmered with arcs of electricity, each beat resonating like thunder. Gao grinned. The evolution had exceeded expectations. Soon, Daisy's wings could even evolve further into permanent thunder wings. As Daisy basked in his newfound power, Gao's thoughts drifted to Dumby. How was his skeletal familiar faring back at the factory? Meanwhile, at the processing facility, Dumby was doing exactly what Gao had instructed, tirelessly reviving and reabsorbing monster corpses to grow stronger. The factory manager, noticing the unnatural spectacle, quietly ordered the security team to erase all surveillance footage from the day. Dumby's activities were to remain a secret. Once Dumby finished draining energy from the current batch of corpses, he pressed a button on the control panel, summoning workers to bring in the next load. Efficient, mechanical, and utterly relentless, it was level grinding at its finest. Elsewhere, at Uo University, Gao Pang was walking across campus, deep in thought about Daisy and Dumby's rapid growth. That's when he ran into a familiar face. Jun Moai, his fellow participant from the Young Monster Trainers competition. Gao, she called out. The student association just found a new monster type. Want to check it out? Intrigued, Gao asked. I am not a member of the association. Is that a problem? Not at all. Gao, she called out. The student association just found a new monster type. Want to check it out? Intrigued, Gao asked. I am not a member of the association. Is that a problem? Not at all, she said. They are open to guests for this. That was all the encouragement he needed. The scene shifted to a buffet restaurant near the university, where the student association had arranged a meeting with a scruffy, exhausted-looking man named Lu, an alumnus of Uo University. Luce explained his situation. For nearly a month, he'd been unable to return home. It all began with strange noises from his apartment. At first, he'd assumed it was just his upstairs neighbors arguing, and even found it mildly amusing. But then he remembered something chilling. He didn't have any upstairs neighbors. Curiosity got the better of him. Accompanied by his golden retriever, he went up to the roof to investigate. But when he got there, he found nothing. After hearing him out, the association members promised they'd uncover the source of the disturbance, no matter what it was, ghost or monster. Gao, however, wasn't so eager. He quietly instructed his familiar Goldie, if things go south, grab me and run. A reasonable precaution, really. A short while later, the group arrived at Lu's apartment building. As they prepared to enter, Gao asked Jun Moai about her black anaconda familiar, the one she'd used during the competition. It's too big for Yuo City's streets, she replied with a shrug. The team ascended the dim stairway and reached Liu's apartment. The moment the door creaked open, a foul, nauseating stench filled the air, the unmistakable smell of rot. Liu's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he bolted inside, shouting for his dog. The others stayed by the doorway, nervously discussing possibilities. It's probably a low-level monster, one said. Otherwise, it wouldn't set be hiding. Gao sighed softly. You people really don't set learn. And then, the lights went out. A chilling scream echoed through the dark, followed by frantic footsteps. Liu stumbled out of the back room, eyes wide in terror, begging for help. As Gao turned toward him, his expression froze. A ghostly hand was reaching out of the shadows, clutching at Liu's shoulder. The members of the student association gasped as a ghastly figure emerged from the darkness, a twisted humanoid monster with pale, flickering eyes. And just like that, their little ghost hunting trip had become something far more dangerous. A strange monster called a green haunt appeared, a creature known for its level 1 illusion skill and its ability to feed on fear. As the system described, it began using its illusion to conjure a thick white fog, spreading terror across the area. The association leader, caught off guard, mistook it for a commander-tier monster. Panic filled his voice as he shouted for everyone to run, declaring that he would stay behind to hold it off. But his fear only made things worse. The monster absorbed all that terror and transformed into an even more horrifying form, its power feeding on their panic. While everyone else fled for their lives, Gao Pez, Pun calmly walked forward, Goldie by his side. At Junit Sip's worried question, Gao simply asked, "What Sip's there to be scared of? It's Sip's just a monster. That means it has a weakness, and can be beaten." With quiet confidence, Gao ordered Goldie to attack. Seeing this, the association head yelled for him to stop, insisting that the creature was far too powerful. Gao only sighed and replied coldly, "Just shut up, you stir embarrassing yourself." Ignoring the panicked leader, Goldie launched forward with a flying kick and activated his forbidden domain. Instantly the white fog and the illusion were blown away, revealing the green haunt's true form, a small, goblin-like creature hiding near the window. Before anyone could react, Goldie leapt again and Spartan kicked the monster straight out of the window, killing it instantly. Gao sighed in frustration. He had actually planned to capture and raise the little thing, but after that fall there was no chance it survived. Just then, Junmoi silently appeared beside him, startling Gao with how quietly she moved. She reported that her familiar had already captured a man attempting to steal a monster corpse downstairs. Realizing the police were on their way and would confiscate everything, Gao decided to leave. Studying the body was now impossible. As he walked out, he overheard the captured man claiming he was just passing by. Gao narrowed his eyes. The timing was far too convenient. Something didn't feel right. Outside, Gao and Goldie called for a taxi. Gao smiled slightly, thinking about how much potential Goldie had shown tonight. His future seemed incredibly promising. But then, things took a strange turn. Within seconds, a car arrived. That was unusually fast. Suspicious, Gao got in anyway and told the driver to take him to the Southern Sky Group. However, it didn't take long for him to realize something was wrong. The route was completely off. Without hesitation, Gao gave a single order, "Goldie, handle him." Goldie didn't hesitate either. With one sharp strike, he smacked the driver across the head, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. Gao stepped out, demanding to know who had sent him. The terrified man stammered that it was all a misunderstanding. Gao stared blankly at him. That's when the trunk burst open. A massive white gorilla, muscles frozen like ice, jumped out and charged toward him. The gorilla came crashing down with a brutal axe-handle attack, strong enough to crush a human skull. But to its shock, Gao merely flinched and muttered, "That stings." Scanning it quickly, Gao realized it was a level 20 frost corpse monkey, a type of undead beast. He immediately guessed that these attackers were sent to avenge the green haunt from earlier. Suddenly, the gorilla made a vile move, reaching straight for Gao Sip's crotch. Gao Sip's eyes turned sharp. "Oh no," he muttered. "You just broke the code. Give him death." Before the monster could land its blow, Goldie pounced in, grabbing the gorilla's arm and tearing it off with brute force. His body had grown massive, a result of Gao's clever tactic. Using his damage transfer ability, Gao absorbed hits harmlessly and passed them to Goldie, who only got stronger each time thanks to his passive growth ability. Shedding his feathery jacket, Goldie leapt high and kicked the life out of the undead creature, his massive body shining with raw power. Behind them, the enraged driver charged again, swinging a metal pipe. But Gao was no longer the same man. With the techniques taught by his grandfather, he swiftly disarmed the attacker, sending the pipe flying, then uppercut him so hard that teeth flew out. Calmly, Gao pulled out his phone and dialed a number his grandfather had given him for emergencies. He briefly explained the situation, not even sure where he was anymore. The voice on the other end replied firmly, "Stay where you are. We shall be there shortly." Just moments later, a squadron of stealth choppers descended upon Gao's location. From them a group of men in sleek black uniforms emerged, each one moving with silent precision. Their leader, Jua, stepped forward and introduced them as Chairman Gao's personal Black Ops unit. It was clear they weren't ordinary soldiers. These were elite operatives, the kind who handled the jobs no one else could. Once Gao explained the situation, one of the agents quickly identified the driver as a member of a petty criminal group, one that possessed only 2 commander-tier monsters. Realizing they weren't the dangerous organization he had initially suspected, Gao simply nodded and instructed the squad to deal with them, however they saw fit. Before they departed, he added calmly that it would be best to capture the 2 commander-tier monsters alive, but that their safety came first. Not even 2 hours later, Zhu's team returned, having already subdued the gang's leader and captured both monsters. Young trainer Gao Ping was impressed, not only by their efficiency, but also by the majestic creature among them, a red-blooded warhorse, Commander Tier, level 27. It was Zhu's personal familiar, a beast of tremendous presence. Yet what truly caught Gao Ping's attention was the second familiar, a level 23 Commander Tier Gao Spirit, one of the 24 mythical spirits from ancient legends. Seeing a creature of such historical significance left him quietly astonished. Noticing Gao's curiosity, Zhou asked if he was interested in the ghost child. Gao admitted that he was, and requested to keep the Gao spirit for research. As thanks for his efforts, Gao invited Zhou to visit his laboratory, knowing the man's immense talent and the effectiveness of his methods. Zhou agreed with visible excitement, silently warning his warhorse not to act arrogantly before Gao, someone who could help it evolve further. Unfortunately, the warhorse, still intoxicated by tales from a certain warlord's biography, ignored that advice. Amused, Gao decided to have a bit of fun. He pulled out a vial containing an evolution reagent, its aroma alone enough to completely shatter the beast's composed image of manliness. Later, as Zhou and his warhorse departed, Grandpa Gao arrived to discuss Gao Ping's familiars and their recent progress. Dazi and Stray had both reached level 30, now classified as epic grade. Dumby, on the other hand, stood at level 39 on the verge of promotion to Lord Tier. With only a week remaining before the World Youth Trainer Championship, Grandpa Gao reminded him that he must have at least one Lord Tier familiar to qualify as a referee. That warning worried Gao. Raising Dumby to Lord Tier in just 1 week seemed impossible, but that concern quickly gave way to excitement when he learned that his aquatic dragon would soon attempt a breakthrough to ascend to the legendary King Tier that very night. Later that evening, despite Grandpa Gao's advice to rest, Gao Ping stood watch by the lakeside, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. When signs of evolution began, the system suddenly recognized the dragon as level 51, meaning the breakthrough had already succeeded. So why was the beast still roaring furiously in the distance? Meanwhile, within the military, debate stirred. Some officials believed Gao Ping had grown too powerful, while others defended him as a loyal ally. The senior commander dismissed the argument, but one man silently nurtured darker intentions. Back at the lakeside villa, a formidable tiger-type beast prowled toward Gao's dragon, convinced it could strike while the creature was vulnerable. But as it lunged, 2 massive claws impaled it mid-air. The attacker was none other than Gao's newly ascended white aquatic dragon. The tiger never stood a chance. It had been completely outmatched from the start. The following day, Chairman Gao received a call from a man named Sui, reporting that spies had been discovered within the company. Acting under Gao's orders, Sui immediately began purging the traitors. At the technology department, Sui burst through a locked office door with his hulking kangaroo familiar, a beast so muscular it seemed sculpted from living stone. Inside he found that sensitive documents had vanished, along with the department head himself. As per Gao's orders, Sui sent his kangaroo to search the underground parking lot. There, the missing department head, Zhao, was attempting to flee with the stolen documents, planning to trade them to a rival company for a promotion. It was also revealed that he was the one who had sent the tiger to assassinate Gao's aquatic dragon. Unfortunately for him, the entire setup had been a trap. The dragon had already completed its evolution. As Zhao tried to escape, Sui's kangaroo crashed down onto his car, crushing it completely before capturing him alive. Later, Gao Ping was introduced to Sui Ti, Chairman Gao's right-hand man, and the father of Suin Shi. But even more remarkable than the man himself was his familiar, a golden, dazzling boxing champion kangaroo, nicknamed the Light. Gao was fascinated by its special ability, extraordinary sixth sense, an invaluable trait for a close-range fighter. As Gao examined the creature, the captured Zhao was brought before him. His betrayal was undeniable, selling secrets to the Sky River Group after all the opportunities Gao had given him. When asked how to deal with the traitor, Gao hesitated only briefly before replying with calm authority. He must be made an example of. And with that, Xiao was dragged away, pleading for mercy that would never come. Later that night, Gao stood quietly beside the lakeside, watching over the aquatic dragon as it rested beneath the moonlight. His thoughts were heavy. When his grandfather approached, Gao admitted what was on his mind. He was thinking about what might have happened if they had let Xiao live. Would people have seen that as weakness? Would others have followed in Xiao's footsteps, betraying them too? Grandpa Gao sighed softly. He told his grandson that he never wanted to involve him in the darker side of things, but as his successor, that burden was inevitable. For now he instructed the White Dragon to capture a few high-level monsters to help Dumby train and level up faster. A few days later, at the Imperial Airport, Jun Mo was preparing to board her flight for the final round of the Young Monster Trainers Championship. As she and her friends exchanged farewells, they suddenly spotted Gao in the crowd. Confused, they wondered what he was doing there, especially since he had withdrawn from the competition after the previous round. If only they knew. While the others speculated, Gao waited patiently at the pickup area. His grandfather had told him that someone from the capital would be arriving to escort him, but when they did, Gao was left speechless. A full bus of guards and security personnel had come to receive him, making him stick out like a sore thumb in front of everyone. After reaching his destination, Gao Ping was introduced to Zhou Tianmen, one of the 12 elders of the Monster Trainer League, and the former chairman of the Nine Mountain Group. Once the formalities were out of the way, Zhou explained the situation. While Grandpa Gao's endorsement carried immense weight, one of the other elders, Pan Gon, strongly opposed someone as young as Gao becoming a referee. Several others had sided with Pan Gon, arguing against Gao's appointment. Zhou therefore wanted Gao to take a test, to silence the doubters once and for all. The request only made Gao smirk. "A test, huh?" he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with amusement. "They have no idea what they sip are asking for." Zhou led him to the training room, where he introduced his granddaughter, Meng. When Zhou revealed the purpose of Gao's visit, Meng was visibly stunned that someone her age or younger was being considered for such an important role. Zhou reminded her that this was precisely why the old council wanted Gao tested. He guided Gao to the testing chamber, and mentioned that if Gao could show even 2 commander-tier familiars, that would be sufficient to settle the debate. Hearing that, Gao's grin widened. He was already far beyond that standard. With quiet confidence, he told Zhou that a test wouldn't be necessary. "Dumby," he said calmly, "show them." As the skeletal familiar stepped forward, the cloak it always wore slipped away, revealing its true form, a towering, bone-armored tyrant, radiating immense power. Zhou and Meng stared in disbelief. Dumby wasn't commander tier anymore. It had evolved into a level 41 lord tier familiar. Meng was completely floored. She herself had trained for 3 years and possessed only 1 commander tier familiar. Zhou, on the other hand, could hardly contain his delight. He knew the other elders would be speechless once they saw this. Fast forward to the day of the championship. Only 30 minutes remained before the final round began, and contestants were taking their places. When Gao Ping was revealed as one of the referees, the entire stadium erupted into chaos. Many were outraged, unable to accept that someone so young could hold such authority. At the Hun family estate, one of the contestants' fathers, furious that Gao had been given any role at all, attempted to contact the Monster Trainer League, demanding to speak with him, but his call was instantly dismissed, leaving him fuming in silence. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Gao stood tall in his referee's uniform, calm, composed, and admittedly, a little too stylish for the occasion. Addressing the crowd and the live broadcast, he confidently declared his identity: Gao Ping, age 18, official referee for the championship. The crowd's shock turned into uproar. People shouted, questioned, and accused, but Gao remained unfazed. With a single snap of his fingers, Dumby appeared behind him, unleashing the full presence of a lord-tier familiar. The entire stadium fell silent. The murmurs that followed were no longer of doubt, but awe. Seeing the sheer power standing beside him, everyone finally accepted Gao's capability. With order restored, Gao calmly announced the tournament rules and declared the beginning of the first match. As the battles commenced, Gao immediately noticed one contestant, Hun Lei, struggling. His familiar, a skeletal rhino, was fighting a swamp monster but lacked any special abilities to counter it. Despite being outmatched, Hun Lei kept shouting at the rhino to keep fighting, ignoring the creature's visible exhaustion. Concerned, Gao stepped forward and advised him to surrender before it was too late. Hun Lei sneered and accused Gao of jealousy, claiming he was only saying that because he couldn't compete himself. Gao, maintaining his composure, explained that his only concern was for the rhino's life. The swamp monster's acidic attacks were tearing it apart. Still, Hun Lei refused to yield. Loyal to its master, the rhino rose again, battered and broken, mustering every ounce of strength for one final attack. The resulting explosion of energy was tremendous, far beyond what Gao expected from a mere commander-tier familiar, yet it came at a terrible cost. The rhino had sacrificed itself to deliver that strike. When the dust cleared, the swamp monster still stood unscathed. Hunlei's opponent, Lucas, was declared the winner. As the skeletal rhino lay dying, it weakly called out for its master. But Hunlei turned away coldly, cursing it for being useless. Gao clenched his fists, visibly disgusted. While congratulating Lucas on his victory, he knelt beside the fallen rhino, gently resting a hand on its cracked armor. "You fought well," he said softly. "You deserve better." That act of compassion made headlines across the Union News the next day. Gao Ping became the most talked-about figure of the tournament, not just for his strength, but for his heart. As the championship continued, the matches flew by. Gao served as the referee for match 32, the last bout of the elimination round, his reputation already echoing through every corner of the arena. In the second round of the Hakkia region matches, the air was thick with tension. On one side of the arena stood Yugi, commanding his level 32 black-scale tiger. On the other was Brandy from the Yingla region, partnered with his level 30 wailing serpent tree. As the match began, Gao observed closely from his referee's stand. Despite the serpent being a few levels lower, he noted that it was actually of a higher grade than Yugi's tiger. The only drawback was its limited mobility as a plant-type familiar. However, the serpent had one powerful advantage: its acidic sap. Every time the tiger's claws tore through the vines, droplets of the corrosive sap splashed onto its fur. Slowly but surely, the poison began eating away at its strength. By the time Yugi realized what was happening, his tiger was covered in burns and trembling from exhaustion. Reluctantly, Yugi raised his hand and surrendered to protect his familiar. Well, Gao thought to himself, at least some of these trainers care about their partners. After congratulating Brandy on his victory, Gao approached Yugi. He told the boy that he had a business proposal for his mother, the leader of the Shadow Blood Monster Hunter Association. Before leaving, Gao added that the reason for his defeat was his tiger's low grade. If Yugi came to him after the tournament, he could help evolve it. Of course, Gao said it casually, but one couldn't help but wonder, was there more to this offer than met the eye? Later, in the referee waiting room, Gao found himself in a serious discussion with other officials about the dark side of monster training around the world. One of them told him about the Southeast Asian region, a place shaped by brutal survival. After the Great Cataclysm, the nations there merged into one massive territory. Orphaned children were sent to government-run camps, given familiars at 18, and forced into free-for-all death matches where only one survivor walked out. It was horrifying, yet the trainers who survived that hell were among the strongest on Earth. Despite the cruelty, Gao couldn't help but think there was something to learn from that system. If only we could create training camps, he thought, not for death, but for survival, to prepare kids like Li Junong to live in this dangerous new world. Back home, Gao remotely checked his surveillance feeds and spotted Dazi lounging around, clearly skipping training. Shaking his head, Gao decided to intervene. With a figurative kick to the back, he reminded his familiar that there would be no slacking under his watch. Once the break was over, Gao headed out for his next match assignment. Just before leaving the waiting room, another referee stopped him with a grim warning. "If any more contestants from the Hakkia region lose while you're officiating," he said in a low tone, "there could be trouble, serious trouble." Gao raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. The threat hung in the air as he walked toward the arena. The next battle began. On one side stood Musin of Korea with his silverback gorilla and swamp monster. On the other was Gangmoj of Africa, wielding a giant tarsier and a rainforest scorpion. At first, Gao was puzzled. Tarsiers were psychic-type creatures native to the southeast tropics. They couldn't survive outside their natural habitat, yet this one was alive and fierce. Then he heard Gangmo refer to it as Mom. The realization hit him immediately. This was one of those horrifying bonded pair experiments, where a young child is matched with a grieving tarsier that lost its offspring. Through shared trauma, the creature imprints on the child, forming an unnaturally strong bond. Gao clenched his jaw. "This is sick," he muttered under his breath. As the match started, Muen sent his swamp monster charging in, only for the rainforest scorpion to crush it in seconds. Seizing the moment, Muen ordered his gorilla to attack, but Gangmu's tarsier used its psychic power to freeze it mid-strike. Then, in a twisted display of manipulation, Gangmu whispered to the creature, calling the gorilla evil. The tarsier's eyes glowed red, and it turned on Muen's familiar, tearing it apart. Muen's cry of anguish echoed across the arena, but before the tarsier could attack him directly, Gao snapped his fingers. Dumby appeared in an instant, shielding Muen and sending the tarsier flying backward. "You Stev crossed the line," Gao said sternly. "Attacking another trainer directly is a violation of league rules. This match is over." Muen, still trembling, quietly surrendered. After the match, Gao found himself surrounded by sycophantic trainers praising his quick judgment, but his attention drifted elsewhere to an idea. As a referee, he couldn't place bets on the matches. However, there was no rule stating that his familiars couldn't. He smiled. "That's not technically cheating," he mused. Back home, Goldie was up to his usual antics, climbing a fence wall to peep at the neighbor's duck. His mischief was interrupted when his phone buzzed. Gao's name flashed across the screen. Goldie, Gaosip's voice said through the speaker, "I need you to place a few bets for me. Do it right and I shall increase your daily fish allowance for a whole month." That was all the motivation Goldie needed. Moments later, he was waddling into a happy lottery branch, holding up his phone to the cashier. On the screen was Gao's message detailing the bet, Jiang Yi of the Hakkia region to win. A very unpopular pick given his opponent's strength. Still, Goldie followed instructions and placed over 5,000 alliance credits on the underdog. After collecting his lottery ticket, he exited the shop, whistling proudly. Inside, the cashier laughed with his coworkers. Some fool just bet a fortune on Jiang Yi. Poor guy Sip's gonna lose it all. Then, as if on cue, the TV above them lit up with breaking news. Match result: Jiang Yi wins. The room fell silent. The cashier's smile froze. Meanwhile, far away, Gao's phone buzzed with a notification, and that same knowing grin crept back onto his face. Later that day, Gao returned to his mountain villa, only to be greeted by an overly excited Goldie. The bald duck was practically bouncing with joy, showering Gao with praise for helping him win the bet, though of course, he had no intention of sharing a single coin of his winnings. Typical Goldie. But it didn't stop there. The greedy little creature immediately demanded more insider information, hoping Gao would feed his new gambling habit. Gao sighed and tried to explain that the bet had been just for fun, a small reward to make Goldie happy, not the start of a bad addiction. He warned the duck that gambling was a dangerous road to go down. From the look on Goldie's unimpressed face, however, it was clear the lecture went in one ear and out the other. While Gao was distracted, Goldie's sharp ears picked up something interesting. Gao, now on the phone, mentioned a contestant with good potential, someone named Jiang Xiao. That was all Goldie needed to hear. His eyes gleamed with the light of a new obsession. The addiction had begun. The next day, Jiang Yi, the contestant Goldie had previously bet on, won the first match of the third round. He silently thanked his luck that Gao wasn't the referee this time. Rumors had begun spreading that Gao was biased against contestants from the Hakkia region, and those whispers were getting louder with each passing day. But to Jiang's horror, his next match was suddenly reassigned, and Gao would be his referee. Seeing Jiang's terrified reaction, Gao could only wonder how people believed such ridiculous gossip. Still, he pushed the thought aside and checked the day's matchups. One name caught his attention: Daisy from Britain, who fought alongside her sea dragon familiar. Based on the schedule, Gao suspected she'd face Jiang Yi's Skyfire Hound eventually. Even though the arena environment didn't favor Daisy, her sea dragon's sheer size and elemental advantage meant the battle could go either way. As the rounds continued, the tournament's ranking list started to solidify. Daisy moved up to the 11th spot, Long Binu secured 7th, and Jun Moi held 5th. But all eyes were on the final match of the day, a showdown between Jiang Yi and Daisy for the #1 position. Before the match began, Gao decided to check up on Goldie. What he found was, unsurprising, the duck was slacking off on his training again. Gao offered him a deal: complete the sets properly, and he'd get some extra lunch money. But Goldie just grinned smugly and bragged that he had gone all in on a bet that would make him rich. His pick, Zhang Xiao. Unfortunately for him, Gao had bad news. Zhang Xiao had lost that morning, meaning Goldie Sip's money was gone. Every last credit. Gao gave him a look that said it all. Let that be a lesson. Quit while you stare ahead. Trying to cheer him up, Gao promised that if Goldie could gain 7 levels within a month, he'd reward him with 300,000 alliance credits and a raise. But Goldie wasn't thinking about rewards, he wanted revenge. He demanded to know who beat Jiang Xiao so he could teach them a lesson. Gao immediately shut that down, reminding him that the battle was fair and the opponent had simply fought better. While Gao was still consoling the sulking duck, another referee approached. He asked if Gao really wasn't going to officiate the final match. Gao shook his head firmly. Not a chance. With the rumors of bias still fresh, refereeing that battle would only give people more ammunition to attack him if Jiang Yi lost. Even in this world, it seemed cancel culture couldn't be escaped. And so, the long-awaited final of the World Youth Monster Trainer Championship began. Jiang Yi entered the arena with his 3 familiars: a goldenback wild boar, the Skyfire Hound, and a blackthorn opium poppy. From his spot at the spectators' table, Gao observed the poppy with keen interest. It had a dangerous ability, releasing a gas that caused any creature who inhaled it to become hyperactive and immune to pain. A clever tactic when used on his own familiars, but highly risky. If they became addicted to the gas, it could destroy them from within. Across the field, Daisy stood ready with her powerful sea dragon and 2 river otters. The sea dragon wasn't just massive, it was a rare Dipor variant, blessed with heightened vision and powerful aquatic abilities. Gao could only hope Jiang Yi won this match. If he didn't, the crowd would somehow still find a way to blame Gao. As the battle began, Jiang Yi's blackthorn poppy immediately released its gas. The golden back boar charged forward in a frenzy, smashing through the arena, but Daisy's otters quickly summoned a shimmering wall from the ground, blocking the strike. The Skyfire Hound leapt above it, only for Daisy's sea dragon to crash through the wall itself, raking its claws across the boar. The boar, still standing under the gas's influence, refused to fall. Now surrounded, the sea dragon unleashed a devastating skill, flooding the entire battlefield in a temporary sea. With the boar slowed, the dragon used towering water pillars to shatter the hound's momentum. Then gliding beneath the surface, it surged upward for a fatal bite that ended the boar's life instantly. Enraged, Jiang Yi lost his composure and ordered his hound to kill one of Daisy's otters out of spite. But the sea dragon was faster. In a single motion it struck down the hound, forcing Jiang Yi to surrender. The crowd erupted into cheers for Daisy's stunning victory, but not everyone celebrated. In a shadowy corner, a few sketchy individuals whispered among themselves. They decided not to report Jiang Yi's loss directly. Instead, they'd spread the story that Gao Peng had somehow interfered, throwing the blame on him yet again. Gao, sitting calmly at the spectator table, watched the chaos unfold. He hadn't even refereed this match, yet he knew what the headlines would say by morning. Gao sat watching the live news feeds, his expression darkening with each passing second. Every major channel and online outlet was slandering him, twisting stories, spreading lies, and turning public opinion against him in real time. The man hadn't even refereed the last match, yet somehow, he was the villain of the story. Just as his frustration peaked, Goldie waddled in, puffing out his chest like he owned the place. At first, Gao barely paid him any mind, until an idea struck him. A wild, ridiculous, brilliant idea that might just fix everything. Later that day, during the grand awards ceremony, where Daisy was being crowned the World Youth Trainer Champion, Gao Peng arrived unexpectedly, flanked by Goldie and Toa. The entire stadium buzzed in confusion. The chief referee leaned over to whisper to the chairman that the Southern Sky Group had made an unusual request. After a tense pause, the chairman decided to let the situation play out. Down on the stage, Goldie began yelling, furious at Daisy for making him lose all his bet money. The crowd laughed at the absurd sight of a bald duck scolding the new world champion. But while everyone was distracted, Gao stepped up to the microphone, his calm voice echoing through the arena. He began by warmly congratulating Daisy for her victory. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he gestured to Goldie and announced, "This little fellow here has a small problem with our new champion." Laughter rippled through the stands. Gao continued, pretending to introduce Goldie as a disobedient peasant duck from the countryside, a mere mid-commander tier creature. Turning toward Daisy, he politely asked, "Would the champion of the world kindly teach this unruly bird a lesson?" Daisy froze. Gao had put her in a corner. Refusing the challenge would make her look weak in front of the global audience. So, with visible reluctance, she accepted. And just like that, the strangest performance match in tournament history was about to begin. The world champion Sea Dragon versus a bald duck named Goldie. The arena flooded instantly as the Sea Dragon activated its terrain-shifting ability, transforming the ground into a roaring sea. But instead of floundering, Goldie dashed straight through the water, which parted around him as though he were a living force of nature. With a burst of speed, the bulked-up duck leaped forward and slammed his fist square into the Sea Dragon's jaw, sending ripples across the stadium. The dragon retaliated furiously, smacking Goldie aside and chasing him across the watery battlefield. Blow after blow landed, yet with every hit, the light surrounding Goldie only grew brighter, his body glowing with an odd, almost divine energy. Then, in one swift motion, he struck the Sea Dragon in the throat, only to be smashed down moments later. Daisy smirked, convinced of her victory, but when the dust cleared, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Standing in the middle of the arena was Goldie, massive, towering, muscles bulging, his bald head gleaming under the lights. With one arm, he caught the Sea Dragon's claw and held it back effortlessly. Then, with a roar that shook the stadium, Goldie hurled the creature into the air and finished with his ultimate technique, the Fist of Destruction. The Sea Dragon crashed into the ground with a thunderous boom. As the arena fell silent for a heartbeat, Goldie raised his wings and let out a victorious war cry. The audience erupted, cheering wildly as Daisy, overwhelmed and exhausted, surrendered. Just like that, every rumor, every accusation, every word of slander against Gao was wiped clean in one glorious moment. Afterward, Gao approached Daisy with his usual calm smile. He assured her that her Sea Dragon would recover in a few days, and even offered her a ticket to his laboratory as an apology for putting her in that position. Still reeling from the humiliation, Daisy scoffed and said coldly, "Someone from a wealthy family like mine has no reason to visit some nobody-sits lab." Gao simply smiled. "That sip's fine," he said. "In 5 years my lab will be one of the leading research facilities in the world. I still wait to see if you still think the same then." His tone was icy, confident and sharp. Meanwhile, at Gao's lakeside villa, Ji Hunu, one of his associates, was preparing a tray full of Gao's favorite sweets when his phone rang. It was the military. Their message was grim. Something horrifying was happening at the mausoleum of the first emperor. The relics had come to life. In the suburbs of the Linggong district, northeast of Chang'an City, soldiers surrounded the emperor's tomb, which was glowing with an eerie green light. Without warning, the earth began to quake violently, and the ground collapsed inward. From the depths of the ancient tomb, rows upon rows of terracotta soldiers clawed their way to the surface, moving, chanting and marching in perfect unison as if obeying some long-forgotten command. Moments later, the entire mausoleum crumbled, and from the debris, a massive coffin wreathed in green energy rose into the air, tethered by two ghostly beasts. Just when it seemed the world was witnessing the dawn of a new nightmare, the sky split open. A legendary white aquatic dragon descended, its master standing proudly upon its back. Addressing the awakened coffin, the dragon's master offered a truce. To everyone's shock, the coffin, intelligent, ancient, and malevolent, accepted the offer. As the dragon soared away, Ji Hunu, still trembling from what he'd witnessed, called the military again to warn them that presence in the tomb felt evil. Back at his villa, Gao Pong sat in silence, lost in thought. He pondered the mysterious agreement between his grandfather and the Alliance government. Whatever it was, it clearly gave the Southern Sky Group immense privileges, but it also placed his grandfather in great danger. What would happen if one day he faced a threat, even he couldn't handle? Gao clenched his fists. That was unacceptable. He needed someone he could trust, a true Lord-tier monster trainer, who could act on his behalf and reduce the risks his grandfather faced. And in Gao Sip's mind, there was only one candidate. Later, the doors to Gao's laboratory opened. Hanga walked in with his loyal warhorse trotting beside him. The animal immediately trotted over to Gao, nudging his arm affectionately. With a smile, Gao turned to Hanga and got straight to the point. "Tell me," he said, "would you like a Lord-tier familiar?" Hanga Sep's eyes widened. "Yes, of course." Gao nodded, then gave him a small speech about what would be expected from someone holding such power. The responsibility, the discipline, the duty to protect others. It almost sounded like something straight out of Spider-Man. Hanga nodded solemnly. "I understand." "Good," Gao said, smiling faintly. "Then come with me." And with that, Gao Pong led him deeper into the lab, toward whatever destiny awaited him next. Gao leads Wang Yao to the remote area where a semi-evolved female spider monster has been kept captive for quite some time. Using Stripey as a translator, Gao tells the spider that he possesses a way to help her complete her evolution. The spider, cold and haughty, responds that she'll forgive him for capturing her, and even refrain from eating him, if he truly does what he claims. Annoyed by her arrogance, Yao summons Dumby to his side. In an instant, the skeleton warrior Tyron materializes, fully armed and ready for combat. His mere presence is enough to send chills through the air, terrifying the spider into silence. Gao then lays down an ultimatum. She can either comply and evolve under his guidance, or continue resisting and end up as nothing more than a trophy. Sufficiently cowed, the spider agrees to sign a blood contract. Following Gao's instruction, Wang Yao begins the process, but there's still some resistance from the monster. Without hesitation, Gao commands Stripey to beat the spider into submission. Only then does the contract seal successfully. Afterwards, Gao administers the evolutionary agent. The spider begins her metamorphosis, wrapping herself within layers of earth and energy. Since the process will take time, Gao tells Yao that he's free to remain and watch over her if he wishes. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains on the outskirts of Yo City, a trio of mysterious figures is plotting something sinister. They've come in search of the legendary mountain spirits mentioned in their sacred texts. When the most fanatical among them speaks up, they decide it's time to meet the spirit themselves. Back in Gao's lab, the evolution finally completes. Through the security feed, Gao watches the cocoon break apart. The newly evolved monster is revealed, and the system identifies her as a horrifying, murderous female spider. Despite her terrifying title, she now appears strikingly beautiful. Even Gao can't help but mutter in disbelief at how they somehow made her hot. Wang Yao practically glows with joy, thrilled that his familiar has reached Lord Tier. Gao smiles and tells him to train hard, and if he wants, to take his new companion on a walk around the city to show her off. Later, as Gao is busy in his lab, he receives a call from Su Qingxi. She explains that a friend from the monster trainer department wants to meet him, someone known as one of the 4 stars of Yai. The moment Gao hears the title, he immediately guesses the name, Lin Sinu. Sinu, as Gao knows, is a world-class hunter, one of the few who dares to venture into unexplored mountains and wastelands. Intrigued, Gao agrees to meet her, thinking she might make a valuable addition to his Southern Sky Group. About 20 minutes later, Sinu and Qingji are waiting downtown when a sudden crash from the sky nearly startles everyone. Gao, along with Pong and Flamey, crash lands nearby, apparently because the bird lost its balance mid-air. Flamey apologizes profusely while Gao quietly decides not to reveal that the mishap was due to his own experiment, using Dumby's new soul chain ability to power link himself and Flamey. Once inside the cafe, Gao greets the two women and gets straight to business. Sinu asks if he knows about the Platinum Hands, a notorious extremist group from Ginga, known for their fanatical devotion to the Holy Tian. They are infamous for using human shields and suicide tactics, utterly disregarding innocent lives. Sinu explains that several members of the Platinum Hands were recently seen near the mountain spirits outside Yaw, considering that each mountain spirit possesses Lord-tier strength, and there are many of them in the area. Any provocation could lead to catastrophic destruction across the entire city. Gao listens carefully but still wants to know what exactly she expects from him. Sinu admits that while she wants the extremists eliminated, she'd rather not confront them herself. Instead, she hopes Gao's Southern Sky Group will act as Yayo City's protectors. Realizing her request is genuine, Gao immediately accepts. He even invites her to join the Southern Sky Group herself, offering free evolution upgrades for all her familiars. Sinu, intrigued but cautious, asks what he wants in return. Gao replies honestly, as one of only 3 world-class hunters in Wayo, her presence alone would be a tremendous asset. He suggests signing a temporary contract first to see how things go. After their meeting concludes, Gao decides to personally investigate the Platinum Hands to assess their strength. He contacts Wang Yao, telling him to bring Dumby, Strapey, Flamey, and Goldie to the North Road exit. Doi, feeling left out, throws a fit, but Gao bluntly reminds him that his lack of training makes him a liability on this mission. Later, Gao and Yao ride their familiars through the dense jungles outside Yao City until they reach the site where the mountain spirits were last seen. To their shock, the only thing left is a massive crater. Knowing that mountain spirits never move on their own, Gao immediately concludes that the Platinum Hands must be behind this and decides to pursue them for reconnaissance and answers. Gao sends Flamey high into the sky, instructing him to scout the area and alert them if he spots any trace of the mountain spirits or human activity. After flying a fair distance, Flamey contacts Gao through their mental bond. What he sees shocks even him. An enormous number of mountain spirits are gathered in one place, far more than expected. Gao's expression hardens. The Platinum Hands clearly possess some method of controlling or luring these spirits. A terrifying thought. For now, he orders Flamey to act natural, pretending to be nothing more than a frightened wild bird fleeing from the spirits. What follows is an Oscar-worthy performance. Down below, the trio from the Platinum Hands notices Flamey, but their leader waves it off. Their ritual is nearing completion, and they won't be distracted now. The mountain spirits begin to tremble violently as the leader starts chanting, invoking the blessing of the Holy Len. But in the middle of his chant, he suddenly senses an unfamiliar presence. Gao and Wang Yao, spotted through a hidden familiar acting as surveillance. The leader's focus immediately shifts. He commands his winged thunder ape to eliminate the intruders. Before Gao can react, Flamey, returning from his act, is struck by a massive plasma fireball mid-air. Despite his efforts to resist, the flames engulf him. Yao quickly casts an elemental shield, saving Flamey's life, but the bird's feathers are nearly burned away. Goldie, ever the loyal companion, hands Flamey his jacket to cover himself, just before another plasma blast sends Goldie crashing into a tree with immense force. Gao rushes to check on Goldie, but before he can act, a new beast appears. It's a level 44 wood peacock, a powerful support and healing type familiar. The Platinum Hands leader steps forward, introducing himself with chilling pride. He is Bishop Garu, the greatest bishop of the order, and he declares that he'll send Gao and Yao to meet Saint Wen in the afterlife. Yao quickly tells Gao that he'll have his warhorse contact Chairman Gao through their bond. This fight is far beyond what the two of them can handle alone. Flamey, enraged by the loss of his feathers, retaliates with fireballs, but Garu's thunder ape swats them aside like sparks. With equal fury, Garu orders his beast to kill them all. Gao responds instantly, commanding Dumby and the horrifying murderous female spider to charge. The two familiars launch a coordinated attack, but Garu's wood peacock proves a formidable obstacle. Using vines and living plants, it restrains Dumby and blocks his path, leaving Gao unable to reach Garu, who hides safely behind his creature. Thinking fast, Yao suggests turning the forest's advantage against them by burning it all down. He orders Flamey to ignite the trees. The flames roar to life, but Garu counters, directing his peacock to fling blazing branches at Yao. Though Yao shields himself in time, he's still badly injured and forced to the ground. With both of their main familiars occupied, the situation worsens. From the shadows, more cultists emerge, each with their own monsters encircling the two completely. Meanwhile, in the Southern Sky Group's conference room, Chairman Gao is in a meeting when Yao's warhorse bursts in. Recognizing the familiar, the chairman immediately realizes something has gone terribly wrong. Back at the battlefield, Yao and Gao are surrounded with nowhere to escape. Yao grits his teeth and tells Gao to run when he gets the chance, and with a bitter smile to lay their enemies' heads on his grave someday, so he can rest without regret. It's a powerful moment, but Gao refuses to accept that ending. Just then the ground shakes. His secret weapon arrives. Goldie, now fully gigantified, bursts onto the battlefield in all his glowing muscle-bound glory. During the chaos earlier, Gao had used Flamey's flames as cover to activate Goldie's hidden passive skill, and now, the mighty duck towers over the cultists. As the enemy mocks Goldie for his bald head, Gao smirks. Bad idea. Triggered beyond measure, Goldie unleashes pure rage, demolishing several enemy familiars with overwhelming force. However, the tide soon turns. Spider familiars bind him with their silk, leaving him trapped. A glass mantis lunges forward to finish Gao and Yao off. At the last second, Gao grins. It's all going according to plan. He shoves Yao aside and takes the full brunt of the blow himself. Yao screams his name in despair, but when the dust settles, Gao stands unscathed. He had used the attack to further empower Goldie through a buff transfer technique. Now gigantic and radiating power, Goldie roars as Gao watches with both pride and regret, wishing he'd brought more familiars for backup. Before they can act further, a deep rumble shakes the earth. Everyone turns toward the mountain spirits, only to witness an awe-inspiring yet horrifying sight. The spirits are merging, their bodies fusing into something colossal. Bishop Garu's eyes widen with mad joy. He shouts that the Mountain Spirit King is about to be born, an entity powerful enough to conquer the world. But his triumph is short-lived. When he commands the Spirit King to trap Gao and Yao, the creature ignores him completely, and instead traps everyone, cultists included. The earth walls rise like waves, sealing them all inside as the world darkens. The ritual has succeeded, but control has been lost, and now, they're all prisoners of the very monster they awakened. Moments later, Gao lights up several glow sticks and helps W to his feet. As he studies the walls around them, he realizes something terrifying. They're completely sealed inside the Mountain Spirit King itself. The atmosphere is tense. The Platinum Hands are bickering among themselves, while a single hole in the wall keeps radiating intense heat. For now, all they can do is hold their ground and wait for Grandpa Gao to arrive. Speaking of which, the old man is already on the move. He's at the exit of Yugo City, the same path that Gao and Hang once used. Though pinpointing the exact location is nearly impossible, Grandpa Gao doesn't care. Fueled by righteous fury at the thought of his grandson being in danger, he soars into the sky atop his majestic white aquatic dragon, and truly grandfathers in fiction never fail to be unbelievably cool. Back inside the Spirit King, the Platinum Hands are struggling. No matter what they do, their attacks can't even scratch the walls, and their familiars are burning out fast. Gao orders Flemmy to keep lightly pecking at Goldie, just in case he needs to boost him later. Suddenly Garu walks up and proposes a temporary truce. They can settle their differences later, but right now, survival comes first. He explains that the hole in the wall leads directly to the Spirit Mountain King's core. The creature is trying to evolve and needs a massive amount of energy to do so. If they offer it a sacrifice, the core will consume it, stop radiating heat, and buy them more time. Gao is confused at first. Where would they even get a sacrifice? But then it hits him. Garu isn't talking about enemies, he's talking about their familiars. Without hesitation, Garu sends one of his own familiars into the hole as a sacrifice, then coldly demands that Gao do the same. Horrified, Gao refuses. There's no way he'd ever sacrifice one of his family. But before he can react further, Stripey, his spider familiar, suddenly rushes toward the hole. Ignoring Gao's desperate shouts, Stripey declares that he'll do whatever it takes to help his master and leaps in. A nearby cultist sneers, mocking Gao for his supposed hypocrisy. That's the last straw. Gao's fury explodes. He spins around and punches her square in the face, threatening to tear her apart if she ever dares to speak like that again. Without wasting another second, he charges into the hole after Stripey, with Goldie right behind him. But before Gao can get far, the wall around them trembles violently. A massive explosion of rock and dust reveals the colossal white arm of Grandpa Gao's dragon tearing through from outside. The old man has arrived, and hope flares in Gao's heart once again. With the white dragon's incredible strength, they crush through layer after layer of the Spirit King's walls, only to find yet another hole below. Gao calls out desperately for Stripey, but the only response is a faint, exhausted voice. Stripey saying how tired and sleepy he feels. Gao's heart sinks. He begs him to come back, pleading for his survival, but there's no reply. Knowing he can't do anything more right now, Gao decides to let his grandfather take over. As he helps load the injured Have onto the dragon's back, he notices members of the Platinum Hands attempting to escape. He points them out to the dragon, and with one devastating swing of its arm, the group is crushed to death in an instant. Witnessing this, Gao has a harsh realization. He's been too focused on the grades of his monsters instead of their levels. He believed that higher grade familiars could overpower anyone, but in truth, experience and tier matter far more. Suddenly the Spirit King's evolution stops. Its vitality begins to fade, and with it, Strapey's life force as well. Thinking fast, Gao uses the White Dragon's help to gather several mountain spirit cores, feeding them to the king in hopes of stabilizing it and saving Strapey. But something goes wrong. The system flashes an error. A new life form is being born inside. Gao can feel it, a powerful, desperate will to survive emanating from within. He suspects that this new being might actually be Stripey himself, reborn from the fusion. He's overwhelmed, helpless and furious at his own weakness. Grandpa Gao comforts him, promising that they'll find a way to save Stripey, but for now they must retreat and plan their next move. As they leave, Gao vows through gritted teeth that if Stripey truly dies, he'll exterminate every single mountain spirit in Mujo to avenge him. Half a month later, Gao stands silently as his familiars train relentlessly. Since losing Stripey, every one of them has been pushing their limits harder than ever, none more so than Dai, who's always the first to start and the last to stop. And as for Strippy, he's still alive, barely. Their blood contract confirms it, but even the search teams scanning the Spirit King's body haven't been able to locate him. Just as Gao reflects on this, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly wells up inside him. His senses sharpen, his strength skyrockets, and amid that storm of energy, he hears Strippy's voice. Shocked but overjoyed, Gao realizes the truth. Stripey must have absorbed the Mountain Spirit King instead of being consumed by it. That would explain Gao's sudden power boost, and from the faint, distant tone of Stripey's words, Gao knows one thing for sure. His loyal companion is still out there, alive and evolving into something far beyond imagination. Gao stands tall, determination burning in his eyes. He knows exactly where Strippy is, and he's going to bring him back. Turning to his other familiars, he announces their new mission with absolute conviction. They're going to rescue Strippy, no matter what. But before that, Gao decides to test the strange new powers he's awakened. He challenges Dozy, the centipede, to a quick spar. Dozy accepts, but what happens next leaves him utterly stunned. With Silly clinging tightly to his back, Gao dashes forward at such blinding speed that the ground beneath his feet is torn apart. The grass is shredded to dust, a raw display of power unlike anything his familiars have ever seen. When they arrive at their destination, everyone stops dead in their tracks. Towering before them is an enormous beast, so colossal that even the Mountain Spirit King looks tiny in comparison. And to their utter disbelief, this creature is Strippy. Once a small, loyal spider familiar, Stripey has now evolved into a level 51, King tier, epic grade disaster mountain spider. His size is beyond comprehension, his presence overwhelming. Yet despite his terrifying form, Gao feels nothing but relief. His companion, his family, is alive. In a heart-wrenching moment, Stripey expresses a simple wish. He wants to hold his master again, just like before, but he knows it's impossible now. The sheer scale of his new body makes such a gesture unthinkable. Gao's heart aches at his words, yet he can't help but notice something incredible. Stripey speaks those words aloud, not through telepathy. Stunned, Gao quickly composes himself and reassures Stripey. He tells him that from now on he's no longer just a familiar, he's the ruler of the mountains. Stripey lets out a thunderous, echoing roar in response, a declaration so loud it probably wakes all of Mujo. Later, in Grandpa Gao's office, the two discuss the situation. Word about Stripey's evolution can't be contained. News like this travels fast. Still, Grandpa Gao isn't worried. Even if the world knows, he says, what can they do? He explains that strength always attracts envy and danger. When he first returned after the cataclysm, the Southern Sky Group was in ruins, and he faced countless assassination attempts within just 24 hours. But the next day, he unleashed the White Dragon and slaughtered every last one of his attackers in a single bloody purge. His message is clear. Gao must be ready for the same. The world is harsh, and only strength commands respect. But as Grandpa looks at his grandson, he smiles faintly. "You've grown," he says. "Maybe you don't even need me anymore." Gao laughs, teasing the old man for being dramatic. Just then Huang walks in and reports that the two familiar corpses Gao requested have been secured. As Gao turns to leave, Grandpa suddenly throws a surprise punch. This time, Gao meets it head-on, blocking it with his full strength. The old man grins with pride, though he hides the pain in his arm. Gao has truly become strong enough to protect himself. That night, Huang shows Gao the remains of the winged thunder ape and the wood peacock once used by Garou. Gao summons Dumby and orders him to use his revival ability on both. The results are mixed. Dumby fails to revive the wood peacock, leading Gao to theorize that Dumby can only resurrect familiars of lower level than his own. His theory is proven correct when the thunder ape, weaker than Dumby, comes back to life. However, Dumby erases the creature's memories, finding them too chaotic to handle. What rises in its place is a new being, a skeletal winged version of the thunder ape, now a servant of the skeletal tyrant. Gao notes that the revived creature is one full level and grade weaker than its original form, confirming that resurrection always comes with limitations. For now, Gao instructs Dumby to gently move the wood peacock's body to the lab. Back there, he checks on Stripey using a surveillance drone, only to find that Dozy has pranked him by planting tangerine trees on Stripey's head. Gao sighs at their bizarre sense of humor. As the chaos unfolds, Gao receives a call from Hang. The school Gao funded is finally complete. The first batch of orphans, children left behind by the cataclysm, are ready to enroll. The school has been built near the Southern Sky Group's territory for safety. They'll grow up to lead better lives. Hang says, all they owe us is a bit of loyalty. Gao can't help but notice the unsettling gleam in his eyes as he says it. After the call, Gao meets Lin Shu, who has finally come to his lab. She wants to evolve her familiar, a level 40 gold-tailed divine shrimp. It has 6 possible evolutionary paths, but gathering the required materials will take time. Gao asks her for a week, and she nods with quiet confidence. I believe in you, she says before leaving. Meanwhile, across the city in the Adamantium Bridge district, investigators are baffled by a string of murders. The victims were killed by what appears to be a living statue. The creature has already moved to another area, the Magnet Mouth Commercial District. Coincidentally, Gao Pong happens to be there with Silly and Dozy, buying materials. He hasn't been able to find everything he needs, and he's even considering turning to the black market. But then something catches his eye, a statue of the ancient Chinese general, Gong. As he studies it curiously, a system window suddenly appears before his eyes, identifying the statue as a level 41, L-tier animated bronze statue. What the hell? Gao mutters under his breath, eyes narrowing. He contacts his grandfather through a video call explaining the situation. Grandpa listens closely, frowning. Strange, he says. The government didn't warn you about this? They must be keeping it quiet, trying not to cause panic. Whatever's going on, one thing is clear. This isn't a random event. Something much darker is beginning to move beneath the surface. Before ending the call, Gao informs his grandfather that he'll be sending Thunder God to assist with the situation. While waiting on site, Gao can't help but draw a chilling connection between this animated statue and the ancient terracotta soldiers that once came to life near the first emperor's mausoleum. He silently hopes that isn't the case. Moments later, a secret government unit arrives, one Gao instantly recognizes as the Black Flags. Along with them come 50 commander-tier obsidian hounds, all prepared for battle. Together they engage the bronze statue, but it quickly becomes apparent that none of them are a match for a lord-tier monster. Within moments, the statue decimates their ranks, forcing the commander to order a retreat. Then, the ground begins to rumble. The soldiers stumble as a massive tremor splits the earth open, and from beneath, Thunder God bursts forth, drilling through the ground like a living thunderbolt. Gao's powerful familiar greets the Black Flags with a thunderous roar, his arrival shaking the air itself. The Black Flag soldiers immediately lower their weapons at Gao, demanding identification. Calmly, he gives his name and explains that Thunder God is his grandfather's familiar. The chief's eyes widen in recognition. He knows exactly who Gao Pong is. Without hesitation, he pleads for Gao's help to stop the rampaging statue. Thunder God doesn't waste a second. Sparks ignite across his scales as he unleashes a storm of lightning strikes, forcing the statue to retreat. But before it can escape, Thunder God ensnares it with a surge of electric chains, paralyzing it completely. Lightning, after all, is its natural weakness. As the battle ends, Gao notices the Black Flag chief angrily berating one of his soldiers for trying to claim credit for the victory. Gao quietly smirks. This is a man he might be able to work with in the future. With the situation contained, he loads both Thunder God and the immobilized statue into a transport truck. Before leaving, Gao tells the chief he can take full credit for the Lord-tier monster's defeat. Later, at the mountain behind his villa, Gao allows Thunder God to rest after the exhausting fight. But suddenly, the bronze statue breaks free from its bindings and lunges at him, its massive sword swinging downward. Gao stands his ground and catches the dull blade with one hand, stopping it effortlessly. Looks like those badass grandpa genes are finally kicking in. Before the statue can recover, Stripey emerges from behind it. With a ground-shaking roar, the enormous spider traps the statue inside a 60-meter-wide sphere of rock, sealing it completely. Gao decides to leave the captured statue in Stripey's care for now, as he takes an urgent call from Hang. Hang reports that statues coming to life aren't an isolated incident. It's happening all over the world. Gao realizes this means something deeper. The Allied government is losing its grip on global control as evolution and mutation accelerate at unprecedented rates. But Gao refuses to be intimidated. If the world wants to keep evolving, then he'll simply evolve with it, alongside his familiars. After the call, Gao decides to investigate the statue's strange weakness. Listed in its status window as the power of impurity, he tests everything from bird droppings to dog blood, but nothing works. Frustrated, he begins to wonder if the weakness refers to some undiscovered material or phenomenon. Before leaving, he asks Stripey to talk to the statue and try to extract information. Within minutes, Stripey Sip's endless chatter bombards the statue into submission. Overwhelmed, the creature finally speaks, confessing that it only killed people because they were hooligans causing chaos. Gao watches in disbelief. Somehow, Stripey has mastered the talk no jutsu. Later, Gao and his familiars ride atop Stripey toward the forest outside Yuzhou City, though they quickly regret it. Every time Stripey moves, his new body releases scorching black smoke that makes it nearly impossible to breathe. But Gao's mind is elsewhere, deep in thought. With the rate of mutations and evolutions rising exponentially, the wilderness must now be filled with new monsters and treasures waiting to be discovered. Normally, exploration teams can't venture too far. There are no safe zones deep in the wild, but Gao has a plan. If he can get the mountain spirits to cooperate, he can use them as mobile outposts, creating safe zones on the move. This would allow explorers to reach uncharted areas, and Gao Pong, as the service provider, would earn a massive profit. A month later, Gao rides atop Stripey again, continuing his mission of recruiting mountain spirits. So far, he succeeded in recruiting 10 and has already built a small outpost using 4 of them. His familiars, Flammy, Goldie, and Dozy, are all just a level or 2 away from reaching Lord Tier. Everything seems to be going perfectly for Gao Pong. What could possibly go wrong now? Yeah, he definitely jinxed it. Without warning, Gao senses a strange vibration from the side. He turns, only to see a swarm of mutated bees heading straight toward him. These are Yan Blade bees, and according to the system, their venom is so potent that a single sting can completely paralyze their victim. Fortunately, Gao has the perfect counter, Stripey's new ability, Disaster Cloud. In one enormous eruption, a tidal wave of molten lava engulfs the entire swarm, vaporizing them instantly. Gao and Flammy descend to collect their core crystals, but to his surprise, Flammy starts eating the bees instead. Apparently they're his new favorite snack. As Flammy continues his bizarre feast, Gao instructs Dumby to revive some of the bees. However, Dumby quickly realizes it's impossible. The bees lack a skeletal structure. Instead, he revives the buried creatures in the nearby soil. Moments later, Dumby senses something moving in the bushes and sends his ghouls to investigate. They return holding a mouse. The moment Gao inspects its status window, his eyes widen. The creature itself is ordinary, but it possesses a rare mystic attribute, making it worth keeping. He hands the mouse over to Stripey for safekeeping, then orders Dumby's ghouls to pile all the bee bodies together. Flamey incinerates the heap, leaving behind only a mountain of glowing core crystals. Gao estimates that this haul alone will fetch him around 10,000 Alliance credits, a solid day's work. Since his last major battle, Gao has done it all, referred the Youth Trainer Championship, evolved Dumby to Lord Tier, crushed the Platinum Hands cult, and even turned Stripey into a Lord Tier rock mountain. But now, with living statues appearing worldwide, his next mission is just beginning. Still, Gao Pang is undeterred. Whether it's global chaos, political schemes, or divine monsters, he's determined to face it all, one evolution at a time. When Whitey finally taps him on the shoulder, Gao knows, the blood bucket is ready. Sometime later, several major evolutions have taken place. Day has ascended to Lord Tier, the Mystic Mouse has been promoted to perfect grade, and Flammy is standing at the brink of his own transformation. As Gao and his grandfather discuss possibly using the defeated statue as a guard for Gao's school, the skies suddenly grow dark. Thunder rumbles across the horizon. It's Stet's time. From within a radiant cocoon of flame, Flammy bursts forth, evolving into a great flaming beast, its majestic aura shaking the very air around them. Though Gao finds it impressive, he can't help but chuckle. It still kinda looks like an ostrich on fire, he mutters under his breath. Surprisingly, Grandpa Gao advises his grandson to accept the military's latest request, not out of obedience, but to see for himself what's really going on. Gao immediately senses there's more to this mission than meets the eye and agrees. Upon arriving in Shangan City, Gao visits a travel agency to arrange transport to the Dali Desert, but he's immediately turned down. The area has been sealed off due to a disturbing number of recent deaths. Undeterred, Gao backs away and looks around until he spots a shady broker lingering nearby. Within minutes, Gao finds himself sitting across from the man in a private room. "I need to reach the Dali Desert today," Gao says flatly, dropping a heavy bag of cash onto the table. The broker grins greedily. "For that much, consider it done." Soon, Gao is standing atop a rocky cliff, watching the military operation unfold in the vast desert below. "Guess the smuggler really pulled through," he muses. With the civilian evacuation complete, the soldiers prepare for the inevitable. And then it appears. The desert ruler. An enormous, sand-draped monster steps into view, its body glimmering beneath the blazing sun. The king sandworm coils around its shoulders like a living mantle. A chilling wave of power sweeps across the battlefield as the ruler releases its lord aura, transforming even nearby forests into endless dunes of golden sand. The sheer environmental devastation is breathtaking. Even Gao can't help but be impressed. But the military? They're helpless. Every attack they launch is effortlessly deflected. The creature's hide is impenetrable. Then, just as hope begins to fade, a divine light splits the clouds above. The golden deity descends from the heavens, its body blazing with celestial brilliance. With a single radiant strike, the deity blasts the desert ruler into the ground. The soldiers cheer, believing victory is at hand, but their smiles vanish just as quickly. The desert ruler rises. Gao watches closely, analyzing the scene. The monster is dispersing parts of its body instantaneously to avoid damage. Its reaction time and analytical precision are far beyond human comprehension, so it's basically like Obito, Gao mutters, half in awe. Despite the golden deity's divine power, the ruler's home field advantage proves overwhelming. With one colossal strike, it smashes the deity into the desert floor. The military stands frozen, unable to fire for fear of hitting their own symbol of hope. The commander finally gives an order: wait for the deity to retreat. Once it does, we launch every missile we have. But before they can act, chaos erupts. The sands beneath their tanks explode outward as giant earthworms burst from below. The Sand King earthworm, a monstrous lord-tier beast, has joined the battle alongside dozens of smaller man-eating worms tearing through the formation. The commander screams for the tanks to scatter. Familiars are released. A squad of giant flaming chickens charges in, biting down on the worms, their wings lighting up the dusk sky in chaos. At this moment, the story rewinds back to how Gao even got here. The smuggler he'd hired might have looked dangerous, but he was no real threat. All it took was a single glare from Gao's hidden familiar to make the man tremble and behave. He led Gao to the hunter-gathering point, promising they'd depart at 10 that night. Later, in a small desert hotel, Gao wakes up with a groan. Riding in that truck all day wrecked my back, he mutters, stretching. Looking out the window, he spots the final outpost before the true desert begins, a bustling marketplace where stalls overflow with strange materials. There are exploding cacti, sand-type core crystals, and sand soul stones being sold by the dozens. Gao raises a brow. Who in their right mind buys an exploding cactus? He wonders aloud. Later, as he eats in a local restaurant, Gao overhears a group of hunters gossiping about the military's lockdown. From what he can gather, no one is allowed to enter the desert anymore, suggesting that something far bigger and far deadlier is about to occur. He's right. The clash of monsters that follows will shake the desert itself. The next day, Gao and his familiars make their way into the vast dunes. It's rough terrain, especially for Dumby, whose heavy body sinks into the sand with every step. After some teasing from Dai, the flying familiars swoop down to help him along. As they trudge forward, Dumby suddenly stops. "Master," he says, his hollow voice echoing softly, "the sand here, it sets angry." Gao pauses. He knows exactly what that means. When a lord-tier monster resides in one area for too long, its presence infects the very land, twisting the air and earth around it. He recalls the tranquil yet eerie White Dragon's Lake, and a shiver runs down his spine. Dumby is right, the desert itself is alive. Suddenly, Flemmy senses a fierce battle up ahead and quickly leads the group toward it. From higher ground, Gao watches as a team of hunters clashes with a group of cliché sand-type monsters. As the fight unfolds, Gao notices something unusual. The sand monsters' core crystals seem to function like hearts. Curious, he decides to run an experiment using Dumby's ability. Unfortunately, while Dumby's skill causes the monsters to explode outward, it doesn't actually damage their sand cores in any way. To make things worse, these creatures are highly resistant to both electric and fire attacks, rendering Doi and Flamey practically useless. Dumby, on the other hand, can't gain any tactical advantage because of the sandy terrain. Gao realizes that if they ever choose to assist the military, these elemental weaknesses are going to be a real problem. Back in the present, as they observe the military getting ambushed by massive sandworms, Flamey nervously asks if they should step in. Gao shakes his head, explaining that there's nothing they can really do right now. Besides, if the military has come all the way into the Dali Desert, they must have prepared something powerful. Perhaps that mysterious figure in the black robe. Judging by its sheer size, Gao can tell it's definitely not human. He's frustrated that he can't analyze the creature's stats because of the robe concealing its body, but his attention is suddenly drawn to the raging battle between the desert ruler and the golden deity. The massive sand creature has already grabbed the bird-like deity in its fist. What's worse, it's ignoring all of her attacks, regenerating endlessly thanks to the abundant sand in its unharmed sand core. Things couldn't be going any worse for the military. Then, to everyone's shock, the desert ruler begins absorbing all the smaller sand monsters scattered across the desert. Gao's eyes widen. His suspicions are confirmed. The beast transforms into an even more enormous and terrifying form, then crushes the golden deity into the sand below. Even though he's at a clear disadvantage here, Yao Pang prepares to step in to protect Chun City's guardian deity. Fortunately, he doesn't need to. Just as he's about to move, the black-robed figure leaps into the battlefield. When it finally reveals itself, Yao's eyes widen in disbelief. It's none other than the legendary terracotta soldier, the stone guardian of General Montian, brought back to life. The soldier launches a relentless assault on the desert ruler, hitting it with a barrage of powerful strikes so fast and heavy that the beast is forced to release the golden deity. Though it doesn't seem to harm the desert ruler directly, the immediate goal has been achieved. The deity is safe. Realizing they can't win right now, the commander orders a retreat. As the forces pull back, the commander receives a video call from the general who had sent them there. Trying to explain the hopeless situation, he's met with cold fury. The general, consumed by vengeance, orders him to annihilate the monster no matter the cost. Reluctantly, the commander obeys. Meanwhile, at a distance, Gao and his familiars watch the troops withdraw. Gao suggests that they should leave as well. Without an ice-type familiar, the natural weakness of the sand monsters, there's little point in staying. But before they can move, Gao suddenly feels a chill crawl down his spine. His familiars immediately shift into defensive positions, sensing an unseen threat. Moments later, a streak of red light flashes across the sky and slams into the middle of the desert. The ground shakes violently, and a massive mushroom cloud erupts from the impact site, a nuclear bomb. Thankfully, Gao and his familiars are far enough from the explosion. His unique damage transfer ability allows the radiation and blast wave to be evenly distributed among his familiars instead of himself. With their high endurance and resistance to radiation, they come out mostly unscathed. The same can't be said for whatever was caught at the center of that explosion. Determined to confirm the fate of the desert ruler, Gao decides to investigate. When he and his familiars arrive at the heart of the Dali Desert, the scene is apocalyptic. The sand has been melted into glassy crystals by the heat. Normally, a nuclear strike wouldn't be enough to kill a Lord-tier monster unless it hit directly, so Gao doubts the beast is truly dead. As he surveys the destruction, his treasure-sniffing rodent familiar suddenly squeaks excitedly. It's detected something valuable nearby. Gao, unimpressed, glares at the little creature. The last time it promised treasure, they dug for hours only to uncover a low-grade core crystal. Still, after a bit of whining from the rodent, Gao gives it one more chance. After digging deep into what's now practically a crater, Gao and Dumby begin to lose hope, until Dumby's shovel strikes something solid. Following Gao's command, Dumby carefully pulls it out. It's a strange bone, one that actually hurts Dumby's hand to touch. That's unusual. Not even a nuclear blast had caused him pain before. Even stranger, Gao's stat-reading ability, or rather, the system itself, fails to recognize the object's nature or even identify its name. For the first time, Gao realizes something important. His ability still has room to grow. Gao praises the little mouse for its persistence, and then gets an idea. What if Dumby were to assimilate the strange bone into himself? It might unlock something new. However, the moment Dumby tries to absorb the bone, a violent reaction occurs. He's forced to drop it and stumble backward as a shockwave ripples through the air. Concerned, Gao rushes to Dumby's side, but before he can even reach him, his vision suddenly blurs. In an instant, he's pulled into a surreal image of a colossal monster drifting across a starry void, a being so vast and otherworldly that he can't even comprehend its full form. The sight is overwhelming, terrifying, yet breathtaking. Whatever that thing is, it's beyond his understanding. As the vision fades, Gao gasps for breath, shaken by what he just saw. Regaining his focus, he immediately checks on Dumby, asking if he feels any pain. Thankfully, Dumby shakes his head. But there's something new. A dark, swirling pattern now spirals across his arm, identical to the one etched on the mysterious bone. Even more astonishing, Dumby has gained a brand new ability, Level 2 Dark Flame Mastery. To test it, Dumby ignites his hand. A strange black flame bursts forth, cold, steady, and silent. It covers his arm completely but doesn't burn his cloak or the ground. The fire seems to consume nothing. Gao's curiosity deepens. Whatever this power is, it's extraordinary. He instructs Dumby to take the bone along with him, and they head back for now. The next night, Gao is in his hotel room when suddenly the city alarm blares. A state of emergency is declared. Moments later, soldiers appear at his door. They announce that all monster trainers are being summoned to help repel a level 5 threat. That phrase alone sends a chill down Gao's spine. The last time such a level of danger had occurred was during the White Dragon's evolution. After confirming he'll join them immediately, Gao gets ready, his heart uneasy. Later that night, he stands atop Chang'an City's eastern wall and sees the unthinkable. the desert ruler has returned. It didn't die from the nuclear blast. It mutated. Now its body radiates energy from a glowing nuclear core at its center. Though its shell has become more brittle, its elemental resistance and sheer defense have skyrocketed. Gao isn't sure if this evolution is a blessing or a curse. Before he can think further, the golden deity swoops in from above, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that crashes into the desert ruler's chest. The sight is awe-inspiring. Yet the result is disappointing. The nuclear behemoth barely flinches. Its scales remain intact. Seeing this, Gao commands Dumby to join the fight. This time, on solid ground rather than shifting sand, Dumby can unleash his full strength. As he charges in, the nuclear ruler fires a beam of its own. Dumby blocks it with his arm and retaliates, using his revival ability to summon the enormous corpse of the Elder King centipede, a creature that had been slain here 6 months ago by the golden deity herself. The undead centipede coils around the nuclear ruler, pinning it down. The golden deity seizes the moment and launches a devastating wing slash, aiming to decapitate the beast. The attack lands but only slices off its arm, not its head. Furious, the nuclear ruler smashes the centipede's skull with one crushing blow. From above, Gao orders Flamey to assist. The fiery familiar unleashes a torrential wave of flames from the sky, engulfing the ruler in a storm of fire. But the monster suddenly reveals another terrifying power: gravity manipulation. The flames scatter, crushed by invisible force. With both offense and defense on its side, the tide seems hopelessly one-sided. Yet, in melee combat, no one surpasses Dumby. In a blur of motion, he rushes forward and delivers a thunderous strike, freeing Flamey from the monster's gravitational grip. The nuclear ruler tries to counterattack, but Dumby is faster. He channels his dark flame into his fist and slams it into the creature's chest. The impact sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, momentarily stunning the ruler. Seizing the opening, Flamey and the golden deity combine their powers for a final strike. A blinding explosion of fire and light engulfs the nuclear ruler, burning and overwhelming its core completely. When the dust settles, the beast stands for a moment, charred, cracked, and unmoving, before collapsing in defeat. The nuclear ruler is dead. After the battle, Gao negotiates with the military officers over how to divide the monster's remains. He starts with a bold bluff, demanding 75% of the corpse. The soldiers, caught off guard, eventually settle on a deal. Gao will receive the nuclear ruler's core crystal and one of the 2 flesh-enhancing tablets in their possession. Back at Gao's lab, Goldie emerges from a reinforced metal chamber, newly evolved into a Lord-tier monster, muscles gleaming with power. Gao, however, wastes no time scolding him for breaking the chamber door during the process. Goldie lowers his head in shame as Gao sighs, the pain of being financially responsible. Once that's settled, Gao calls over Tong Tong, telling her that the military has delivered the flesh-enhancing tablet for their next experiment. It's time to evolve her contracted beast, the bloody-bearded vulture. Many breeders have failed to evolve this creature, but Gao confidently assures her he can do it. With Silly assisting him, Gao begins the process. Using a mix of rare ingredients, he refines the tablet into a glowing green stone and instructs the vulture to swallow it. Almost instantly the bird collapses, its eyes glowing red. Gao signals Dumby, who rolls in a trolley piled high with freshly prepared meat. The vulture devours it greedily, and moments later, its body transforms. Feathers darken, claws sharpen, and a powerful aura floods the room. The evolution is a success. Tong Tong's soul power surges as her bond with the creature strengthens. Go explains that the vulture will now need to consume fresh meat regularly to maintain its strength. If she can find the right materials, he can help her promote its grade further. Tong Tong, smiling, says that this result is more than enough for now. Their discussion ends as Gao receives a call from Huang Ya. The man informs him that the Waitrong broadcasting station has invited Gao as a guest of honor for one of their upcoming programs. Normally, Gao would decline such offers outright, but Huang adds that they're offering a thunder shell as compensation. Hearing that, Gao changes his mind. A thunder shell is one of the rare components needed to evolve. Granda, his thunder god familiar, with high-tier evolution materials becoming rarer by the day. This is an opportunity he can't afford to miss. And so, Gao Peng soon finds himself arriving at Yangchong Airport, where he's greeted by Wu Muzi, the assistant director of the program he'll be appearing on, An Eye for Talent. As they get into the car, Gao can't help but wonder what kind of surprises this new venture will bring. Wang excitedly tells Gao about all the different materials and monsters they've managed to gather from the wild. He even shares an information package for Gao to review while continuing to explain what the entire program is about. But as Gao scans through the list, one particular item immediately grabs his attention, something called a Daling Shandol Leon. However, according to the system's identification, it's actually a yin-yang Kendula, an odd creature possessing both healing and weakening abilities. Intrigued, Gao can't resist asking Wang for a price. Wang, smiling kindly, waves it off, saying there's no need for payment for such a small thing, and promises to have it delivered to Gao's room that very night. Later that evening, at the Gao family villa in Yangchang City, the yin-yang Kandula finally arrives. After Gao activates it with a gentle blow, the little creature awakens. Gao immediately calls it out, declaring that he knows the truth. It might have fooled the program runners, but he can clearly tell that it's a plant-type monster, not some rare material. Without hesitation, Gao brings out an elite-grade light-type monster core, and uses it to form a contract with the yin-yang Kandula. Once the bond is complete, he names the little guy Flowery and assigns its safety to Dumby, who now proudly wears Flowery on his head like a cute little hat. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, strange eggs begin to tremble and hatch. Back with Gao, frustration builds as he watches how poorly the Yangchang Broadcasting Services program is being handled. Not only are many of their listed materials misidentified, but even the script sounds painfully unnatural. Still, for the sake of the Thundershell and the Yin-Yang Kandula, he decides to endure it a little longer. Just then, Wang Muzi appears and apologizes for the show's strange inconsistencies. He explains that the director is just a pampered rich kid who's dumped all the work onto him. Gao softens up, realizing Wang isn't a creep, just massively overworked. After comforting Wang, Gao checks his phone, and his expression changes. Dozens of missed calls flood his screen, including several from his grandfather. When he calls back, he learns that the Yangchang branch of the Southern Sky Group has come under attack by a wave of monsters. His grandfather orders him to stabilize the situation immediately. Gao promises to handle everything before his grandfather even arrives, then hangs up and quickly analyzes the situation. Judging from the reports, the monsters involved shouldn't be stronger than Lord Tier. The only reason the military hasn't stepped in yet must be because they're busy handling other attacks elsewhere. At the Southern Sky Branch, chaos reigns. Swarms of mutated Kappas surround the compound. The electric fence holds for a while but soon collapses under the pressure. Inside, the defenders are being overwhelmed. Even their three-tailed fox familiar is torn apart. As the men try to flee, a Kappa leaps to strike, only for its head to explode in an instant. That's Gao Peng's arrival, his familiar Goldie landing a devastating punch from above. Hovering atop Flamey's back, Gao calls out to the fleeing soldiers, his voice booming with authority. He tells them that if word of their cowardice spreads, he won't accept them as Southern Sky employees anymore. While he admits they shouldn't throw their lives away, he reminds them that their efforts should at least match the pay they receive. With all the advanced weapons, gadgets, and elite support at their disposal, how could they fail to repel a simple monster horde? "Are you people stupid?" he growls. His words hit like thunder. Then Gao commands Dumby and Dazi to secure the other gates while he and Goldie clean up here. Goldie roars and charges in, utterly annihilating every Kappa in sight, his strength growing with every punch. Even when bitten once, Goldie shrugs it off and keeps smashing through the enemies. In the middle of the fight, Gao casually calls his grandfather again, telling him not to bother coming. He's already got it under control. At the west gate, Dazi spreads his thunder wings, unleashing a surge of electricity that paralyzes the entire attacking group in one strike. The guards stationed there quickly capitalize on the opening. Back at the east gate, Goldie finishes off the remaining enemies with pure brute force, leaving the soldiers stunned with admiration and a bit of jealousy. Seeing this, Gao makes a mental note. Perhaps it's time to reorganize the teams, merging members of the security department into the familiar combat squads. These battles should be handled by professionals. Still, something feels off. It's unnatural for monsters to invade a city like this, especially to target specific company branches. But for now, Gao pushes the thought aside and focuses on regrouping. He gathers the defenders who fought bravely and commends them for their efforts. As for those who fled, he offers them one final chance at redemption. Capture the remaining Kappas alive. Each one they catch will earn them a single point. The defeated men, however, only sneer dismissively, clearly they haven't learned a thing. At first, some teasing comments from another squad member finally light a fire under the lazy soldiers. Fired up by pride, they rush to redeem themselves. Much to Gao's relief, he doesn't mind giving people second chances, especially if they're willing to make amends. But for those who still refuse to change, Gao can only wonder who's going to play bad cop next time. Once all the Kappas are captured, Gao notices something unusual. The system now displays their evolutionary pathways in far greater detail than before. He figures it might be because of his steadily increasing soul strength. As he's pondering that, one of his men arrives and reports that all his orders have been carried out. Following Gao's instructions, they prepare to sell off the dead Kappas while keeping the live ones for Southern Sky's research department, since the species doesn't fetch a high market price anyway. Next up are the six-legged antler turtles that Dazi captured at the west gate. Their antlers are special. They regenerate and can be used for multiple purposes. Gao orders that they be raised and harvested regularly. With that, Gao finalizes the reward distribution. Those who fought bravely are handsomely rewarded, while those who failed are penalized. 4 particular cowards are outright fired, their familiars confiscated. The rest, though shaken, only have their pay docked for 3 months. Gao also ensures that the families of those who died in battle are fully supported by the Southern Sky Group. With business settled, Gao mounts Flamey and takes off toward Manning Village, determined to find out where these monsters came from in the first place. When he arrives, the devastation stops him cold. The sight of the ruined village, torn apart by monstrous claws, reminds him of the cataclysm 4 years ago. His expression hardens. Something doesn't add up. Sensing a faint movement beneath the rubble, Gao orders Dazi to investigate. The centipede scurries off and soon returns with a small creature, a level 8 land clam. Gao sighs. That's underwhelming. He tells Dazi to release it, but the moment he does, the little shrimp-like creature collapses on the ground, playing dead. Of course, Gao sees through the act immediately thanks to the system's insight. Smirking, he pretends to leave while secretly having Flamey mark it with his scent. Now they can track it from afar. There's no way such a weak monster survived this massacre on its own. Something else is at play here. Flamey soars into the sky, tail blazing, as they follow the creature's trail toward the sea, but suddenly the scent disappears. Gao's eyes narrow. A commander-tier monster must have noticed us. His heart sinks as he realizes the mastermind behind this monster wave might be closer than he thought. Before he can think further, the ocean below erupts in a massive burst of water. A giant aquatic monster bursts out, roaring as it attacks. Dazi instantly fires a bolt of lightning, but it barely does any damage. The creature's armored scales block it completely. Unfazed, Dazi darts forward, his bladed limbs flashing as he cuts through the scales and electrocutes it from within. The beast howls in agony before retreating back into the depths. Gao quickly scans its data, a level 46 Lord-tier gloaming oceanic manta ray. He praises Dazi for the strike, though something still feels off. That manta wasn't strong enough to command an entire monster horde. What's really going on here? To confirm his suspicion, Gao has Flammy release a burst of fire across the ocean's surface. The light illuminates something beneath the waves, and Gao's breath catches. A colossal shape lurks below, so massive it distorts the entire seabed. Fall back, he orders immediately. Something steps not right. Meanwhile, at the Yangchong Military's Division 3 headquarters, a board commander's day takes a turn when alarms start blaring. The radar has picked up a massive energy signature deep under the sea, and it's rapidly increasing. Drones are deployed, but the readings only get worse. The object down there spans over 300 square kilometers, and it's powerful enough to suppress 2 Lord-tier monsters simultaneously. Realizing the scale of the threat, the commander snaps into action, ordering a full bombardment of the sea. Outside Changjiang City, chaos unfolds. Explosions light up the coastline as hundreds of flying familiars swoop in to support the military. From below, Gao watches the sky rain fire and steel. He notes the rising waves and mutters that a tsunami is a real risk, though thankfully the new embankments should hold. As the familiars clash with the sea monsters, Gao orders Dazi and Flammy to move him closer for a better look. Suddenly, a massive aquatic beast bursts out of the wave in front of him. Gao braces for impact, but before it reaches him, Goldie leaps forward, striking a dramatic pose. He's been watching Anam Han's martial tapes, and now he's trying something new, the secret pattern elemental vacuum domain. Goldie unleashes a brutal punch that sends the creature flying, followed by a shockwave that obliterates everything in a straight line ahead. Gao just stares. Okay, that was not what I expected. Moments later, another foe appears. A level 43 Lord-tier Sea King electric eel. It slams into Goldie, discharging violent electricity. Dumby rushes in with his spectral sword, stabbing the eel in the head before being thrown off. Goldie seizes the moment, pounding the monster with his explosive duck punch combo. The eel retaliates with another lightning blast, but Goldie counters it with his energy nullifying ability before slamming one final punch straight to its face, sending it crashing back into the sea. But just when Gao thinks the battle is over, the entire sea begins to rise. Waves tower like walls, as something colossal ascends from below. And then it appears. A level 51 King-tier Sea Coral King. The sheer size of the creature is beyond comprehension. Its shell glows with radiant coral formations, its tendrils stretching for kilometers. Gao Step's expression turns grim. We can fight that thing, not yet. With its regenerative and communicative abilities, the Coral King is basically a living mobile fortress, a creature so huge it could carry hundreds of other monsters on its back. If anyone tamed that thing, Gao mutters, they could build a base on it and sail across the world. Nearby, 2 professors argue over what kind of creature it actually is, but Gao cuts them off sharply. Focus, right now we need to evacuate everyone. If that thing attacks, he looks toward the horizon, where the waves keep rising higher and higher. No one will survive. Though the military had managed to evacuate most civilians from the area, a few scavengers snuck back in, desperate to loot the remains of fallen monsters. They had no idea what kind of danger still lurked beneath the waves. When a nearby military officer spotted them and yelled for them to run, panic set in. The looters bolted toward the shore, hearts pounding. One of the men barely dodged a golden sicklefish lunging from the surf, but his canine familiar, Blackie, leapt in to save him. The dog's bravery came at a terrible cost. The fish tore through Blackie's body, shredding him before the man's eyes. Desperate and broken, he screamed for help, but his companions only backed away, too terrified to intervene. Moved by the loyal beast's sacrifice, Gao Pang stepped in. With a word, he ordered Goldie to retrieve the man and his fallen familiar. Seeing how deeply the man grieved, Gao took a petal from Flowey and used it to heal the dying creature. Slowly, miraculously, Blackie began to breathe again. Once that was settled, Gao turned his attention back to the battlefield, where the military's defenses were collapsing under the relentless force of the monster wave. Calmly, he ordered the soldiers to step aside. "Leave this to me." At his command, Dumby charged forward. The skeleton tyrant unleashed his dark flame mastery, his burning aura splitting the air as he pierced clean through a monster's skull. Then, channeling his revival ability, Dumby raised every fallen beast on the field, an undead army born from the monster's own corpses. Together, Gao's undead legion clashed with the monster horde, holding them back long enough for the generals to regroup and launch a counterattack. The tide turned. Moments later, the massive Coral King sank back into the depths, and the chaotic battle finally ended. While Gao took a call from Huang, Goldie was busy scouring the shoreline for fish carcasses to sell, his bald head gleaming proudly as ever. Gao could only sigh. "Never change, you greedy golden brute." Huang's voice came through the line, half in awe, half amused. Word of Gao's feats had already spread. Stories of the Lord of the Undead were making their rounds, but more importantly, Huang had news. The strange phenomenon Gao had asked him to watch. It had resurfaced. Reports spoke of ghostly soldiers walking the earth and establishing a base in Bingao City. Gao's mind raced. If those ghostly entities were real, they might hold materials powerful enough to promote Dumby to legendary grade. For now though, Gao simply told Huang to keep investigating. Later that evening, back in his Yugo City lab, Gao was busy preparing Flowey's evolution. After giving the little creature a stabilizing shot, he sealed him in a protective capsule and headed out to meet his grandfather, who had just arrived. Outside, Gao found the old man standing proudly beside Thunder God, who had completed his evolution. The once modest beast now stood tall as a level 45 legendary grade familiar, aptly renamed Thunder Shell God. His lightning mastery was unlike anything Gao had ever seen. Pure volatile energy rippled from his shell like living storms. While Gao celebrated this milestone, his grandfather's expression darkened slightly. Every day this boy's feats grow more incredible, he thought. Southern Sky may be peaceful for now, but if I'm to protect him, I'll need to grow stronger too. Breaking the moment of reflection, Gao turned to his grandfather and asked if he remembered Flamisip's birthplace. The old man nodded. "A swamp west of Gangman Base City. You said you still visit it someday." Gao smiled. "Then we shall go tomorrow." The next day, Flamey didn't say much, but Gao could tell. The thought of returning to that place stirred painful memories of his mother. Later, Gao visited Southern Sky's Gangnan branch to gather details about the swamp. Manager Chen helped him sift through the local records and monster logs. While scrolling through the data, Flamey suddenly stiffened, his eyes locked on one feed. A giant crocodile, the very same creature that had attacked his mother long ago. On the live footage, the beast could be seen terrorizing other flame-winged creatures, Flamey's kin, even now. When Gao demanded to know why such a creature was left unchecked, Manager Chen hesitated. That swamp is considered Qian family territory, unofficially of course. They are one of the four great families, Qian Zhao, Sun, and Li. Gao Spit's eyes hardened. No one owns the wilderness. Not them, not anyone. Chen paled as Gao continued. Who steps the master of that crocodile? The second eldest of the Qian family, Qian Wu Yong, Chen replied nervously, a lord-tier trainer. Without missing a beat, Gao gave his order. Send him a formal challenge. I shall meet him on the northern outskirts of the city, 3 days from now. Chen nearly dropped his tablet. Sir, please reconsider. The Can family is allied with the other three. Challenging them is the same as declaring war on all four at once. But Gao only smirked. Then we shall give them a reason to show up. Send invitations to all four families. We shall host a banquet. His eyes gleamed. When I defeat their champion and humiliate them publicly, they shall have no choice but to withdraw from that territory entirely. That very evening, the formal challenge reached the Qian family's mansion, throwing them into an uproar. Many within the clan urged restraint, fearing to provoke the powerful Gao family. But Wu Yongsip's pride wouldn't still allow it. He laughed off their warnings, proclaiming, "I still crush that boy without even killing his familiars. These young people are all talk anyway." He arrogantly changed the duel's venue to the western outskirts, seeking terrain more favorable to his swamp beast. Meanwhile, another Qian family trainer, Qian Shu Yu, was quietly warned by his mother, "Watch your uncle carefully, he'll cheat if he must. Don't let him disgrace the family further." 3 days later, under the dark canopy of the swamp, Wu Yong arrived to meet his monster, the very same red-eyed crocodile that once injured Flamey's mother. Their contract was tense, not one of mutual respect. The beast loathed him, yet agreed to fight, not for Wu Yong, but to avenge its grudge against Gao's white dragon. As Gao prepared for the duel, he took some time to tour the local Lake Tai, where he learned that the region had become home to a silverfish prince, a majestic creature whose presence had halted all fishing in the area. Something about this land felt alive, and Gao knew the coming battle would shake more than just reputations. After that, Gao and his familiars take a group photo together, looking like a small but proud family. Soon enough, the day of the long-awaited challenge arrives. Gao Peng stands calmly at the western outskirts, carefully studying the terrain. But what really stands out isn't the battlefield. It's the palpable rage radiating from Flamey. At the sight of the crocodile that once harmed his parents, the fiery crane's anger burns hotter than ever. The terrain itself clearly favors the crocodile, swampy, wet, and perfect for an amphibious creature, but Flamey's ability to fly should balance the odds. Suddenly, Wu Yong approaches Gao with a fake smile plastered on his face. Pretending to act like a wise elder, he suggests that they settle the matter peacefully, without resorting to battle. But Gao refuses, making it clear that today's fight isn't between men, it's between a child who lost his parents, and the beast that took them away. He announces he will not interfere in this battle at all. Everyone present is stunned. They can't believe Gao would let such a young crane fight alone, but Gao just smirks and calmly tells Flamey to show them what he's capable of. As the battle begins, the crocodile immediately launches a wide-area attack, creating a shockwave that nearly engulfs Flamey. It follows up with a vicious tail sweep, meant to crush him, but Flamey propels himself backward using a burst of flame, dodging the blow with ease. After quickly scanning the crocodile's stats through his system, Gao warns Flamey that it carries a wind attribute. Wu Yong too shouts commands to his beast, but the crocodile, driven by blind fury, ignores him completely, focusing only on the crane. Flamey retaliates with relentless waves of fire from the sky, raining flames upon the crocodile until it's forced to dive into the nearby water. There, it conjures a massive elemental shield to protect itself, but that shield doesn't last long. Flamey's blazing fury is far too intense. His fire burns with such relentless heat that it evaporates the shield and sears the crocodile's flesh. Just as Flamey moves in to finish the fight, the crocodile counters with a powerful windroar attack, striking the crane mid-air, but Flamey quickly steadies himself and reassures Gao that he won't be hit again. Cornered and desperate, the crocodile's survival instincts kick in, and in a shocking turn, it suddenly charges toward Gao himself. Even Wu Yong is taken aback and yells for his familiar to stop. Perhaps he isn't entirely heartless after all. From the shadows, Xiao prepares to jump in, but he doesn't have to. In an instant, Dumby appears at Gao's side. With a single superpowered kick, the skeletal tyrant sends the crocodile flying across the battlefield. The fight is over. The crocodile tries to crawl away in defeat, but it's too late. Flamey has already won. To everyone's surprise, Wu Yong accepts his loss with dignity. He even admits that he hadn't truly wanted this confrontation in the first place. As the day ends, Gay wonders whether there will still be a Crocodile King in Jiang'an City after this. Later that day, Manager Chen reports that the Chan family has officially surrendered the Crocodile Spirit Swamp to Southern Sky. This includes all the familiars within it, meaning Flemy's kin are now under Gao's care. The Chan family even offers financial compensation for the loss. But Gao stops Chen immediately. He instructs him to return their compensation, and instead pay them the fair market value for what they gave up. This was a personal matter between Flamey and the crocodile, he says. There's no need to destroy a family that's already being cooperative. In addition, Gao finalizes partnership agreements with the other three major families. Together, they decide to establish a new branch of the Explorers Union in the region. At Gao's request, personnel will also be sent regularly to ensure that the flaming red cranes live safely and thrive in good conditions. Once everything is settled, Gao turns to Flamey and asks if he'd like to visit his remaining kin, but the crane quietly declines. He's content knowing that his revenge is complete, and that his kin will now live peacefully, perhaps even evolve one day. Out of nowhere, a mystical mirror diver turtle of level 46, classified as perfect grade, bursts out of the water near Gao. It approaches swiftly, and presents him with a rare material called ambergris jade, a condensed essence formed from the remnants of ancient dragon species. Without a word, the turtle vanishes back into the depths, leaving everyone speechless. Baffled by the sudden encounter, Gao guesses that the jade might have something to do with his white dragon familiar. He asks manager Chen to have it sent back to Yuzhou for further study. As for Gao himself, he already has a new destination, Changping Village. The life of a master trainer never slows down. Outside Changping Village in Gaoyang Base City, a new team waits in the misty forest. Sui Lenu, Su Qinji and their companion. They've been sent on a special mission by Gao Ping himself, to retrieve a general's bone and the legendary 1,000-year Heart of Darkness. To stay undetected, they use a special ghoul powder to mask their presence. It conceals their scent but doesn't make them invisible. When one of them gets too close to a wandering ghoul, the creature lunges, only to be crushed effortlessly by Linu's reflexes. As they move deeper into the forest, the atmosphere turns eerie. Thousands of ghostly soldiers emerge from the shadows, and a strange, ghoul-like man steps forward. He introduces himself as Setman and informs them that General Zhao wishes to see them. Chenji immediately realizes who he's referring to. General Zhao, the fallen warrior whose spirit once fought valiantly in the Battle of Changping. Long ago, the three followed the eerie ghoul-like man to a worn-down shack deep within the forest. Inside, they found a ghostly general seated upon a throne of bones, surrounded by ranks of silent, spectral soldiers. The atmosphere was unnervingly calm, the air thick with yin energy. The general, introducing himself as Zhao, regarded the group with cold detachment. In a surprisingly composed tone, he told them that he would allow them to take what they sought, but only if they did something for him in return. Sui Lenu stepped forward and boldly stated their purpose. They were here for two things, the general's bone and the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness. Zhao seemed amused. He agreed to part with one of his own bones, just one, as if the act meant nothing to him. But when it came to the Heart of Darkness, his expression hardened. He claimed he had never heard of such a thing. That was all Sui Lenu needed to hear. Her eyes sharpened, and she stepped closer. With a cold, decisive tone, she revealed the truth. The 1,000-year Heart of Darkness is your heart. Before anyone could react, her glass mantis familiar lunged forward, striking Zhao with such brutal force that it sent his body crashing through the shack's wall. Instantly, the ghost soldiers stirred. Their hollow eyes glowed with malice as they surrounded the group, but Su Chenqi's familiar emitted a burst of holy light, forcing the spectral army back and holding them at bay for now. Through the gaping hole in the wall, Linu spotted Zhao struggling to rise. She realized, too late, that he was drawing in the surrounding yin energy to heal himself. Desperate, she ordered her kangaroo familiar, Oret, to strike before the general could fully recover. Oret leapt into the air with immense speed, his powerful legs cracking the ground beneath him, but Zhao had already regained his strength. With a roar, he swung his blade of stone, cleaving clean through one of Oret's arms and knocking him back. As Zhao emerged from the ruins, his eyes burned with fury. He unleashed a wave of spectral energy, rallying his ghost soldiers with a terrifying war cry. The forest itself seemed to tremble as his army advanced with a single command to kill every intruder. Sui Linu quickly noticed the crimson mist forming overhead. The yin energy Zhao had been gathering was turning into a deadly blood cloud. If they got caught in it, they would be drained of life before they could even escape. Thinking fast, Su Chenqi had his small hairball familiar release a thick fog of black smoke, masking their retreat. It wasn't much, but it gave them the chance to flee. The three mounted their flying familiars and shot through the forest canopy, the thunderous cries of undead soldiers echoing behind them. Just as they thought they might not make it out, the sky itself began to change. Bolts of lightning tore through the blood cloud, scattering the curse and purging the dark energy. And then they saw it soaring majestically above them. The white dragon, Chairman Gao, had arrived. With his appearance, the battle turned completely one-sided. The old man's calm, commanding voice cut through the storm as he directed his dragon to strike. White Dragon effortlessly deflected General Zhao's attacks and sent him crashing into the ground with overwhelming force. Defeated in bleeding spectral energy, Zhao could only glare up at Gao, cursing his name. Gao Peng merely sighed and told White Dragon not to kill him. They still needed his parts intact. Later, back at the lakeside villa, Gao Peng looked up to see the old man approaching. To his astonishment, the elder casually dropped the unconscious general before him like a sack of grain. "I didn't know how to extract the parts you wanted," the elder said, brushing off his hands, "so I brought the whole general." He also handed over the dark flames that Sui Linu's team had collected earlier. Gao Peng was momentarily speechless. Another essential material just handed to him with ease. Now he only needed one more item to promote Dumby to legendary grade. As they spoke, Gao teased the White Dragon about that mysterious ambergris jade incident from before. In response, she drenched him with a torrent of water before turning away. Before leaving, she gave him one final update. A spatial rift had appeared in the Baya district. At Gao's current level, it shouldn't be too dangerous, and she believed it would make a good training opportunity. Not long after, Gao arrived at the location. The building housing the rift was cloaked in thick black fog, pulsing with dark energy. Experts advised entering at noon when visibility was highest and the fog weakest. Inside, swarms of level 20 blackjacket geckos crawled along the walls. Since no Lord-tier monsters had been detected, Gao decided to send Goldie in alone. Moments later, Goldie emerged, brushing dust off his fists. Every single gecko had been dealt with. Gao couldn't help but sigh. "He seeps pretending to be a monk again," he muttered. "Someone take away his internet." With the area cleared, Gao led the Southern Sky forces inside. Deep within, he discovered the spatial rift itself, an unstable tier in reality, shimmering like liquid glass. Interestingly, the system listed it as an item. Gao considered collecting it to experiment with portable rift setups when suddenly something emerged. It was a yellow jacket devil octopus, a monstrous creature infamous for its mind control abilities and disturbing feeding habits. Gao's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the color-coded species. Black is shadow, yellow is mind, he wondered aloud. Before he could finish his thought, Goldie stepped forward and punched the creature square in the face. "Stop copying my look," he shouted. The octopus never stood a chance. After confirming the area was secure, Gao questioned his subordinates. So far, no one had managed to explore what lay beyond the rift. Turning to Dumby, Gao ordered him to summon the Sea King eel skeleton to scout ahead. A few moments later, Dumby relayed that the other side contained only a few low-level geckos and nothing stronger. Gao entered himself to confirm, and upon hearing his approval, Flamey, Goldie and Dazzy followed behind. On the other side, the air was eerily still. There was almost no black fog here, just endless, twisting walls forming a colossal maze. As the Southern Sky forces began collecting data and samples, Gao studied the strange structures around him. Then, the ground trembled. A massive shadow fell over them as a creature emerged. A level 49 blood jacket labyrinth watcher, wielding a jagged weapon and radiating hostile intent. Gao stared up at it, realization dawning in his eyes. This wasn't just a chaotic realm of beasts and rifts. This black fog world had a civilization of its own. When Flammy attempted to take to the skies and launch an attack, he was abruptly stopped by an invisible barrier in the air. With no other option in sight, Yao, acting wisely, ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Following Gao's command, Dazzy stayed behind to hold off the Watcher, receiving crucial assistance from Dumby, who dealt a devastating blow to the Watcher's minions. Once nearly everyone else had escaped, and the Watcher was knocked down, Gao asked Dumby to act as a translator between them. The ensuing conversation revealed something astonishing. Not one, not two, not even three, but 7 additional Lord-tier Labyrinth Watchers existed. As if that weren't enough, these Watchers possessed a remarkable super recovery skill, demonstrated as the first Watcher's body healed right before their eyes. Fortunately, the Watchers were not hostile. With Dumby mediating, an agreement was reached. Gao would be allowed to return home and come back at a later date to awaken their master. In exchange, this master would be willing to trade with Gao for whatever he desired. During this exchange, Gao also learned that this world had once been home to humans, though they had departed decades ago. As he prepared to return to Earth, Gao pondered the potential consequences of encountering other versions of humanity. If the power difference proved too great, it could easily open the door to invasion and war. Back at Gao's lab, the Yin Kula had reached level 31 thanks to the use of the extraordinarily expensive frozen crystal soil. The only requirement left to promote Dumby was the essence of the undying heart. However, a search in Champing proved fruitless. The resentment of the 400,000 soldiers who had perished there had corrupted the essence beyond use. As Gao contemplated this, Yao received a call from the school he had recently established. The man on the other end anxiously reported the appearance of a second bronze statue at the school gate. Upon arriving, Gao confirmed that a new statue stood beside the original one. Without hesitation, he had Dai paralyzed and bound, lifting the massive statue effortlessly with a single hand. He intended to spend some time with Stripey before bringing it back to act as a second guardian. Meanwhile, in the valley where Stripey rested, Gao placed the statue before the mountain ruler, declaring it a new toy. Instantly, Stripey crushed its fighting spirit, punishing it for acting aggressively. Stripey then pleaded with Gao, expressing his longing to leave the valley and embark on adventures alongside him once more. Gao, deeply affected by Stripey's heartfelt plea, promised that he would find a way for them to journey together again. Meanwhile, in Zambia, Africa, the Black Badger Group, led by a desperate leader seeking fame, set out on an expedition guided by instructions from a mysterious tablet of unknown origin. Back in the Baya district, Gao arrived with his familiars, Sweetie and Tong Tong's Softy, after passing through a rift. Using Dumby as a translator, he encountered one of the Watchers from before. Yao discreetly confirmed that humans of this world had possessed familiars as well. The Watcher led them to the location where their master was sealed, a grand hall frozen in time, filled with a massive crystal formation. The Watcher explained that their master had sealed himself inside, and that awakening him required a monster trainer to enter the hall. Gao entered with Goldie by his side. Thanks to an elemental barrier, they navigated the sub-zero temperatures without freezing. However, as they approached the center of the hall, Gao froze in shock. Just as he realized the situation was a trap, Flamey's voice called through their connection, confirming Gao's fears. Several monsters were attacking his friends. Gao prepared to return to their side, but paused briefly when he noticed the frost lion had awoken. Sui explained that the Watchers had attacked immediately after Gao entered the hall. They had survived only because Dumby summoned the Sea King eel skeleton to seal the attackers and block the exit. Flammy had been badly injured by a surprise attack, and Goldie, enraged, rushed outside determined to avenge his friends, despite Gao's warnings not to act recklessly. Suddenly, Gao sensed the frost lion following him through their connection. Concerned, he felt Goldie being beaten by the Watchers and shouted in alarm. The frost lion continued attempting to get his attention. Exasperated, Gao decided to make a contract with it, allowing him to understand the creature directly. Though he skipped some steps, the contract worked perfectly, eliminating the need for further confusion. Gao sensed that the frost lion's true enormous power was locked away, only accessible if it consumed an ice-type treasure to restore itself. Of course, the lion never stopped bragging about this fact. Gao, choosing to ignore the incessant boasting, demanded a solution to their current predicament. In response, the lion instructed him that they needed to run, no elaboration at first. Realizing Gao needed more context, the lion quickly explained that he was the true owner of this labyrinth. He knew secret paths that only small monsters like himself and humans could navigate. Unwilling to leave any of his familiars behind, Gao instructed the lion to retreat for the time being while he focused on rescuing his companions. Empowered by the contract he had formed with Stripey, Gao struck one of the walls with a powerful kick, blowing it open. From there, Dazzy and Dumby executed a combination attack to disrupt the Watchers, while Silly tended to Goldie's wounds. The Watchers were not down for long. They returned, even angrier than before, but Goldie had fully recovered. Fueled by rage and damage previously inflicted upon him, he grew to match the Watcher's size. In a surge of power, he kicked one of the Watchers away and seized its weapon. Now fully enraged and in his buffed-up state, Goldie unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, leaving only 3 Watchers to escape while the rest lay reduced to corpses at his feet. Recognizing the need to secure the scene, Gao ordered Sui to return home and bring reinforcements. He and his familiars would remain behind to guard the corpses, guided by the treasure-sniffing mouse and protected by Dumby. During their downtime, Gao probed the frost lion for information and uncovered several insights. For one, a familiar's skills could be developed further after awakening. Additionally, this world was still in the infancy of its evolution, as the cataclysm had occurred only 4 years prior. The best treasures and minerals had yet to surface, and with Gao among the strongest, if not the strongest, monster trainers in the area, he would have access to nearly all of them. Shifting the topic, Gao asked the frost lion if there were any methods to shrink a monster's body size. Showing it an image of Stripey, the lion outlined 3 possibilities. First, obtaining a body modification skill, though this came with no guarantees. Second, forming a contract with a space-type monster to transport Stripey into a massive pocket dimension. And third, acquiring a GU fruit, which grew in the Black Phoenix Mountain. This fruit could shrink a monster to 1,000th of its size, though its effect disappeared once the creature entered combat. Unfortunately, the mountain was home to a dangerous black-feathered sparrow. Even the frost lion would avoid at peak strength, and it lay 5,000 kilometers away. Despite these obstacles, Gao resolved to undertake the journey, determined to keep his promise to Stripey. At that moment, Gao received word that the logistics team was en route. They would be bringing ice-type fruits for the frost lion. True to form, the lion tried to act arrogant and superior, but Gao simply had Silly store the fruits away, undisturbed. It was time to continue exploring the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in another part of the fog world, the group from Zambia arrived at the labyrinth wall, believing they were the first to discover it. Unfortunately for them, the first contact they made was with one of the Watchers that Goldie had previously beaten into retreat. The creature showed no mercy. Luckily, Yao Plong was nearby, and he sent Goldie to rescue the humans and their familiars. Goldie responded with extreme aggression, forcing the Watcher back. Gao soon learned that these humans were from the same world as him, indicating a spatial rift from Luaka into this fog world. The cataclysm had expanded the world and increased distances between regions, creating a prime opportunity to establish trade routes and benefit from the fog world's resources. The humans, grateful for Gao's timely intervention, were receptive to collaboration. Gao planned to involve the Explorer Union in developing the area, anticipating another profitable venture. About 3 days later, Gao and his familiars arrived near Black Phoenix Mountain. Since the Frostlion did not know the exact location of the Gu fruit, Gao enlisted a local golden strike tortoise to guide them. The tortoise revealed that the fruit was located on the eastern side of the mountain range, about 5 mountains away. Gao climbed aboard its shell, and the tortoise carried them close to the destination. However, it refused to proceed further due to the mountain's dangerous monsters. To scout ahead, Flamey flew above the mountain. He detected a Lord-tier monster's aura, and immediately came under attack from a massive bug-like creature. More importantly, he spotted the Gu fruit hanging in the trees. Flamey quickly returned to Gao's position, alerting him to its location. Their excitement, however, was quickly overshadowed by the approach of a giant level 49 white seal-bladed beast, hurtling toward them with terrifying speed. Gao immediately ordered Dai to strike Goldie with lightning, aiming to start stacking his passive ability. The bladed beast, meanwhile, managed to land a hit on Flammy, grounding him. Seeing this, Goldie quickly instructed Dumby and Silly to rescue Flammy, while he took it upon himself to confront the bladed beast. What followed was nothing short of pure chaos. Goldie relentlessly attacked the bladed beast again and again, sustaining injuries that grew progressively worse with each strike. Yet he had a clever trick by contracting his muscles, just enough to cut off blood flow. He created the illusion of being completely unharmed. Gradually, Goldie absorbed so much damage that his size grew to rival that of a mountain. At that point, it was only a matter of timing. One perfectly executed punch could crush the bladed beast entirely. During the battle, Gao allowed Flammy to heal Goldie. However, the sheer amount of damage he had taken used up all of Flammy's healing petals, leaving the little creature feeling exhausted and somewhat downhearted. Luckily, Dumby was there to lift Flammy's spirits, offering a rare moment of warmth and care amid all the chaos, a moment that could easily be called wholesome. After the fight, Yao was disappointed to find only about 4 Gu fruits on the tree. Not willing to settle, he decided to uproot the entire tree and take it with him. While he was at it, he figured he might as well take the pulverized bladed beast along. The beast, naturally, was not thrilled about this idea. Back in the human world, Gao brought the bladed beast to the valley where Stripey rested, showing him the potential for growth. While reaching Stripey's size might be unrealistic, under Gao's guidance, the bladed beast could easily grow to match Dumby's size. Initially hesitant, the bladed beast agreed to form a contract with Gao, but with one condition: if Gao failed to make him bigger, he would refuse to obey any orders, contract or not. After securing the contract, Yao Pong shared the Jiu fruit with Strippy, explaining that it would allow them to go on adventures together again, as long as Strippy refrained from fighting recklessly on his own. Even after being shrunk by the fruit, Strippy remained impressively large, but far more manageable than before. With his familiar now bonded to the newest member of their growing group, Strippy's morale was high. Soon after, Gao Pong was greeted by his grandfather, who came bearing gifts for Goldie, a pair of axes resized from those taken off the Labyrinth Watchers' corpses. Naturally, this only fueled Goldie's dramatic flair. Turning to more serious matters, Gao Pong outlined his plans to establish trade with the Luaka region, leveraging the information they had gained from the Fog World. He also intended to travel to Street Gellum City, where the essence of the Undying Heart was most likely located. The final piece needed to promote Dumby. Acquiring it would bring him much-needed peace of mind, and the path conveniently passed through the Jia region, home of the Platinum Hand's headquarters. Gao's eyes gleamed. He was going for blood. Gao's grandfather, acknowledging that Gao was now an adult capable of charting his own path, blessed him. Silly's storage was already loaded with food and equipment for the journey, and with his grandfather's approval, Gao Pong set off on his latest adventure. Along the way, the group stopped at a freezing aqua pond at the foot of Mount Everest. Astonishingly, a single dip in this pond elevated Frostlion to Lord Tier level 41. Apparently the effect was unique to him, thanks to his previous Emperor Tier base. Later, the group traveled through the Golden Sand Desert, where they discovered what appeared to be a town. Upon closer inspection, they found it inhabited by white-spotted herbivorous monkeys who amusingly dressed like humans. Curious about who might be raising such creatures intentionally, Gao investigated further. Behind one door, he encountered someone capable of speech, but intelligence was another matter entirely. The person fell for the most obvious trick imaginable, prompting Gao to destroy the door and reveal the true inhabitant. Gao Pang and his party entered the carnivorous monkey's house. His newly acquired bladed beast familiar, now named Slicey, expressed concern. Gao reassured him that the monkey didn't seem to have ill intentions, but still advised staying on guard. Sure enough, the monkey greeted them warmly and offered a bowl of strange soup. One look at the suspicious concoction was enough for Gao to refuse. Nope, not a chance. That stuff looks nasty as hell. Sensing something off, Gao began moving toward a door in the back while jokingly asking how the monkey could hide the good food from his guests. But the moment he got close, the monkey suddenly snapped. With a furious roar, it lunged at Gao, raising its arm to strike him down. Before the blow could land, Slicey stepped in. In one swift motion, his blade cut through the enraged beast, ending the fight instantly. Inside the back room, Gao Pang silently took in the surroundings. The signs of human life in the village, the lingering smell of blood and cooked meat inside this house, it all began to make sense. As he walked further in, he found a pot of sinister-looking stew boiling over the fire, and from its surface, a single human finger poked out. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Gao turned to the monkey. "You eat people?" he asked. Instead of fear or guilt, the monkey exploded in anger. It roared, shouting that it was only doing what had been done to him, that the man in his stew had eaten his son first. For a moment, Gao said nothing, then he sighed. "I understand, and I can set judge you without being a hypocrite, but still, I set him human, I can set just overlook what seps happened here." As he walked out of the house, he looked down sadly and ordered Slicey to give the ape a swift and painless end. Later that day, Gao Pang regrouped with his companions, Frosty, Dumby, and Flamey, outside the Platinum Hands headquarters. Thanks to intel from Grandpa Gao's old friend, they had finally located the cult's base. Now Gao would take revenge, for disturbing the mountain spirits, and for sending assassins after him. At his command, Dumby activated his resurrection ability, awakening every fallen beast buried near the base. Inside the headquarters, two bishops of the Platinum Hands were idly discussing their duties, one complaining about the desert, the other trying to calm him down. Suddenly, a messenger burst in, pale and terrified. He reported that corpses near their town had come back to life and were attacking their people. Outside, chaos had erupted. Cult members screamed as a horde of undead beasts descended upon them, led by the Supreme Lord of Necromancy himself, Dumby. Among the undead, the bishops recognized a familiar creature, a Lord-tier giant thorn warren lizard they had slain only a month ago. In panic, they released a blue-scaled, four-armed river ape to fight it. The ape fought valiantly, but barely managed to hold the creature at bay. From their vantage point, Gao Pang, Frosty, and Slicey observed the battle, until a sudden blur of silver wings came flying straight at them. A mirage beast. Because of its stealth ability, they hadn't sensed it approach, but Gao reacted instantly, signaling Slicey. With a flash of blades and his Stormcross kill technique, Slicey sliced the mirage beast apart like it was nothing. The Platinum Hands bishops fell into panic. One of them desperately tried to recall his Earth Dragon before it could be defeated, but Frosty was already moving. With a single thought, he froze the dragon in an icy cage. When Gao mocked him that the ice was already melting, Frosty smirked and casually added one finger's worth of effort. The next moment, the dragon was sealed inside a solid pillar of ice. With the mirage and the dragon defeated, only the Blue River ape remained. The creature fought like a true warrior, crushing Dumby's undead underlings one by one. It beat its chest in triumph, but that victory was short-lived. Dumby himself arrived. Facing the ape, he uttered one of the most chilling lines in the entire series. "Death is the final home of all the living." The ape froze, caught off guard and utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power that followed. Dumby struck with ease, each blow precise and devastating. With a single palm thrust, he sent the ape crashing down. The beast's furious glare faded as Dumby raised his hand once more. This time, Dumby combined two of his signature abilities, Undead Flame and Blood Thread Heart, to forge a new terrifying power. Flames and crimson threads intertwined, allowing him to both control and burn his enemy simultaneously. The blue ape unleashed one final counter, a massive shockwave of elemental energy. Slicey asked if they should step in, but Frosty waved it off. That water attack will do little more than give Dumby a bath. Gao agreed. True to their words, Dumby shrugged off the blast and delivered a finishing uppercut that sent the ape into the next life. With the battle nearly over, Gao ordered Flamey to watch the base from above and ensure no one escaped. Inside, panic spread among the remaining bishops. The yellow bishop urged his comrades to flee through an underground tunnel, but when he turned, he found the blue and red bishops pointing guns at him. They warned that without their familiars they had no way to defend themselves. If Yellow planned to betray them, the only way any of them would survive was if he summoned his own Lord-tier familiar to buy time. A sinister smile crept onto Yellow's face. He raised his hand and summoned a flying carpet-like familiar, something eerily reminiscent of Doctor Strange's cape, but this was no gentle ride. In a flash, the carpet whipped through the air like a blade, decapitating the blue bishop instantly. The red bishop barely escaped by teleporting away at the last second. He landed in the desert, gasping, thanking his luck that he had kept his true power hidden. Unfortunately for him, he had jumped straight from the frying pan into the fire, because Gao Pang was already there, waiting. Frosty froze him in place, while Dumby tossed the unconscious body of the yellow bishop at his feet, holding the carpet, now revealed as Yellow's familiar, in his grasp. Seeing the brutalized remains of his comrades, the red bishop knew better than to fight. Gao Pang stood tall before him, the man who had single-handedly crushed the entire Platinum Hands. Ahead of him, only silence remained. Yao Pang glanced at the two surviving bishops before him, red and yellow. Their condition was pitiful, their value even less so. With a cold expression, he remarked that both were useless to him, even as hostages. He might as well finish them off now. The red bishop immediately panicked. Words spilled from his mouth in desperation as he groveled for his life. He promised Yao Pang anything: treasures, bases, secrets, everything that belonged to the Platinum Hands. All he asked for was mercy. Seeing potential in the terrified man, Yao Pang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This bishop might be a treasure trove of information. After a moment of silence, he agreed to unfreeze him so they could discuss things further. But before the conversation could continue, Strippy's voice echoed telepathically in Yao Pang's mind. The beast's tone was sharp and urgent. Something was coming, something powerful, and if a king-tier creature like Strippy considered it dangerous, that meant trouble. Moments later, the sand began to tremble. Then from beneath the dunes, a colossal shadow emerged. It was a massive fish-like creature, a level 52 king-tier desert pillar monster of perfect grade. The red bishop's face drained of color. He knew this beast well. The Platinum Hands had only been able to establish their base here because they had received the desert pillar's blessing. Now, that same monster had come, and it was angry. As Yao Pang prepared to face it, the bishop's mind raced. If he could just keep up his pathetic act a little longer, maybe this naive youth would spare him. Surely someone that young wouldn't kill a man who begged convincingly enough. His thoughts were cut short when Yao Pang turned toward him and asked, "Where are the Platinum Hand SIP treasures hidden?" The bishop hesitated, trying to buy time. I'll need a moment to remember all the locations." Yao Pang SIP's tone hardened. "Then tell me how to subdue the desert pillar." The bishop froze. He couldn't give away that kind of power. If Yao Pang managed to tame another king-tier beast, he'd become unstoppable. So, the bishop lied, claiming he didn't know. Yao Pang sighed. "Then you specter of no use to me." Without hesitation, he ordered Dumby to crush the man. The ground trembled as Dumby's massive hand came down, reducing the bishop to dust. All he had to do was talk, Yao Pang muttered, shaking his head. He then tossed the frozen and battered remains of the fallen familiars towards Stripey. "Here, a snack for you." But before Stripey could respond, a deep booming voice echoed through the sands. The desert pillar had finally decided to speak. "Human," it bellowed. "Yusef ignored me long enough. Yusef aroused my interest." Yao Pang blinked. "Wait, what?" He shuddered slightly. That sounded disturbingly wrong. That was the final straw. With a roar of fury, the desert pillar unleashed a colossal shockwave of energy, tearing through the sands. Yao Pang stared, unimpressed. "Frosty, take care of this." Frosty nodded and began launching sharp icicles toward the beast. The desert pillar scoffed, assuming Yao was testing its power with a weak familiar. Deciding to capture him alive, it lunged towards Strippy, the largest threat nearby. Its pincers slammed down, but did nothing. The attack barely scratched Strippy's hardened shell. The massive earth spider didn't even flinch. Then, as the effects of its growth restraint wore off, Strippy began to expand, growing larger and larger until the desert pillar found itself dwarfed. Still clinging to the spider's back, the monster realized too late what was happening. Its strength was fading the higher Strippy lifted it from the desert floor. Then came the final blow. Stripey released a geyser of black fumes from his body, an explosion of scorching heat and pressure that sent the desert peeler hurtling into the sky, disappearing into the stratosphere. Watching the whole thing, Yao Pang couldn't help but chuckle. That thing just blasted off like Team Rocket. With the threat gone, Yao turned his attention to the golden thread-like rug creature, the same familiar once controlled by the yellow bishop, now resting in Dumby Sip's grasp. "This thing Sip's craftsmanship is incredible," he murmured. "I Sip to love to study it." Frosty raised an eyebrow. "Do you plan to make it your familiar?" Yao shook his head. "No, I just want to understand it. Besides, it Sip's already bonded to a master." Frosty tilted his head. "That bond can be broken, you know. You only need the proper incantation, and mutual consent from both the trainer and the familiar." Yao's eyes widened slightly. The idea of a peaceful separation between familiars and masters intrigued him, but he quickly decided to keep that information to himself. If the world learns about this now, he thought, it'll cause chaos. It'll tell only grandfather. He handed Frosty a fruit, as thanks for the insight, and decided to gift the rug familiar to Huang Ye once they returned home.